Nice whoosh. Oh. Guys!
Look, if you're like me, Stage 1 might as well have been 2 years ago, even though it was only 2 months. But that's a long time with no siege, so if you need to catch up, here's how North America fared last stage. Cruelty knocked off M80 that one time.
It's all done!
And Envy was the only team to almost beat SR.
It's match point for Envy!
But both the New Bloods only combined for 3 wins total, including when Cruelty beat Envy on the last day. It's not uncommon for rookie teams to struggle when they make the league, but nothing they did was enough to avoid 9th and 10th. And because the NAL was so top-heavy last stage, Cloud9 and Orgulus just got left in the dust. The C9 project didn't make substantial progress until the final week of the stage, when it was too late. And Orgulus had struggles from the jump they just couldn't overcome to make playoffs. Goes to show how tough it is to make headway in this league. M80 got the band back together and looked a lot like their old selves. 7-0ing Oxygen.
7-0, it's in hand!
Dumpstering SSG.
M80 are just speedrunning this first map.
Giving Envy their first loss, but they also dropped a game to Cruelty, couldn't figure out how to beat SR, and lost to SSG anyway.
Base Station will steal M80's map.
Unpredictable as always, but next step for Fabian and company is getting better than 6th next time. Wildcard were in 5th place at the end of last season, and they were in 5th place here too. The Baby Shark Maya plan didn't pay off quite like they'd hoped, but they played the hand they were dealt and got a roster with 2 new imports into the bracket.
Oh, and oh my goodness, a shotgun blast from Dash.
Even got a win over Space Station once they got there. And we had no clue what Oxygen was going to look like, but there's just too much talent on that team to fail. They beat the bottom teams in the round robin, which was good enough for playoffs, and beat Wildcard to snag a top 4 spot.
It is the best Oxygen have looked.
And it was almost a top 3 spot. And when you can do that having lost more rounds than you won, there's an achievement for that somewhere.
For the guys.
Shopify Rebellion had the perfect round robin. No losses in the best of ones, the most rounds won, the best KD. They were incredible. They just couldn't put the pieces together in playoffs. But we knew good things would happen when you put Spoid and Canadian together, and getting 3rd place in their first stage? That's already nuts. Dark Zero had a 7-game win streak in the round robin, got revenge on SR in the playoffs, and had the best attacks of any team in the NAL.
It is smooth sailing into the grand final.
They switched up a lot before the season began, but they looked like monsters again.
Kenny getting excited, getting the players in the game.
There's just one problem. They were 2nd place again.
Wait.
Let's go, guys. Way to bring that.
Because Space Station made a generational run. Take a few losses in the round robin?
It's blocked the angle! Void might be able to defuse in time!
No problem, 3rd place. Lose the first playoff game? No problem, lower bracket run. Your old rivals in the grand final? No problem, 7-1 on the last map. They turned the thrusters on when they needed it the most, and they are Stage 1 champions. But Stage 2 might be totally different, because it's North America, and anything goes.
Well, the days are getting shorter, the air just a little cooler, and that familiar crunch of leaves is back. That can only mean one thing. Fall is upon us, and with it, another stage of the NAL. Welcome back, everybody, to the North American League. This is Stage 2. So glad to have you with us. I'm Jonas Willinger, and alongside me, bringing you guys coverage all stage long, 16 years of pro experience combined. It is Blacksing and Fox 8. Gents, I may have been pushing it, admittedly, with the fall thing. I think fall starts officially in a couple of weeks, but you seem like a guy who likes fall. You know, you're always bundled up. You're always ready to go.
I mean, unironically, you know, I'm from Minnesota. I actually do really enjoy fall. I already changed all the decor. I'm one of those people, you know, when you go into Target or something like that, they already have the fall stuff out 6 months in advance. I'm always hyped for that, so I'm already set for Halloween. And ironically enough, I saw your notes. You were using orange and black, so I think you're pretty excited for Halloween.
That sounds like a little bit of sarcasm. Do you not respect the people who put their Halloween decorations up like a little in advance?
Spice right away. The moment the fall hits.
I got some pumpkin spice stuff early on, so I'm pretty set.
I got ghouls and goblins in my yard and everything, you know. But that's downtown LA for you.
Very nice. With a new season comes a new season of Siege. It is Operation High Stakes, introducing the new operator Denari into competitive play, bringing with him his trip connectors into the mix as well.
You know, we already said SiegeX was going to be a new look at how Siege is going to be approached and reinventing that wheel, changing the dynamic of play. And then when you look at an operator like Denari, and in terms of his kit that he brings, I mean, he's already making a makeshift kite out of lasers. You can't do that with a Rooney. You can't do that with Capcan. So the level and depth of play that Denari now brings with his trip connectors, it's going to be very interesting to see what that not only looks like in pro play, but even in your rank setup.
Oh, depth is the best way to put it, because you can do so much with it. You're not limited to just having it on a certain doorway like a Rooney or having to put it on limited positions. And the most difficult and unique part about it is you can cover multiple doorways, multiple windows, multiple positions with the trip connectors. And not only that, but they go through floors, they go through walls. You can have them in such difficult angles to deal with for an attacking team that it adds a whole new avenue. I mean, look right there where the attackers, you know, some people will just say, I mean, just shoot it, just throw something through it. And you can't, because they're in such unique positions.
I mean, not just that. Look, he's a 7-speed. We've never seen that in Siege. I mean, look how fast he's throwing those and moving around the map. Obviously, that's a joke. It's clearly sped up. But no, it's going to be very interesting to see what he brings to the table.
Well, with that creativity, it's definitely going to be an asset for the defensive side. Did have to buff, or rather nerf things a little bit to even things out on defense. We removed some ACOG scopes from a few different operators.
Yeah, I would say the big three that clearly stick out for me, at least from a pro player standpoint, is definitely going to be Castle, Frost, and Goyo. They bring a lot of util to these setups on defense. Now you can't play those aggressive angles that we've seen some players used to be able to make. Now you're going to have to get a little more, maybe closer, maybe more, you know, squint your eyes a little harder to maybe see those pixel shots. So I think in that regard, removing those ACOGs are definitely going to impact some defenses, maybe not so much. I am curious to see if teams still pivot to bring those, or they just make it work using one of the other sites.
Yeah, those three are also the most mobile. But for me, as a ranked player, I love being able to see Doc and Rook lose their ACOGs, because it's just so frustrating when you're just trying to solo queue and you go up against that one dude always on Doc hiding in a corner. So I'm thankful that he got the ACOG removed.
Well, heading from stage 1 into stage 2, we got to take a moment to think about what happened in between. We sent 4 teams to an international stage, to the Esports World Cup, where we saw some back and forth, some up and down with the NA representation. The biggest standout, Fox, that was SSG.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, SSG solidifying their #1 team in NA, not only in the region, but they go to an event and they place top 4. They look like the best team all around from North America. And if it wasn't for them going against Secret's hot run, you know, we could have seen SSG in that finals. And they played really well on all cylinders. The teamwork from them was the deciding aspect of why they were so dominant.
OXG were also a pretty good team at EWC. Sure, their expectations weren't that high, but it did look like a team that was returning to its old form.
I mean, I gotta say, it was completely surprising. The last time you would even think Oxygen was gonna be relevant was back when me and Fox played. So the fact that we're seeing this already now so early on with this new iteration, we weren't sure what they were gonna look like during the stage, but then they made the stage happen. They clenched that spot, and then even going into further EWC, they looked like a night and day difference teams, and you want to also see that international level being displayed. And the fact that, again, this is happening so early on just leads me to believe getting this stage started, we're going to see an entirely different look out of Oxygen.
Well, the biggest surprise of EWC was DZ, kind of the biggest letdown as well. They had a very good performance within the region, but then they go to the Esports World Cup and they just cannot perform at the level we expected. They got grouped.
Yeah, they did. I mean, and it was such a shock because obviously they had such a blowout game against FaZe. They were able to take that win away, but then back-to-back losses. I mean, it just looked so bad. 7-1 against VP and then losing a Weibo Gaming. I mean, it was just a situation where it's not where Dark Zero should be, and I feel like teams really got an understanding of how to play against them now that they've been able to break apart the Spirit's entry. You focus on him, the rest of the team just does not have a response.
Shopify, the last team that was on the international stage with NA, it was fine, right? They didn't show us a lot. They did make playoffs. They did lose in that first round, though. Any big takeaways from them?
I would say, honestly, it really comes down to the best threes. I mean, we clearly saw them in the regular stage. They went flawless. Then it came to playoffs. They couldn't get it done. Sure, it was enough to get them to EWC, but same thing there. They did it flawlessly throughout all the group stage. Then once they got into those best threes is where they crumbled. So I don't know if it's a matter of endurance. I don't know if it's a matter of pressure. I really don't know what it is because, again, on paper and just looking at how well SR plays, they really should be placing even higher than the other teams that were there.
Well, with EWC now in the rearview mirror, the same 10 teams from Stage 1 will now be fighting for the Munich Major, the international event coming up in November. Only one small change to this roster of 10 teams. Orgless is now known as Standby LFO. They are still Orgless, Laxing just a bit of a rebrand.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I like the rebrand. Whoever made that logo, I actually do like it. It looks a lot better than just saying Orgless or LFO, so happy for them. Obviously, I would like to see them have more representation and getting organization underneath their belt, but still, I mean, they have the experience from now, Stage 1. They can implement everything going into Stage 2, and they're under a new name, even if it's the one that they created, so I'm excited to see big things coming from them.
Well, out of our 50 roster spots, it wasn't 50 returning players, only 46. We did see a couple of small changes and maybe one bigger change. We'll start with Cruelty here because they had, well, a roster that was okay. They fought their way out of 10th place, and they got rid of two pretty big names on that roster, Skimzy and Ivan, joining Caden and Rovi, throwing them into the mix.
Yeah, obviously it's a surprise maybe seeing Ivan go down. I'd say he was one of the better players on the team. Skimzy makes a lot of sense. He struggled in the last stage. Just goes to show, you know, performance does matter at a certain distance, even if the team is performing bad, but it's not all on one player. So obviously they go for the two. They get Caden and Rovi. They have a little bit of T2 experience. They're coming in to bring a little bit more firepower and focus on the aspects that Cruelty was succeeding on last stage, which is their attacks.
Well, Laxing, the other team that made a small change, Envy, is a team that promised us we aren't going to make any changes this stage, and they go ahead and they get rid of Twist. They bring on Aiden.
I mean, I had a feeling the second I saw that tweet or the second JJ said, we aren't making any changes, we're sticking it through and through. I mean, something had to clearly change. You got last place in the stage. I mean, Aiden being swapped out for Twist, I would have liked to see this roster stay together, give it another go, similar to what LFO or Standby now we're calling them should have been doing. But I am curious to see what Aiden can bring. He clearly played with Stompin'. We see how well Stompin' is doing. I don't think he's necessarily going to be that catalyst or that, you know, player that Stompin' is. But hey, I could be proven wrong. We just have to wait and find out.
Well, one team that we also need desperately to see how this is going to shake up is Cloud9. Maybe the biggest blockbuster move of the stage. They get rid of their IGL Packer, who they played with for just over a stage, Fox, and they bring on Hat in his place.
Yeah, it was a really big question mark because I think both me and Lax can agree when it comes down to needing a voice for the team, a leader that everyone follows. Packer was that leader, and he's still learning. So obviously to get rid of him so soon is not necessarily a decision that you'd want to make.
I mean, I can't look at that roster as a whole and just be like, yeah, Packer was the problem. Packer was the one that needed to go. And again, there were many plays where Packer, I think he was in the right moment. He just didn't understand it, where I think giving another stage underneath his belt, keeping everyone in the same roles would make more sense. But removing that vocal point and bringing on a player that isn't going to be vocal in that sense, I can't really see that this is going to end really well for Cloud9 in the long run.
And me personally, as a viewer, I felt like the biggest issue for Cloud9, besides, you know, little things, was their firepower. I mean, Kobe was the only player that was above, you know, positive in KD, and he wasn't even above double digits. Now, when you look at that, you want to be able to maybe substitute somebody for a firepower player, somebody to be able to go toe-to-toe with Kobe in the stat sheet. And I just don't know if Hat is that player that is going to be able to be topping the charts. I mean, we saw his performance on OXG, a lot of up and downs. So obviously risking to drop your IGL and not getting the reward factor of that Slayer that they needed so desperately puts them in a position where, you know, it just looks like all negatives. And now you're forcing somebody like Dream or Silent to take on that IGL role, which we've seen from Luminosity and OXG. They did not have success being the main IGLs of those rosters. So that'll be something we'll have to see them change going into C9.
Operation
Stage 2.
High Stake.
Yeah.
High stakes, yeah.
Exactly. Throwing it all down, seeing what they can come up with. We'll get a chance to see Cloud9 go toe-to-toe with Dark Zero very quickly into this play day to see, well, if those changes made sense. That'll be the third match of the day. We'll also get a fun one towards the end. Laxing, that's Team Cruelty and Envy, the battle of those two last place teams that we saw on the last day of the group stage. Last stage, we'll see that here on day one.
Yeah, I think we're hyping up that last one a little too much. I don't think anyone's winning that game like, yeah, I told you I was 9th place, or we should have been 9th place. But if I am looking forward to a game the most, it's definitely the Space Station first standby. One, obviously, I do believe Space Station will win that game, but I am very curious to see what standby is going to bring to the table. And like I said, learning from their shortcomings from stage 1 and now implementing all of those into stage 2.
Now, hold on. I'm pretty excited for the battle of the bottoms. I mean, I'm excited to see Cruelty and Envy play with the change that they've made, because obviously both teams had some good life to show in stage 1. Now they've made changes to better that. If they can start it off hot with a very decisive win, it puts one of those teams in a position where they have momentum, which neither of them had at last stage.
That fourth game as well, a little bit of interesting action there, because the last time M80 and Oxygen faced off in the group stage, it was a 7-0, the only 7-0 we saw all of last stage, a 7-0 M80 taking that one.
Yeah, I mean, I want to chalk that up to just Oxygen. I mean, one, it was on Skyscraper. You should have never lost even really a single defense. But that wasn't the same Oxygen that we saw at the later end of the stage, let alone going into EWC. So I can't really imagine that when we get to that matchup, it's going to be a 7-0 coming out of M80. I personally think Oxygen will most likely win that. So early prediction.
All right, well, we'll get a chance to see a little bit more of those predictions in just a bit. It's Shopify Rebellion and Wildcard. That'll be our very first game of the stage, and we'll have that in just a few minutes. Before we get there, though, yours truly invaded the Fantasy League, and we had to get new teams picked and all that squared away for Stage 2. So Jesse is going to take us through that now.
The NAL Fantasy League is back, and in Stage 2, it's bigger and better than ever before. We've expanded the roster to include our very own Jonas Willinger, who will be duking it out with all of our 6 returning players. We've also upped the stakes, adding a first place prize and a last place punishment, which will both be dealt out during the NAL Finals at the end of the season. While the point system remains the same, rosters did not carry over from Stage 1, which means we've got a whole new draft to run through and everyone has a chance to win it in Stage 2. Jonah got the first overall pick, and he chose to run with the Swedish superstar, Spoit. That was then followed up with Benja, Newers, Yaga, and Dream to create the ultimate fan-favorite super team. Our European host started her draft with a European duo, grabbing Citizen second overall and selecting DC's captain Nafe not long after. She then rounded out the rest of her team with Surf, Pyrox, and Fens. The reigning NAL Fantasy Champion XR Troika has been reunited with Dash, who will be hoping to repeat gold alongside Gunner, Spiker, Hot and Cold, and Eddie. Intero took a shotgun approach to the draft, starting by grabbing Pambazoo in the first round, and then getting a mix of slept-on talent and high-potential underdogs to finish his team with Silent, Kobilax, Fatal, and Kixrow. Lynx lost the championship last stage due to a huge final week from Ambi, and Lynx wasn't about to let that happen again, selecting Ambi in the very first round. Adding J9O, Kansan, False, and Bay to the team has created a new roster for Lynx that once again will be gunning for the top spot. Laxing has gone from the LATAM roster to the G team, creating a squad of Giddy, Gomez, Grixer, Gaveni, and Kevin's teammate Diffuser. With this team, Laxing hopes to grab the gold, or at least get away from the garbage. Finally, we have Foxay, who started with a strong draft, snagging Rexon, Ashen, NJR, and Spirits. But for the last overall pick, Fox took a risk, grabbing Team Envy's newest rookie, Aiden, to complete his team. And thus, the stage is set. Over the next 4 weeks, one talent will rise above the rest to be crowned champion. And to find out who that will be, all you've got to do is keep watching the best siege in North America, right here on the NAL.
Look away now, Shepard with a quadra kill! And now it's all up to Bassetto. Bassetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
And Philippe will see. CDS steal that round for Furio.
Are you ready for this? Bango, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below. And it's straight to the face. Penta are going to the grand final.
This could be difficult. If the swing... Mason a second, Mason a third! Ryder, oh my God! Wow!
Pre-day holding up for the plot.
It's a 1v5. They had everything going! 1v5! For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to pop the last available second, was hoping he baited them out! Soliton's down! Pre-day's up! He's also down!
Stage 2, Day 1, Match number 1. And the best part, we get to see if Shopify Rebellion can keep up that group stage magic from Stage 1. Welcome back, everybody, to the NAL. I'm Jonas Willinger. Joining me, as always, are Foxe and Laxing as we dive into our first game of the day, Shopify Rebellion and Wildcard. And the truth of it is, Laxing, if you want to go 9-0, if you want to go flawless, that's got to start right now with a win.
It's definitely got to start right now. And thankfully, SR, they have the win over Wildcard throughout the regular stage, last stage, winning 7-5 on Cafe. So if on Wildcard, maybe you avoid Cafe. But for Wildcard, they also had hurdles that they had to overcome throughout the stage where they did look significantly better going into playoffs. But it really starts now. No excuses. Everyone's in the same team house. I want to see it today.
Well, there was no big secret to Shopify's success last stage. Everybody was playing lights out. They had the leadership of Canadian, of course, but they also had some crazy firepower coming from Spoit and Ambi.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that they weren't really tested. I mean, when it came to the entries, Spoit and Ambi were not being challenged. Every single game that they'd be able to go in, they got their frags, put their team in the best position possible, and that's what we saw them consistently do. They were able to just win rounds before the game really went through. But then when we got to EWC, that's where we saw them taper off a little bit, and a lot of the success still was on the shoulders of Ambi and Spoit, because if they weren't able to get those opening kills, put their team in the best position possible, that's where we would see Shopify struggle, and that's why we didn't see Shopify perform to the likes that we expected.
Well, this team, as we said, has had a lot of success, and at this point are really just trying to make some small tweaks, really refine this into not just a winning formula domestically, but internationally as well. Fox, is there anything that stands out to you as something they still can fix? Any glaring mistakes?
Absolutely. I mean, it may be a little bit of a hot take, but I think it comes down to Canadian. It's not on the shoulders of the entries. It comes down to your leader, because when it comes to Canadian, it's not necessarily about how he performs specifically, it's about how he leads his team. But the way that Shopify Rebellion is set up is once the entries get their kills, Canadian is usually put in the position of clutching with Rex and with Surf. And that's what maybe we shouldn't see going into stage 2. I'd like to see a little bit of a change, because the best Shopify Rebellion we've ever seen is when Canadian is either still alive to call for all of his teammates that are also alive, or when he dies first and he's able to really spearhead this approach, the captain of the ship. So seeing him on that Monty like we usually do, we find success. If he's not on that shield, where do we see Canadian? Either in the alone in the end in the clutch, or in a position where he's still alive but his teammates are dead. So if we can see him maybe transition from a supportive role, not just on the Monty, but seeing him maybe more on the front lines, an entry, a flex player, so that if he goes 1-for-1 dies, he's still putting his team in the best position possible, as opposed to taking that position in the late round from Spoit or Ambi.
And I think where we really even saw that exploited was even in the start of playoffs when they experienced their first loss versus M80 on that Chalet matchup. What M80 did really well was negating anything that Troy was trying to put out, whether it was from the shields, whether it was even from an IGL perspective and being able to call, they shut that down. Granted, they did get that win, but teams do understand that. And when you look at all the other top IGLs within this region, they all perform at least on a kill-to-kill basis compared to Troy's. And it's not to say that Troy can't get a kill, it's not to say that it doesn't have the mechanics for it, but for me, if Troy can just get 1 or 2 extra kills in some of these rounds, that will significantly propel SR's chances of winning at a much faster pace than we've seen before. So for me, with Troy, and like you were saying, I think if he does move to a role that you're talking about like that, I think we can maybe see more of an influx of better statistical rounds coming out from Troy and from the team as a whole.
Well, the Rebellion's opponents today, Wildcard, did not have a flawless group stage. Very different than that, Laxing. They started very slow last stage.
No, they definitely started very slow last stage, and don't get me wrong, there were definitely some reasons as for that. As we know, Baby Shark and Dash weren't at the team house like the rest of the players were. They used that as, excuse. They said in scrims, they would play really well in scrims, then come match day, they don't know what would happen. Now, all of that's all under the bridge. Now, everything needs to be perfect here going forward.
And it's best of 1, so everything needs to be perfect, not just on the stage, but immediately. Every single match, every single day, you got to come out firing on all cylinders, something that it's tough for young players like Baby Shark to acclimatize to pretty quickly.
For sure. And, I want to give Baby Shark more of just kind of like a slap on the wrist for stage 1. That, it was his first stage, first time playing in the NAL, trying to understand that, getting underneath his belt. The one player I'm really looking at in specific here is more so of Dash. Dash is that tenured player. He won a major event. He knows what it takes. He knows the pressure that comes with best of 1s. Not only that, but going into best of 3s. And where we saw Dash really excel was during reload, especially on those shields, using that Blackbeard to create that headway, make that space, really be that push that Wildcard needs, especially on those attacks. That's where we saw him falter throughout the beginning of last stage, is he couldn't find success anywhere, whether that was on attack, whether that was on defense, but especially in a best of one, like you just said, everything needs to be perfect. So if we really want to see Wildcard at a far better start and have a far better pace, it really is going to come off of a player like Dash, specifically on that attacking side and utilizing him where he should be, and it's on those shields and being that spearhead.
Well, first game of the stage. Got to figure out where this one's going to go. Really how we can set the tone for this one, Fox, because we saw pretty much every map you could see last stage and a good bit of variety, but a lot of lair, a lot of labs, a lot of border. Where are we going for this one?
I mean, I think if you're Wildcard, you're going to one of the consistents, either a club, cafe, maybe even skyscraper. But yeah, we'd hope that they ban skyscraper. I mean, club's going to come out as a ban. Chalet's going to come out as a ban for Wildcard. They're banning some of their own maps to leave it up to border, which is a complete Wildcard of a map for Wildcard. I mean, it's not a map that I expect a team like Wildcard to be a slower team to want to take Shopify to, but it is one of the more even maps where you can catch teams off guard. So if they can fight Spoiled and Ambi head on that entry, Wildcard, that's what they're going to be going for. Very aggressive, very stopping Shopify Rebellion in their track.
Have they played this map before?
They have not played this map yet. They didn't play it in the regular stage. They also didn't play it in playoffs. So this is definitely a Wildcard map for Wildcard to say. And again, it really is going to come on to Dash to come alive here, to be that spearhead, to be able to get into the building and allow the rest of the players to play off that. But on the side of SR, I mean, I wouldn't say this is necessarily a great map. When you look statistically in a lot of their matchups, a lot of those games came really close. One notably was that game versus M80 where Troy hit that insane pre-fire, ripping, I believe it was diffuser off the bomb, and then went for the diffuser after that. I mean, so even for this SR, I don't think they're going to be too comfortable on it, but again, I think there's going to be far more pressure on Wildcard to perform here and have a better result, and for SR to just play into their core fundamentals. And like I said, if we can see Troy just have a better performance out the gates, just getting, like I said, 1 or 2 extra kills in some of these rounds, I think it will just be a far better result for SR.
Yeah, you raise a good point, though, that this is not necessarily Rebellion's most comfortable map. They were down in that last game on border. We saw them play. They had to go for that crazy clutch to pull it out. Fox, do you think this is intentional from them? They leave border up. They want to go there and just deal with those mistakes they made right away and try to get another win?
Absolutely. I mean, I think Shopify's in the position where they're the confident team as opposed to Wildcard. They could have played this either one of two ways. Go to comfortability or take one of the top teams in the league to more of a risk of a map, but try things out. So it makes a lot of sense for both teams to want to end it on border. But I agree with Lag. I think it comes down to Shopify Rebellion. This is a perfect opportunity where I'd love to see Canadian get more involved quicker. And if he dies earlier on, that IGLing, that micromanaging is going to be so useful if he's the first one going down. On a map like Border, there's so many opportunities. If Canadian can just focus on using his brain, Shopify Rebellion should clear up those mistakes that we saw against M80.
Lax, do you think Wildcard have what it takes to win this? Do you think they might open up the stage for the win?
Absolutely, especially what we saw at the last bit of the stage. I mean, that game against Dark Zero went 7-5, 7-5. So it really could have went either way had they just fixed some small errors. But I will say I do have to pick SR just for this game, just because they had a flawless stage. And so far in best of ones, they've been pretty concrete across the board.
Yeah, Wildcard's in a position where, like we said, they're taking that risk to go to an uncomfortable map, trying to depth in their map pool. That was the biggest thing that was an issue last stage, is people knew the top 3 for Wildcard, you don't go there. Now, new map, it's a risk. Wildcard needs to prove it to us before we can have that faith that they're going to beat Shopify. So I think Shopify is going to take it.
All right, well, we got our predictions here on the desk. The last thing to do is actually get into our match. Before we do that, we got to get a couple more players in the lobby, so we're going to step aside for a short break. But it's our first game of the stage, and it starts right after this.
Stage 2 of the North America League is upon us, Jesse, and it doesn't seem that you got the memo that vacation time is over because these teams are ready to do battle. And believe it or not, they were a lot closer in the standings than people might have thought. Shopify Rebellion finished 3rd in Stage 1, Wildcard finished 5th. But if you listen to the chattering masses on social media, you'd think this is going to be a cakewalk for Shopify Rebellion. Jesse, why is that not the case? Why does Wildcard have a shot?
Well, Parker, I think Wildcard are a lot better than a lot of people give them credit for. They were just 4 rounds away from making top 4 in Stage 1. They went down 7-5, 7-5 to DZ, and then, of course, in lower bracket, choked that one out. So they have shown potential. They've shown they can be a great team. Obviously performed very well at Reload, getting top 4 at that event as well. So they're going to be a dangerous team. Shopify Rebellion need to watch out. I do need to correct the record slightly. As Laxing said, they hadn't played this map in Stage 1 on the desk. Technically, they played it in the 5th place decider match, which was not streamed, so I don't blame them for missing that one. But we do have a little bit of experience for Wildcard on this map, but it's not really a common one for them. This will be a curveball that Shopify Rebellion maybe didn't expect to go to. Maybe they did. Look at the bans underway, and we've got some really interesting bans, Parker. Shopify Rebellion go bog standard. They ban Blitz, they ban Ying, 2 of the best operators on Border. Not a lot to talk about there. But Wildcard ban the Warden, they ban the Fenrir. That will leave up a Zombie, which is not being played, but is an extremely good operator here on Border. Leaves up the Smoke, which Canadian is likely going to bring to East Stairs on this first round. Leaves up some other really strong operators like Castle, which often gets banned on this map. Will be very interesting to see how those bans play out. Bit of a gamble from Wildcard for the first game here in Stage 2.
It's a small tweak to the UI as well as the latest season of Rainbow Six dropped just a couple days ago, so there will be some minor changes that you might see on your screen. The bottom portion is a bit more compressed, so it should be easier for us to read. But before we get underway, Border to start things off. A map that we didn't see an awful lot of back in Stage number 1. Some of these older maps did not get the level of play that maybe some people had hoped for. If you're new to Rainbow Six Siege and you haven't seen a Border get played before, you're going to very quickly find out why some teams try to avoid it. It is a very frag-heavy map. It is small, it is chaotic. You can rotate very effectively as a defender. As attackers, you have your work cut out for you just simply getting into the building. And it looked like Shopify Rebellion were wasting no time to spread out from the bomb site and make Wildcard work for that first entry.
It's fun Goyo camps are set up by Surf. It's outside the building, so he was alerted as he ran out there, but gonna allow them to stall things out if they want to go for that Lockers wall over on Wildcard. Should be exciting. If they don't go for the Lockers wall, and it looks like they are posting up maybe to go for a bit of an East Stairs clear, then Canadian will be their first point of contact. He does like to get aggressive. This is probably his biggest map for fragging, so don't be surprised if Troy starts to put up some more numbers than what we typically expect out of him. Still, we are seeing a lot of pressure over towards Archives too. All around the map, we're seeing Wildcard put in some of that work to make sure that they can find some of that value. May have lost the feed for just a moment here, Parker.
I'm not really sure what happened, but it sounds like something has broken. And sometimes broken is not easily fixed. So we'll wait on what comes next, but as with every single new stage, there are always things that need to be fixed. See that Wildcard in the meantime have found themselves in a different space. They were all sharing a team house before, but they were all cooped up in what appeared to be the same similar rooms. Both Troy and Spoit, that's Canadian, and Spoit are playing out of the Shopify Rebellion headquarters here in Toronto. I saw something actually back in Stage 1. Somebody posted on the R6 Pro League subreddit saying, like, I just saw Spoit at a Blue Jays game. I don't really like what was going on. And it looked like the rest of the team was there too. Yeah, they actually boot camped in Toronto before they went over to the Middle East for EWC in last month. But Spoit is staying here because I have heard it is, believe it or not, apparently much easier for people to come to Canada than America at the present moment. And obviously with Canadian being here, it's home turf. So,
well, Parker, it seems like we're going to need a little bit of time to get this one fixed. So we'll go to a quick break. And as soon as everything is working again, we'll get right back into this first matchup.
Well, we got to see a snippet of Border before everything came crashing down. So we'll go back into it and try to get round number 1 underway. There's a lot for us to talk about as we were transitioning out of that round into the talking that we were doing. We were discussing why teams like to play Border. You in particular were talking about a Goyo setup that is no longer happening. They were allowed to replay round number 1 with completely different operators. So as you can see, they've made a bunch of changes on the side of Shopify Rebellion, so you're not going to be able to talk about operators that don't exist anymore, Jesse.
Well, that's okay, Parker, because there's a lot to talk about in this round as well. Shopify have actually changed the site completely. We're going down to Vents and Workshop. Again, that's totally fine in the new rule set, so it's not going to be a problem. And they'll set things up a little sneakily. We've got Ambi on the Capcan, hoping to set up some of these traps, maybe get a little bit of damage, get a little bit of those picks. Surf up above as well, playing on that Solus. There's a lot of soft floorboards above the bomb site on this map, so having a Solus up above to stop any of the multitude of plant spots that you could see inside a Workshop could be absolutely massive. Rexon on the Mira, we've got a Wamai, we've got a Kaid, all standard ops for this site, so really excited to see how Wildcard tried to adjust to this. We probably will see that previous round 1 setup later in the match, but smart from Shopify to switch things up and not give Wildcard any extra time to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of putting a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, right? You can keep going with what you had in the past, but obviously it's been flushed out and seen by Wildcard at this point, so you're going to have to go for something new, but might not be the plan that you want, and you might not have a lot of time to make that pivot work, but when you're an experienced team, Canadian's ability in fragging might not be what it used to be, but his leadership potential is seemingly just as good as ever. So the team will be able to respond to that small hiccup in round number 1 and make things work here now. We talked a bit about how hard it is to get into the building, and Jesse, this does not seem to be much of an issue for Wildcard as they are potentially moments away from the first pick, but Ambi will shut down Kansan, and Shopify Rebellion comes out ahead with yet another kill, this time on the Baby Shark. A potential for Dash to keep numbers close, and he guns down Spoit, losing a bit of HP in the process. Now holding down that Black Mirror, staring down 90. Multiple players from Shopify Rebellion over towards that fountain area. And the Rebellion will simply wait out the remaining players of Wildcard who greet them as Spiker takes matters into his own hands against Canadian.
And Surf drops just as Canadian takes that fight, so there's not going to be any chance of a trade. 3v3 now as the Execute comes forward. Dash already in. Spiker has the defuse kit, and he's up above, so they're not going to commit to that push just yet, and Shopify hunting for picks still.
Ambi and Surf now doubling up in very short order, leaving Spiker alone upstairs with the case in hand, so not completely empty-handed. He's got a lot of work to do. You referenced how powerful a Solus can be with objective play, and Spiker's not really going to have much of a chance to get in there and try for that objective. 3 players from Shopify Rebellion will be eagerly awaiting his drop. Surf will get credited with the kill to pick up his second. And the Rebellion survive a bit of a scare here in round 1.
Yeah, we saw the real stars of Shopify Rebellion in stage 1 shining bright again. No kills from Spoit that round, but Ambi and Rexon starting things off really strong. Ambi in particular, he's just been so good. I mean, the best defensive player back in stage 1, now on defense again, doing it so well. Had a 1.80 KDR, starts it off 2-0 on this first match against Wildcard, so they're going to be feeling very nice about that. Top floor clear just didn't quite go the way they wanted it to. They had the logic bomb flying through for that opening pick, walking in from Kansan. A little bit odd to see Kansan taking one of those entry engagements. Usually on Wildcard, that would be something like Bay or Baby Shark, where Kansan can kind of then come in late round to have a big impact, but unfortunately not able to find that opening frag. Shopify had the advantage, and from that point forward, it became quite difficult for Wildcard to get anything going, which was tough for their first round, but plenty to play for.
10 seconds left before insertion.
You see a map like Border, you expect these upstairs extensions.
5
And
seconds left.
bomb site is still down below. A bit of an interesting decision here to go to customs, Jesse. This is a bomb site that is very rarely seen and is not well loved by most teams. It's considered an extraordinary challenge to defend. I wonder what Shopify Rebellion have cooked up to pull this one off.
Yeah, custom supply. Shopify played this once in their match against M80, the only other time they've played it, played Border this season, and they did lose it, so hopefully they've got a bit of a better strategy this time around. It does look like similar ops from these players, so if the setup is relatively the same, that wouldn't shock me. And they're out of position. Dash is just so deep, Parker.
Well, they trade it right back. Spoit and Dash had come to blows in a very similar part of the map just the previous round. Spoit manages to prevail there as Dash was hunting him on the Hibana. Now Dash was on the Ash. Kansan moves on to Hibana, and he'll poke open some of the walls into the back of that office portion leading into Archives, but Shopify Rebellion have managed to get out of there quite safely. Multiple layers to this defense here. Not just the castle barricades that you have to deal with and the black mirrors as well, but then also just the way that it's been set up upstairs so Shopify Rebellion can sit farther back, deal with whatever caliber-based destruction has given them lines of sight, and their opponents, of course, will try to take some of those lines of sight too. And Spiker almost catches a freebie onto Ambi because he was shooting through the wall. I don't know if he had any intel there. Mostly still outside of the building. Wildcard are going to swing their way in. Baby Shark is off to the races with the sidearm in hand. He finds nothing. Ambi on a tear so far, Jesse. Guns down Kansan. Shopify Rebellion will lose Spotify, or lose Spoit upstairs inside of security. Shopify Rebellion hanging on now for dear life. They managed to survive the previous round with 3 players alive. That means they're going to have to go perfect against Wildcard for the final minute.
Yeah, I mean, playing really together for Shopify Rebellion. They were all on the top floor. They all fell off at the same moment. Now they've got a trio of Rex and Canadian Ambi to hold down for the last 60 seconds. Good vert pressure available with Baby Shark on that sledge, showing off the new secondary that he got added this patch as well. So we'll see what they can do with it, using their drones at first to try to find out where these players are at. They see the tuber out. They should know approximately where Rexon is as well. Offsite in the bathroom. They catch him on a drone too. Really good information from Wildcard, but that doesn't mean it's going to be easy to convert.
Got plenty of time now to go back onto Discovery, and you hold above the bomb site. But as we saw in round number 1, the challenge for Wildcard was dropping on in. Now, aided by the final EU1D used by Spiker's Lion, they'll go for some soft destruction into that customs wall. Spiker leading the charge down the stairs, slaughtered by Ambi, traded right back by Bay. And Rexon's turn to get in on the action, only his second kill. He was the MVP the last time these teams tussled. Him and Baby Shark in a 1v1 with Canadian sitting inside the site, but it's Canadian who will pop up to get that final kill. They had 3 survive in round number 1. Wildcard managed to reduce them to 2, but that's still a 2-0 start for the Rebellion.
I really like the trades there at the end. You know, it wasn't going to be an easy hold for Shopify Rebellion with all that information going in the favor of Wildcard, but they just stuck together. They clumped up so that even if they did lose a player, they were able to trade it right back. Really good play again from Ambi. He's not getting 4Ks or 3Ks, but he's getting really critical kills. This one right here gave the initial man advantage for Shopify Rebellion, allowed them to start this trade game where it goes back and forth, and then Canadian, the one guy kind of not grouped up with his teammates, able to fork that second angle. Beautifully played by Shopify Rebellion. It feels like they really do have control over this game, just to start at least. I mean, playing the top floor, wasting their time, falling back all as a unit, continuing to play together. That's that chemistry that you don't get unless you really do spend a lot of hours practicing as a team.
That's one of the benefits that we had when teams used to live in team houses together, was that you could not evade your own teammates, right? They were everywhere all the time, and for better or for worse, it made you a more cohesive unit in the server, or at least that was the hope. If it didn't, then you had to make some changes to the roster or changes to the way that you lived. I mean, when you look at the organizations that exist in this esport, you're hard-pressed to find one with more funding and more desire to be the best than Shopify Rebellion. I mean, the company has more money than God, and obviously they're not going to put most of that into esports. That would be a... let me put on my economics hat here. An abdication of their fiduciary responsibilities, Jesse. So they're going to put enough money in so that the team succeeds. And I know when we've talked to squads over the last couple months, they boot camp, but the facilities for Shopify Rebellion are second to none. Things have seemingly worked out well for them here on this border matchup. They're 2-0 in the rounds, and they just got the leadoff pick in round number 3, looking for a perfect rotation of these bomb sites. Wildcard will be very quick to get into the site, or so they'd hope, but Kansan is rebuffed by a Nitro Cell tossed out by Rexon, and the lead for the Shopify Rebellion team will grow in Canadian as Rexon now falls back, can hold down this bomb site as finally they will defend upstairs.
They got their chance to go against the bomb site and the setup that they had seen in the round 1 before the rehouse, but it doesn't seem like that extra time to prep's done them any favors, Parker. Still being swung out. Dash second opening death in a row as he falls on the secure CC window. Now these last 3 players, they do have good utility. 2 Lion Charges, a Dope Call as well, but if Shopify Rebellion just aren't moving, if they're simply holding their angles, then it's going to be really tough for Wildcard to work a pick. Let's hope they can find something here soon.
Wildcard have been battling from behind most of these rounds, and they've never found the success that they want. They've been able to isolate some of these players, but Shopify Rebellion's defense has been pretty lockstep. There's always somebody there to trade them out, which is a bit of a problem if Wildcard wants to grow that advantage. It was a 3v3 in rounds 1 and 2, and neither ultimately were successful for the team in orange. Got 1 Logic Bomb and 1 EE1D left to try and paralyze these Shopify Rebellion defenders. Nice lineup onto the Mira of Rexen, but Spiker just misses a golden opportunity, and he's worried about the swing because there's more defense that's over towards Fountain. Final Logic Bomb will go off. Ambi punished in his position. These remaining defenders, they're all known now. You can hear the calls ringing out. Wildcard are still a little bit reluctant to push this for good reason. Now it's Rexen under watch. As Wildcard changes their assault over towards 90, thinking otherwise, back towards Fountain. Down goes Spoit, and Wildcard have equalized the numbers. Not with a ton of time left, though. Spiker on the ground, Baby Shark will join him, and it's all up to Bay in a 1v3. Rexen yet to die so far in this match. He's the only one who's been impervious to any damage whatsoever. Down on the ground, over by Fountain. He's just buying time at that point. Rexen credited with the final 2 kills, and it's a 3-0 start for the Rebellion.
You know, Parker, he didn't really frag out, but I thought that was a great round from Canadian in particular. He loves to play East Stairs. He's done it with a Zombie in the past. He's doing it with Smoke seemingly in this matchup. And he starts the round over towards East. That's not really where he's facing a lot of pressure. So once his teammates pop off, he decides, you know what? In a 5v3, I'm going to be more useful with my teammates. Concedes that ground, allows Wildcard to take East, take the hallway, take even into offices, allow them to grab all of this space, because he knows he can then sit inside of Archives, sit inside of Fountain, and use those Toxic Babes in the last 50 seconds. That was a huge problem for Wildcard. They could have maybe tried to walk in, work a pick Fountain, work a pick Archives, but as they were constantly being smoked out, there was just nothing they could do. Bay goes and gets a kill over towards the hallway, but who cares? That's not the bomb site. That's not map control that you really needed to be taking. Maybe if somebody had gone over towards Archives window, Archives door, try to work a different angle, it would have worked better for them. But just with so many Toxic Babes, it really did put the brakes on that Wildcard attack. And, you know, it just feels like first game back into the stage. They didn't play in the offseason like Shopify Rebellion did. Feels like they're a little bit slow to start, Parker. This doesn't feel like the Wildcard that we saw in Stage 1.
No, and I mean, the desk did talk a little bit about Wildcard's slow start in Stage 1, so maybe they're just a team that succeeds in the second half. But when we've talked time and time again about how these teams do throughout the course of a stage, if you give up the first, second, third game of the stage, that realistically could be it from a mathematics standpoint. You can be eliminated because even if you go perfect for the remainder of the stage, you're going to be chasing teams that are very likely ahead of you in the standings. And then it becomes less about how well you do and more about how they stumble. Because if you're 2 or 3 games behind and your opponents are not losing that are ahead of you, it doesn't matter if you go perfect, you will not be able to close that gap. Wildcard, obviously, not having those game day reps, being out of action for a couple months, means that there will be some rust that accumulates. All of these teams will have a bit more rust than they will in, say, 3 weeks' time. But obviously, Shopify Rebellion had that opportunity to play not just competitive matches, but play on LAN, and that can make a huge difference.
We've got to see Kansan get more involved in these games. I mean, 0-3, he was the single best player in North America that did not get top 4 in Stage 1. So of all the players that weren't able to get top 4, he was the best of them. And in fact, even including all those players, I believe he was top 5, top 6 in the league. So to see Kansan going down 0-3, that's certainly something that Wildcard will want to get fixed. Baby Shark as well, 0-3, not as big of a star player for Wildcard in Stage 1, but certainly talented in his own right. The French rookie imported in from Europe has been a big topic of conversation for this team, and I've been impressed with him for his first stage, but just not really able to find much against this oppressive Shopify team. They'll go back to Ventilation Workshop. This push will once again be in for Wildcard as they slowly work their way through the top floor.
Very disappointing start for Kansan now with 0 kills. Somebody who has been able to top not just his own team, but also the league's standings before. There was a period of time in Stage 1 where he was bar none the best player statistically in the North America League. Not being able to stand up to players like Rexen, like Ambi so far in this series is not a great look for the dynamic and offensive threat that Wildcard has. I think it's fair to say that when all 5 of these players on Wildcard are on, Kansan is just a small cut above in terms of mechanics and gameplay. But if you're going 0-3 up against players now 0-4, with Spoit now being the one to kill him, my oh my, I have to worry about Wildcard's chances here. They've gunned down Surf and they almost eliminate Ambi. There they go. So maybe they don't need Kansan, Jesse. Maybe they just need to function more as a team.
Yeah, I mean, a lot better on that top floor, able to clear out those 2 aggressive roamers. Canadian remains up above, though, Parkland. He's looking to get a frag back. He thinks he just might, as there's a player on his door. Spoit's doing the heavy work for him. Canadian full white, gets right past the doorway. How is he alive? Finally, Dash gets what's his.
You can't say the words white and Canadian in the same phrase. It brings back terrible Oregon flashbacks, and people's eyes just completely glaze over. This is the first lead that Wildcard has had in almost 10 minutes in terms of numbers. They have been tied or trailing in terms of man count through almost all of these rounds. They've managed to reduce Shopify Rebellion to just 2 players, Spoit and Rexen, who again has been immortal. Rexen not yet died at all through these 3 rounds. Full upstairs control at the moment for Wildcard. As you can see, the silhouettes from the Rebellion are far removed from the bomb site. Wildcard have plenty of time at their disposal. Not a lot of information, only 2 drones remaining, and I'm not sure if they're going to be much of a factor here. They're just going to play off of the bomb site. It's a big bomb site. There's lots of areas for you to be able to get down and get the plant off. Baby Shark will look for the rotate now towards the main door with a shotgun in hand. Sledge will have a bit more versatility now that he has that secondary sidearm, and he gains a perfect opportunity to give Rexen his very first death. Spoit shuts down 2 and almost saves the round, but Baby Shark is there for insurance at the door, and Wildcard pick up their first round.
All right, when they needed him the most, Baby Shark did step up. He finds the final frag. Really nice stuff coming out from him. Also cool tech with the sledge. We saw it from Bay earlier, but then being able to pull out that Reaper MK2 that he got, and again in the most recent update, has been really big for Sledge. Allowing him to run that shotgun might be something that we see from more teams going forward as well. But again, I do think that round comes down to the early game, getting that man advantage. It was very similar to round 2, Parker, where they got the top floor control. They started to stall out a little bit. The timer got a little bit scary, but this time they had the man advantage. And in round 2, when Shopify Rebellion were able to trade out 1 for 1, 1 for 1, that wasn't able to happen this time because Wildcard had the initial numbers. They had more bodies they could place in more places around the map. High level, that was just a better situation for Wildcard to be in, and so it's nice to see them able to close that out. Still, when Shopify Rebellion win the early game, things get a little scary, but for Wildcard, right after the attack timeout especially, that was an important round to win.
I mean, yeah, you use your timeout, which doesn't always net immediate success. And again, you don't know how much of that timeout is going to be used to discuss this first half, or are you thinking maybe what happens in the second half? We don't get to hear the team comms. We don't get to hear the coach comms anymore. It would be very interesting to hear how Wildcard was corralled into action after that 3rd round, because they did look significantly better. Their entry was good after losing Kansan. You'd think that a team like this would stumble after losing bar none their best player, but Kansan is statistically the worst player in the lobby at the moment. When you've got Canadian in the lobby and you're the worst player, that's really saying something. So Kansan will have to pick it up. He's going to play on, I figure, relatively safe roles for the remainder of attack. Let the rest of the team do the heavy lifting.
We'll see. We're swatching up the bomb site, Parker, so we are going to go bathroom and tellers this time for the first time. Custom supply not to be repeated from Shopify Rebellion. It's nice to have it in your toolkit, but not really a bomb site that you can rely on. Top floor, regardless, was still going to be the focal point. Spoit playing in security, no mirror window this time, as that did get banned out, so this pressure might get a little bit scary for him. Baby Shark enters too.
Oh, the shotgun out. Changes that you can see. No SMG-11, you've got that secondary full auto sidearm now that packs quite a punch. Canadian and Surf are the only 2 remaining. Canadian might as well have been a target dummy there as he's looking in the wrong direction. Wildcard are speeding their way through this round. After suffering quite heavily through those first 3, they managed to make it work in round 4, and their confidence has only increased. They've lost 1 player, so no flawless round. That's Baby Shark, conquered by a Nitro Cell, thrown up below by Surf. He's not in the bomb site, but he's close enough. He's got to vault on into the bathroom if he needs to. This will be a mighty challenge, though, Jesse. 4 players remain on the side of Wildcard. They still have plenty of utility. 3 death marks from the Deimos and E1D that will now be used, and me oh my, where do you even go right there? Final kill for Wildcard nets them the round, and the gap is closed very quickly. 3-0 just moments ago. Now 3-2. Shopify Rebellion still in the lead, but Wildcard biting at their heels.
And Parker, you were just talking about Kansan and Canadian, and I think Kansan took that personally. First killing Troy, and then also finding Surf for that final frag as well. So no longer the worst in the lobby. Congratulations to Kansan. Comes off the back of probably the most perfect roam clear that we've seen in a hot minute here in North America. Really beautifully done. You saw it come down with Spiker on that lion charge. Clearly a 3-2-1 play. The sledge comes in through the sandwich window. You've got a heavy pressure over towards break room. Canadian got there in the end to try to help out from Raptors, but by the time he's moved over to that position, it's too late. His teammates are all dead. He goes down to Kansan right as that happens. So great coordination from Wildcard. Night and day difference on how that push had gone previously. I do think the Mira ban certainly helped out, but more than that, it was just really well played together. Caught them off guard. Flashes were really strong on that push as well. So excellent round from Wildcard, back-to-back now, where we've seen them start strong and then be able to bring that momentum all the way through.
Very pivotal round for both of these teams before we witness the side swap emerge. Watching these bans from Wildcard to see how they impact Shopify Rebellion in this second half. I mean, it's no secret that Mira was removed right before Wildcard started winning. Mira was a staple of this Shopify Rebellion defense. It allowed them to play an extra layer forward, using those black mirrors to stall for time and gain very valuable information while forcing the attackers into other locations. When you see operators like Castle and like Mira, and honestly, Irene kind of finds herself in that same area where you're forced to go a certain way. And the defenders are waiting for you. You're not prepped as attackers. Chipping away at that defense by banning some of these operators, as Wildcard did with that Mira, just makes it so you're a little bit more effective at getting into the building, which again can be a mighty struggle on border.
Well, Wildcard have brought something special for their final attack. We saw Spiker set up the Sens walls over towards lockers. That's going to block off the line of sight if they want to use that to get into security. Good information still from Shopify, but they still fall first.
They baited Spoit out so perfectly there as well. That's a starting pick for Wildcard. We only need 4 more to tie things up and set us no closer to a finale as the side swap commences. Halfway point of the round, and even though he received a bunch of nerfs, Blackbeard still has a role and still has some power here in the meta. Right now, he's just a focal point for these defenders as Dash watches the bullets deflect off of that rifle shield that he has. Takes some damage now as Bay is dropped. Ambi and Surf both go into the ground at the hands of Ambi, who gets a team kill. And a nice shoot onto the Nitro Cell as Dash survives. Not for very much longer. Rexon finishes what little remained, but a bit of flash, a bit of brilliance. Rexon and Canadian, the last 2 standing for Shopify Rebellion with a minute to go. Wildcard, yet again, finds themselves with a small advantage in man count.
And Rexon avoiding that Deimos track thanks to the mute jammer, and he'll get back out to his teammate. That's a huge escape. If he'd been isolated, he had no chance in the round, but now he's with Canadian and landing some beautiful shots.
I mean, I wonder if you've defanged this Wildcard execute at this point. Spiker has to burn that last Sens gadget to take out the laser gate as Baby Shark's death mark goes off. 2 remain in pocket as he does battle over by the top of metal. They are about as far away on the side of Wildcard from each other as they can be. Baby Shark and Spiker might as well be on completely different maps. Spiker has found his way into the bomb site, and he does it the case, but he gets out-dueled by Canadian, who will now need to go for a 2-piece to seal the deal on this round. 5 seconds remain as Baby Shark would have to get that diffuser and planted, but he's running out of time. Canadian now off to the races. And nobody on Wildcard will stick it through. Canadian not credited with the final kill, but he's able to win the round all the same. 4-2 the first half for the Rebellion.
What a ridiculous rotation from Canadian and Rexon in that 2v2. So initially, Canadian's on site, Rexon's in security. Rexon somehow makes it back to Canadian. And then despite there being a Deimos on Metal Stairs, they both run straight past Metal, get into Fountain, and then Canadian's got the angle to stop a plant inside of Archives. Ridiculous movement from Shopify Rebellion, playing so well on that defense. It's so clear that this team is so well coordinated in the late round. Multiple instances in that half where we saw some really cool stuff thanks to them playing together. Beautifully done by Shopify Rebellion. We'll get them to 4-2 half and we'll get right into the bans. Blitz Smoke would be the expected 2 operators to come out. Deimos Smoke will be the actual 2 operators to come out for our final couple of bans. Again, attacker bans relatively standard. Deimos and Ying, not a super uncommon pair, especially I think with some of the Blackbeard nerfs. Shield's maybe not going to be as big of a factor this stage as we saw in stage 1. Defense bans completely changed up. We saw that Fenrir ban from Wildcard in the first half, and especially with Fenrir losing that shotgun pistol in the most recent update, I'm not sure if it's going to be the biggest target ban coming through for this stage. We'll have to wait and see. Again, it's only the first game. Then we've got the Azami Smoke from Shopify, a completely different game plan. That's going to signal that Shopify Rebellion will be loving East Stairs. Going to be focusing on that for a majority of their pushes. It can be really tough to hold on to this position when you don't have either of those operators, and so we'll have to see if Wildcard can maybe find some other way around that and hold East Stairs anyways, or if they'll have some backup plan to just ignore East altogether.
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder if Fenrir is more of a comfort ban than a target ban, because even though Fenrir is not as strong as he used to be, he is very firmly in that nuisance operator category. I mean, nuisance op is actually a term that I first heard coined by Desichu, one of the EML/EUL, if you remember that league back then. Now it's obviously called EML. Casters. Well, he's talking about nuisance ops. Operators on attack, like Dokkaebi, like Ying, like Lion. As defenders, you can put operators like Legion in there, like Fenrir in there. Just gadgets that are very annoying to deal with. Fenrir's ban rate wasn't anything special through stage 1. He was banned in 13% of the games, but his pick rate was much higher. So teams opting to go with your more standard Kaid, Castle, Azami, Clash kind of setup. Mir obviously snuck in there as well. Bandit's ban rate was also quite high. But even when Fenrir was available, his prominence wasn't that great. He wasn't used all that often. See exactly how Bay wants this operator to function, as you'd seen some emphasis from the gadgetry over on the side of security, which is now where Wildcard is taking the fight directly to Shopify Rebellion. And my goodness, Canadian learning the hard way that Blitz is not impervious to all damage when he's got that shield up. Ambi trades it back, and both of these teams lose one before Kansan tosses in a Nitro cell to take out Spoit. And this battle is happening in the first minute and 15 seconds of the round.
Yeah, good to see that Wildcard fight back, as they've now lost a lot of space but have answered back with numbers. Doesn't mean it's going to be simple to hold this down, but they've got really strong pressure. That Nomad air jab could be scary, but they just fight it head on. They don't get anything from it, but the air jab's been cleared out. Shopify Rebellion realizing this is not a fight that they can sustainably take. They're going to have to back off, try to work some other angles. They've only got 3 alive, but that doesn't mean that they're helpless. They can start to get on drones, start to re-clear the east side of the map, maybe look towards East Stairs, look towards offices. That's exactly what Surf is currently doing. There are other ways into this site than just the Locker's wall, and they're going to think this is a better idea.
And the slow creep up to eliminate Tachanka is done quite handily from Rexon, losing the engagement to Bay on a tight angle, and Surf is the last one left alive. Things fell apart for Shopify Rebellion in a hurry. They'll lick their lips on the side of Wildcard as they know exactly where Surf is. Watching him emerge over towards Fountain, now walking his way into the bomb site, or as close to it as he'll get, before Baby Shark puts him in the ground. Wildcard had an opportunity to tie the game in the first half. They only won 2 in a row, dropped that pivotal 6th round, but once again, the gap between them and the Rebellion are a single round.
Good reads and good responses throughout that round. Super fast from Shopify Rebellion to take into security with the Blitz Lion combo that they had. That's a lot of important map control that Wildcard conceded early, but they didn't lose any bodies for it. They retreated back into the site, and then they said, you know what, we may not have a lot of map control, but we do have the ability to go for swings, go get some kills, dash an incredibly important pick onto Canadian to shut down the Blitz threat. A Nitro from Kansan gave them the man advantage. And then when Shopify Rebellion pivoted, when they moved their push from lockers over towards offices, Wildcard Wildcard read that immediately, responded so well, gave up the first pick on that re-clear, but it didn't matter because they were back so quickly to trade it out. Nicely done by Wildcard. It really feels like since the TAC timeout, they're playing a much better game. They haven't won every round since the TAC timeout, but they seem like they're more out of their own heads. You know, they're more focused, they're responding better, they're calling better, and I think that's been very apparent in the last couple of rounds we've seen from them.
I never really understood all the heat that Wildcard got for this team. They finished just shy of 7th place. They and Cloud9 were in quite the fight here, but the bottom half of the NA League in Stage 1 was quite close. I mean, you had LFO, who finished in 8th place with 9 points, and then you had OXG, who finished in 5th place with 12 points. Only 3 points of a difference. That's one win. That's all it takes. Wildcard are a team that has weapons. Bay is capable of handling the best of the best. Rexon has 9 kills. Bay just shut him down to get his 9th kill. It's not all just the Kansan show for this team, and Baby Shark has shown that he can do well, even if he has statistically struggled since making his NA League debut. I think Wildcard just needed more time to gain very valuable experience. None of these players have been around at a top level for a long period of time, and I would argue that natural leadership is something that Wildcard has lacked. You just need to develop it. And it's possible for it to develop, it just needs time. There's only a couple games in each stage, and if you don't make it to one of the live events, you've got a long off season where you can scrim as much as you want, but you're not actually playing real teams in a real competitive setting. That makes it difficult for teams like Wildcard to continue to evenly match the top of their regions unless they get there themselves.
SR completely concede on security, but that might have opened them up as a big flank from Baby Shark. I say flank, I mean, he's just snuck his way into Passport. He's a moment too late, as after that Selma charge opened up a line of sight to East Stairs, they've just left it. Kind of ghost pressure. Beauty shot from Ambi as they will finally clean up on Dash. Bay had dropped down to Workshop, so no longer playing in security. The entire top floor actually completely cleared out by Wildcard, so ground conceded now. Might have gotten baited a little bit as if they thought Shopify was just going to ignore it and go straight in through Passport, but no, they will re-clear up above, and these mind games of where they're going to be pushing will commence. Ambi a 2nd kill, finding Bay, finally clearing that up, and he's just not done, Parker. The vert angles all going towards the kid.
I mean, you've got some real explosive players in here, Jesse. Ambi is certainly among them, and now he's got 9 kills as well. It's a 3-way tie at the top for frags in this match. Plenty more to be had, though, for Ambi. Baby Shark with a kill onto Surf to keep things a little bit tighter. Wildcard still just have 2, and Baby Shark took a beating in that engagement. Only Kansan stands on that side with full HP. He's got his work cut out for him as Ambi gets an ace and tears through all of Wildcard. I guess you don't need the other 4 players when you've got Ambi putting on a clinic just like that.
Oh man, Ambi, what a crazy round from him. Beautifully done on the ace. Such a talented player. Maybe the best player in North America, Parker. He got picked up by this Shopify core on his 18th birthday so that he could play at the 6th Invitational 2024. Spent a year and a half as the youngest player in the NAL, consistently being one of the best as well. This stage, that streak is broken. Aiden will be the new youngest player in the league being picked up by Envy, but Ambi is still one of the best. That's not changing anytime soon. So mechanically talented, so good with his gun skill. I mean, there's just nothing to say about Ambi other than the praise. I mean, he's so good in these moments as an individual, as a teammate. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah. A story between these two teams in our very first match here. We've got Shopify Rebellion demolishing in the first 3 rounds, thinking, okay, wow, this team has really done some serious work in the offseason. They look unbeatable. And then Wildcard manages to solve them in round number 4, crushes them in round number 5, and then a nail biter to finish the first half. Okay, that's fine. Then you get Wildcard putting on a heater in their very first defense. All right, again, a bit unsurprising, but still, you know, welcome to see. And then Ambi gets an ace, and here we are. What theatrics and what fireworks await us in round number 9? Do we see Shopify Rebellion move to match point? Ambi starting off with his 6th kill in the last 3.5 minutes. Baby Shark is down for the count. Baby Shark's been doing a lot better as this match has gone on. That's a big loss for Wildcard.
You let Ambi get hot, and now you might just be in for a world of hurt. It's been so fantastic. We're again seeing this fast clear come through with the Lion Blitz combo. This is what they used back in round 7 as well. I imagine one of those two operators will be the focal point of the bans right after this round. But for now, wildcards still have to find a way around it. Previously, it was Dash who got aggressive and actually found an angle to kill Canadian, but this time that's going to be a lot tougher. Never mind, it's going to be just as easy to kill Canadian.
Oh my goodness, Jesse. Not a lot of recoil to handle on that T5, admittedly, but Bay handles it so well and tears through both Canadian and Ambi. That's a combined 14 kills gone. 12 of them are Ambis, but who are we counting here? Good thing for both of these teams, though, is that there is lots of depth. Rexon's been tearing through just about everybody. He'll break double digits with his 10th kill, taking care of Bay in security. He's got a bit of trepidation. He doesn't know where these defenders are seated, as he needs to retrieve the diffuser, or somebody on the team will be compelled to do so. 3v3 with just about half of the round to go. Both of these teams in excellent position.
Slow it down for a minute. The drone's coming back out from serve. This is what happened last time they were in the late round situation without a good spot. Rexon picks up the fuse kit, and so now they can decide where they want to go with it. All 3 players top floor. Bomb site is beneath them, so you could try to sneak the plant, but I have to imagine with Kansas above, that won't be successful. Now, it's maybe a more attractive option.
Quiet, lots of quiet between these teams. Shopify Rebellion wrestling the lead in terms of players away from Wildcard before Spiker shuts down Rexon, who didn't seem to be aware of Spiker lurking in this position. Now aligned on the triple panel, staring outside. Spoit will hop into office. Spoit's attention is elsewhere. Spiker could strike, but Spoit hits shots that just seem unthinkable to most players. Dash will hold down the fort. 20 seconds remain on the clock. Doing double duty, watching towards the main door, watching towards the back of this A bomb site, and he's got a good lineup towards the door. He's given his position away. Down goes Surf. Out comes the shotgun, pushing up onto Spoit, and Dash will put a punctuation mark on that round. No match point yet for Shopify Rebellion. They'll have to work a little bit harder. Wildcard once again within 1 round.
And what an important save that was from the Brazilian. Dash and Spiker, the support duo of Wildcard, were the last 2 alive in that 2v2. Unlike when Shopify were in those late round situations, they weren't able to group up. Spiker was way too far away from the bomb site, so he had to play by himself, went down, put Dash into that difficult position, but he stepped up big time, saving that. As soon as he got the first kill, he was going up against Spoit close range with a shotgun, and Spoit was on 1 HP. There's not a lot Spoit can do to win that fight, unfortunately, but still credit to Dash to do everything perfectly in that moment. Clutch out the 1v2. We're seeing now the kill on the Canadian that happened earlier from Bay, the quick 2-piece that he got. Maybe a bit of my fault, a bit of a caster curse. The Canadian died as soon as I said how tough that would be, but even still, the way that they play that is really, really nice on the side of Wildcard to keep this game close. And I mean, I think that's exactly what we deserve between these 2 teams. Since that, I would say, 4th round, this has been a really close series.
Really, really, really close. When these teams did battle last stage, it was a 7-5 victory for Shopify Rebellion. So it was as close as you can get without going to extra innings. That's 7-5, that's 12 rounds. That's how many you get before you go to OT. With the way it's going, it's certainly shaping up for that to happen again. Based off of the rhythm of this second half, the expectation ought to be Shopify Rebellion win this round, then Wildcard win the next, and then either Shopify Rebellion close it out with that 7th round victory, or we go to OT, which would be a closer result than what we saw before, which would show growth, honestly, on the side of Wildcard, which is what we come to expect. That match was played earlier in stage 1, when Wildcard were still finding their footing, adjusting to adding players from outside of the region. And boy, oh boy, what a start to this round, as they look to beat the expectations and shut down Ambi very early, with Baby Shark doing so with Boss G in hand.
In 2025, Baby Shark? All right, sure, why not? Takes down the best player on Shopify. Don't be fooled as well by the bomb site. We are on custom supply for the 2nd time this game. They've got Kaid to try to keep that jail wall closed. Spoit will now be hunting this down. They didn't find it, so they're going to take a little bit more time. They'll have to use the EMP from Surf instead. This should be fine. The Nitro doesn't find its mark from Spiker, so the wall is open. That's objective 1 secured. Next objective is probably going to be opening up that second wall from Passport, but we'll get there when we do. Ban wasn't focused on Lion or Blitz, by the way. They took out Rexon's Nomad instead, so he's moved on over to the Buck. Kind of expect to see him on the Twitch, historically, but Spoit takes that instead. So Shopify Rebellion will have all the tools they need to start going for this clear. There are no players from Wildcard still on that top floor, so it's relatively clear. Shopify can take this space. They can start to work the vert from inside security, and then it's anybody's guess who comes out on top when this eventual execute comes through. Only one exothermic charge, so these patches are going to be tough to open up.
Quite devastating situation for a team looking to maintain their lead. Wildcard has yet to find a lead in this series. They haven't even tied. They've been trailing since the very beginning, and what a comeback this would be to neuter your opponents and then seize the lead right as the match ends. The expectation for an organization like Shopify Rebellion is a top 2, probably not even a top 4 finish in this region. So you have to beat teams like Wildcard if you want to be in that top 2 spot, just like they were in the previous stage. They just found a kill on Bay moments before, but the time is starting to get scary for Shopify Rebellion. 35 seconds left on the clock. Wildcard have not really moved a muscle, so if you're Shopify Rebellion, you better have found these remaining defenders. They found Spiker, lost Spoit, back to even footing. 20 seconds has been done from the timer. Surf eliminating Dash as he sought to retreat back to the bomb site. Kansan on the board now as well. Back and forth they go. 10 seconds left. You cannot trade if you are looking to win. You gotta get uncontested kills. Surf has done just that. But a shrewd angle played by Baby Shark will down Rexon and look to push with only 2 seconds left. Surf denied an opportunity. Baby Shark does it again, and Wildcard have tied the game.
Baby Shark on a nice edge for that clutch, but he does it in the end. He tempts him with the run. He forces him off the plants. He could have just waited out the time, and I think he would have been able to stop that plant, but in the end, he forces him off. Wasn't 100% sure. Took a little damage, but he is okay. The Boss G and SMG combo on Vigil has never looked so good. Both the opening pick and the final 2, effectively, in that round was really massive, and they will once again, Parker, force Shopify Rebellion away from that match point. This is going to be a big day from Wildcard in esports. Not only are they potentially going to force Shopify Rebellion into overtime or maybe take a 7-5 win, but also debuting at Dota 2's The International this morning for an organization first. So big day for esports coming out from Wildcard, and they've got to be feeling extremely happy about where they're at in this game too.
Final timeout will be used as Wildcard used theirs when they were down 0-3. Since then, they've looked mighty good. They've gone 5-2 since calling their timeout, so things have certainly helped since that timeout, and then obviously the timeout no doubt helped them as well. Is Spoy wearing eyeliner? You see that?
He looks good. I don't know what it is, Parker, but I think he looks good.
I think he looks great. I have no problem with anybody wearing makeup. It doesn't trouble me at all. I saw it and was like, oh. I think what's more likely is he probably was doing something and it's probably just dirt. But either way, doesn't matter, just a small observation. I did not like the Tachanka when it was used on this bomb site previously. Jesse, do you think that it might work out this time, or do you think Shopify Rebellion will do a good enough job isolating the Lord inside of Office, just as they did the previous attempt from Wildcard?
Well, I'm not sure if we'll get to find out, Parker, because I think we're probably rehosting this. But in any case, this Tachanka pick is, of course, a reaction to the Azami smoke ban being brought out by Shopify Rebellion. He's going to want to play over towards East Stairs, most likely. They want to try to hold things down on that side of the map, and often you'll do that with a smoke because he's so effective with both the barbed wire and the toxic babes of stalling out that East push. I think Tachanka can do much the same, but if you get rushed down, whether you're in East or whether you've fallen back to offices at that point, you don't have that same ability to switch back to your gun very quickly to take that fight. You kind of need to be more supported by your teammates, which can make it awkward to play in kind of an isolated spot like East. So yeah, we'll see what Spiker is able to do with it. It's not new. He's played Tachanka on that bomb site in that position before in their previous game against M80 in the 5th place decider match. But yeah, we'll have to find out after this rehost how that ends up going.
Well, just a small pause now for these teams to get back in. We're going to go to a quick break while this gets settled, and we'll be back in a couple minutes. See you then. things come to those who wait, and well, we've had to wait a few times for this matchup, so I have no doubt that the ending will be good. I think that's how things work, Jesse. I don't know about you, but that's how they work in my life, at least.
Yeah, Parker, I think that's about right, especially with how we've seen this game go so far. It's been a real battle of wits between Shopify Rebellion and Wildcard. The late round calling has really defined a lot of these games. We've got the oldest captain in the league versus the youngest, with Rookie of the Year contender Canadian up against Spiker. In a battle of wits that honestly could go either way at this point. Shopify Rebellion started off in a dominant position, but Wildcard have really battled back these last couple rounds. Their defenses have looked a lot better than what we saw in some of their attacks, so we really could see things start to shift in these last 2 rounds of regulation. Canadian no longer favoring the blitz, deciding he died too many times on that op. Looks over to the Monty and starts to walk straight through to Chonka Fire.
I'd rather a bit of confidence there. We asked ourselves before the Rios, before Bay crashed out of the server and we had to go to a bit of a lengthy break, was what will the Tachanka be able to accomplish here? We were a bit critical of the Tachanka. I was, actually. I don't want to say we, because that would make you look like a villain. Just me. Just a couple rounds prior. When you bring it to Tachanka, you bring it to Tachanka for 2 reasons. Number 1, because it fills a very similar role to Smoke, who was banned out by Shopify Rebellion, so you need some type of denial. Goyo can function that way in some instances, so can Echo. Tachanka is oftentimes the best substitute for what this wildcard team is attempting to do, but he needs to be in a safe spot because Tachanka is quite vulnerable with that Shumika launcher in hand, shooting out those Molotovs, which will follow Canadian, but not get there in front of him. He will make some calls as Bay is trapped over towards that 90 Nook. Ambi looking for the follow-up. Rooney hunted down. Ambi dies. Bay gets both. And Shopify Rebellion fall flat on their face as they attempt to wander into the bomb site. Wildcard has not led in this match. Jesse, they are 2 kills away from changing that.
Bay puts the team on his back in the worst possible position. Baby Shark finds another exploit in the 1v5, seemingly an impossible situation. This would have to be Shopify Rebellion's 2nd ace of the game. Inside of offices, beautiful shot to start things off, but plenty still to work with. No defuse kit, Parker. 35 seconds on the clock, and they know his exact positioning. This should not be possible, even with the 2nd frag.
Spoit is doing some serious damage, but I mean, that's a lot of ground to make up, and not a lot of time to do it in. We'll also rely on these 3 remaining players from Wildcard, giving him something that they shouldn't be. Spoit will find a 3rd before getting shut down by Bay, who was the star of the show, breaking the backs of Shopify Rebellion as they attempted an entry. Ambi and Canadian as the duo crushed in security, and Wildcard on match point. Their first lead of the game comes at a great time.
Yeah, couldn't be better. 1 round will separate them in a victory over Shopify Rebellion. Bay takes an impossible situation and turns it to just pure gold. He is being stared at by a Monty. He is constantly being red pinged by a drone. He's got multiple players walking at him, and somehow in security finds 2 kills and then ends the round by stopping the potential greatest clutch of Spoit's career. Very scary stuff if you're going up against a guy like that, especially after a big tech timeout. A lot of the time when you're tech timeout, when you're forced to stop playing for a little while, when you're forced to kind of take a breather, step back a bit, sometimes you get cold. And Wildcard came into this game, frankly, quite cold. So it's incredibly promising to see them not slow down, not miss a beat after having to stop playing the last couple of moments. They, a 3K to start things off could be the difference maker that separates Wildcard from their first win.
Something also to note here, Jesse, Shopify Rebellion went all of Stage 1's group stages without a single loss. Their record, 8 victories in regulation, 1 victory in overtime, which came in a stunning match against that Team Envy squad, which would then go on to finish last in the NA League. Shopify Rebellion need to make overtime or, well, will be their very first group stage victory. Kansan on the run out makes that overtime likelihood much smaller as Spoit is shut down, and Wildcard with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left have a big advantage. You've cut down the Twitch, an operator who would so effectively handle some of the gadgetry on the side of Wildcard, and A powerful gun in the hands of a terrific player. Great start for Wildcard.
And Spiker really great as well. Just getting out of these stairs, was caught on a drone, falls back to his teammates, playing the same position, this time on the sentry, a bit more of a traditional pick in that spot. Now he can get back to play with his teammates. Still got that nitro cell as well. Try to work some of these frags. Big difference though is Shopify Rebellion will have a lot of time here. They've got 2 minutes to burn out this nitro cell, burn out some of the more extended players like Bay, who is still inside of security. They start by getting a frag onto Kansan too, which is a huge pickback, trading the initial frag of the round.
Well, if we can keep it close here, then hope for OT will definitely be alive. Bay swinging out towards the rotate, gunned down by Ambi. Ambi had been hunting Bay in the previous round in that same spot. Bay had the upper hand, but Ambi now will go 1 for 1 as he will reposition. He's been spending a lot of time shepherding Canadian towards the bomb site. Canadian will have that defuse kit as per usual, this time not on a shield operator, but will do so on Brava. Drone Ops being the name of the game for Shopify Rebellion. And with a minute to go, it's time to go back to Discovery. Scout out these defenders and maybe steal some of their gadgets.
Dash left alone on the top floor. There are still a couple of players who are trying to hunt him down, but the brunt of this push will be horizontal. It's going to come in through the east side of this map to make their way through Passport, make their way through the bottom floor, to eventually get a plant down workshop. They cleared out that Solus above, which would be the best tool you have to stop a plant like that. Dash on the Warden is quite a good tool as well, but you've got to be able to find that plant in amongst the smoke if you want to be able to deny it. And now he falls as well. Shopify in a great position.
We've got one now over by the bomb chassis of a Spiker, and Baby Shark have fought alongside the other 3 deceased cohorts on Wildcard for a lead. It might just slip away. Canadian amidst the smoke, getting diffuser down. Nitro cell tossed out. Canadian finished off by Baby Shark. Not good coverage. Spiker with a gun in hand takes down Ambi. It's all up to Spiker to clutch this one out with 10 seconds. Shopify Rebellion will need to retrieve that diffuser. Spiker missing a golden opportunity as Rexon will now attempt the defuse. Surf will watch over top. The smoke clears. Spiker will put himself in harm's way as Rexon pulls this one off. Spiker with very limited opportunity, very little knowledge. Surf drags him down, and we are going to OT in our first match of Stage 2.
Round 12, a mirror of round 11, where one team starts off with a massive advantage. They get really good positioning, really good numbers, and then there's that little potential of a comeback at the end, but it's just too out of reach, both for Spoit and now for Spiker. Not able to clutch that up means we're headed to overtime. We're headed to round 13. Really good clear from that top floor, of course, from Shopify Rebellion. Able to isolate a lot of those players. Again, I think it comes down to the timing they had. I really like the kill on the Bay. This one right here, Rexon is baiting. He's at the end of the hallway, shooting at just kind of the part of the wall that's right next to the reinforcement. That makes Bay think, okay, the player is quite far back. I'm on Oryx. I can sprint past this and get away with it. Little does he know, Ambi is right up close and has a perfect angle to shut it down. That was great coordination from Shopify Rebellion, which I think they've been showing all game long. That coordination, that team play will need to happen once again if they want to win this overtime. Wildcard are not slowing down on these attacks nor their defense.
Both of these teams have dropped a point at this point as well. For those that don't intimately know the way that the standings and scoring work here in the NA League, is that if you make it to OT, you can only get 2 points. By virtue of making it to overtime, both of these squads will at least escape match number 1 with a point to their name. The question is who ekes out that singular point over the other one. For Wildcard, there was an opportunity to get 3 points, denying Shopify Rebellion a point at all. But for the second time since Stage 1, Shopify Rebellion will go to overtime. They won both rounds that they played in OT against Team Envy. Every other match in the group stages of Stage 1 was won in regulation by Shopify Rebellion. Given the scoreline, the last time these teams met up was a 7-5 victory for Shopify Rebellion. That's as close as you can get without overtime. It doesn't really surprise me to see that a single round difference has brought us to this point. Shopify Rebellion have been trailing most of this second half. They're back on familiar turf, back to defend. How will they fare over 2, potentially 3 rounds of OT?
Rebellion got side choice in overtime. They decided to pick defense in overtime, which is probably the right decision given how regulation works, but we don't always see those trends continue. Break room in East has been the real focus for Wildcard. It's been quiet. Shopify Rebellion have been happy to give up this space. No heavy commitment to East like what we often do see. Canadian will play this position, but he's not ready for the walk-up on East. He goes down first, and damage onto Ambi, too.
Baby Shark, to his credit, has been getting some stellar opening picks here, Jesse, and with it, Wildcard's chances are continuously bolstered. I mean, Deimos is a hell of an operator with a great kit and a very annoying gadget that they're going to feel some heat on the side of Shopify Rebellion with. Ambi now targeted as Kansan is buried. Kansan not faring so well himself as an attacker. The struggles he had through those first 6 rounds immediately emerging here in the first attacking round for Wildcard in about 30-40 minutes. 4v4 with about a minute left to go. Baby Shark now looking to follow up on the intel gained by Dash. Dash with the kill, immediately traded out by Ambi. Still a holdover inside of security by Shopify Rebellion. Staring out onto the balcony, staring over towards 90. Spoit is not far removed from Ambi, so at least there's some backup. As they both find themselves in the same room, that'll leave Surf as the lone man on the bomb site.
They knew where these players were thanks to the Grim, but can no longer get that info. The raw peek pays off for Bay, and he could get 2s, Parker.
They actually used the Banshee against the defenders. Shopify Rebellion trying to play off of that intel that was gained. But Bay has just been so good. Kansan doesn't need to frag as well when Bay is playing the way he is. And Bay has also been in a more forward role than Kansan has. So maybe a small change to Wildcard that is paying off. Spiker has found some security inside of the bomb site. With Diffuser in hand, he should be successful. As Shopify Rebellion have been pushed out of their own lair. Now, the daunting task. Retake. Bay swiftly removes Ambi. And it's all up to Surf now, who was the only player on the bomb site originally. Blowing open the wall, missing an opportunity on the Spiker, making up for lost time. He'll freeze out the advance of the attackers as now he sits on that case. Baby Shark and Bay are there, and it's from below that Baby Shark gets the job done. Wildcard back on the match point.
This might be the most underrated entry duo in the North American League. Bay and Baby Shark have been looking so good, both to find that early game pressure. We saw it towards East Stairs, but also in the mid round and the late round too, being able to use that Banshee to bait out a frag, and then the Deimos from down below, you know, they had the right idea. Surf was able to use that Zoto canister to stop the track from the death mark, but it doesn't matter. Pings or not, the Deimos down below is a huge problem. Baby Shark used that so perfectly. What a brilliant round from Wildcard. Now they will be on overtime match points. They have lost their last 4 matches in a row, I should say. Shopify Rebellion, this core, including back when they were the Sonics. So they are no strangers to losing to this team. They could finally be about to break that trend and get their revenge on the core that has so commonly dominated them throughout the years.
It'll be a very disappointing result for a team that has the expectations that they do on them of Shopify Rebellion. Now, with all that said, don't kid yourselves. All 10 of the teams that are playing in this league are angling to be the best overall. Some of the teams have maybe a bit healthier picture of what their capabilities are. I don't think there are some squads who think they will be battling for first, but that is the goal. And when you're going into your very first play day, you think you can beat just about everybody. If you don't think that, you probably shouldn't be playing at this level. Shopify Rebellion look at a team like Wildcard based on the results from stage number 1 and go, okay, yeah, this might be a bit of a tough match, but we should win. Still possible that they will, but Wildcard have just shown new life through the final portion of this map, and it is not doing the Shopify Rebellion team any favors. They're in action again tomorrow up against another pretty good team, which is Dark Zero. So Shopify Rebellion have a pretty rough second match ahead of them. As for Wildcard, they're in the middle game of the day tomorrow, going up against Space Station, the team that won Stage 1 after their triumphant run through the playoffs just a couple months ago. Still, we got to get through this match first. Wildcards to lose at the moment as they now move to defense.
Yeah, and it's not been a clean start to the round for Shopify Rebellion either. We saw Spoit in a great position with his Twitch drone to pop some of the Goyos, but not able to actually get anything from that spot. Lost his first Twitch drone over towards offices. Canadian trying to do some drone work as well, playing her on the Brava, can do some good hacking work on those Banshees and damage onto the Banshee holder, Malusi herself, as Baby Shark is 1 HP sitting right on top of Bay, the exact same corner, and good work from Spoit with the second Twitch drone, so gets value in the end, makes the security position really awkward. Bay and Baby Shark will need to find a way out of this.
Ambi's been terrific through most of this series. Bay, Ambi, and Rexen were leading the way in kills before the Rios took all of our data away from us, and Ambi will make up for lost time now as he finds his 3rd kill in the opening pick here in a very critical round as Shopify Rebellion looks to hang on for dear life. This is a must-win round for them. Wildcard win, and that is it. It is over. Shopify Rebellion will take their 1 point and go home and prepare for Dark Zero tomorrow. Good news for SR. Baby Shark and Spiker combined for maybe 15 HP, so there is tons of potential for an errant bullet to hit them and gain an even greater numbers advantage than the Rebellion have at the moment. Wildcard will need to sit in relatively sheltered positions as they've now taken out Spoit and find themselves on equal footing.
Yeah, and that was really the pinch player too. Now all 4 of these players on Shopify Rebellion will be coming from the same direction. It's lockers, it's loud, it's going to be obvious. Wildcard need to be ready for this.
Oh my, and maybe a bit too brazen as Shopify Rebellion walk in. Dash finds 3 kills in a row. His reign of terror ended the young hands of Ambi. Spiker and Baby Shark against Ambi. Ambi finds himself in an unusual position with the diffuser, and he finds safety next to the lockers. But they will swarm him. Baby Shark swimming up to him. This is uncharted waters right now for Shopify Rebellion, as Wildcard could easily win this one. 10 seconds left as Ambi guns down Baby Shark, and Spiker will head to the bomb site. Ambi off of it in a collision course as Ambi gets the quad kill to keep the Rebellion fighting for another round.
Nah, you can't do that. You can't do that on Twitch. We're gonna get banned with net plays that nasty. Jesus, Ambi, ridiculous in the 1v2. Helped get his team into that position as well, shutting down Bay. I was ready to wrap things up. I was closing my notes, Parker. I was saying, great, Bay has just ended this game 8-6. Ambi had other plans. Oh my God, this kid is good. I'm speechless.
I just... And Ambi did it all himself. No supporting cast. Again, the way that this team has played around a player like Ambi way back in the day, and Canadian spoke a little bit about this in one of the timeouts we heard. I want to say it was SI when we got to listen in, and he basically said that we weren't supporting Ambi at all. We were leaving him to do his own thing, and he was dying. He was not living up to his own expectations. We need to play around him better. We need to be quicker. Much of this match has been Ambi and Canadian working together as a duo. Canadian making calls, Ambi powering up off of them and taking no prisoners. Ambi, by my count, should be really close to 20 kills at this point. Of course, we did lose the numbers before the rehost, but 6 for him since coming back. Rexen was at 10 as well. He's up to 4. So high kill tallies for a bunch of these players, but Ambi has really been a cut above on the side of Shopify Rebellion. And that round, with all of the pressure of an entire match on his shoulders, punishing the final 2 players after an incredible 3K from Dash to completely turn the round on its head. We are seeing extraordinary performances from many, many players in this series. And again, what a debut here in stage 2. We've got one more round as we go the full distance between these teams. One of them will walk home with 2 points. One of them will walk home disappointed.
That opening pick is oh so important. Both these teams know just how critical it is to strike first. Brava had hacked that bulletproof, so Surf's able to close it out, make sure there's no information going to the enemy team. It's the default bomb site for most teams to start up on the top floor. Shopify Rebellion did not choose to do so in around 13, so we'll come back here to the top floor around 15 instead. And it's been very cautious from Wildcard still. They've got a couple of players that are still kind of on that first floor, lurking around. They know there's a player down here. It's going to be Canadian, usually over towards east, but it's gone on a bit of a walk as he's now just inside of main lobby, going to be bottom metal very quickly. Runs away. Okay.
There was some anticipation. While you were talking, though, Ambi took quite a beating, lost half of his HP, and Nitro Cell is expended as Rexen goes for the follow-up himself. Spiker was able to remove the explosive, but not the player on the other side of it. What an advantage for Shopify Rebellion it is. It's very short-lived. My goodness! Really sloppy gunplay from Dash. He couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat there. Shopify Rebellion should have lost another player, but instead they are now clobbering Wildcard, and a team that honestly, through this entire border map, has lived up to the name of Wildcard, might just find themselves in the discard pile unless Kansan and Bay are able to muster up an incredible performance. Shopify Rebellion still with 4 players alive. The only one in the ground is Rex, and Ambi's found his 7th kill since we came back and could go as high as 9. Bay will say no thank you. These are the 2 Titans on either side of the field who have collided multiple times in this series. Things a little bit closer now for Wildcard. Jesse, a riveting finish awaits us as Kansan works his way ever so slightly in, finding the Tubarão of Surf, giving his position away. Shopify Rebellion not in a position to follow up. Down goes Surf. Kansan has control of the site, and it's a 2v2. Very limited time remains. Shopify Rebellion will need to wrestle this bomb site away from them, but neither member of Wildcard have the defuse kit. They have the site, but they don't have the objective. Bay is left to flounder as Kansan dies, and time is about to run out on Wildcard's chances. Spoit finishes it before the clock does, but the Rebellion will survive the biggest scare they've had in quite some time as they take it 8-7.
Parker, I'm going to make a big statement here. I'm going to say something maybe controversial. That's the best match of Stage 2 so far. That was a great game between Shopify Rebellion and Wildcard. The full distance, the 2v2 in the end. That's a completely different story too. If Kansan just has the defuse kit, had to opt not to get it. I believe it was dropped by Spiker on the AC window, and he just didn't have the time to go get it. That's a tough spot to be in. A tough loss from Wildcard, but when they go back and think about it, I think they'll think they played well in this game, Parker. I mean, I really do think after those first 3 rounds, they were able to lock in. They made some crazy good plays.
Both of these teams showed some real prowess, but it was Shopify Rebellion, the winners today, picking up 2 points. We got a lot more games to go. We'll be back in a moment.
Near sandwich.
I'm wrapping him. Nice, reset, force plant.
Let's go, boys.
He's on me, Char.
5 seconds left.
No! Good fucking job, guys. Hey, it's okay. We take those OTs. Hey, great composure, guys. I'm proud of you. Good fucking job.
With that being said, I also hate you. Go to
Well,
Discord.
a marathon of a game to kick things off, but an 8-7 win. Shopify Rebellion are able to take it over Wildcard. We have, of course, Rexon standing by for the interview as we get things started here in Stage 2. Rexon, this one was a long one. There's no question about that as we look to bring him in here, hopefully in just a second. There he is. This one was a long one. There's no doubt about that. How are you guys able to hang in there? An up and down matchup. You guys obviously start out so strong. A long rehost. They start coming back. You end up taking the win. What's that journey like for you?
Well, the game was a little longer than it should have been, as you can tell. 8-7 was close. Even when we were down, it's like, okay, we're still down, but we're not out. Like, it's a new round reset. And I think we kept our composure well. And even in rounds where we were playing pretty fast and we lose a pick or two to an early, like, you know, they spawn peek or something, we were still able to bring those rounds back through like team play and coordination and almost win them. So a lot of these rounds came down to, there was a couple off the top of my head, like 1v2s, 1v1s. And I mean, a couple of those rounds they won, and sometimes that's how it goes. Even if we played bad, they still played that well. So as I said, just keeping your composure and worrying about the next round, not dwelling on the past.
Yeah, I mean, you guys really came out the gate early on, constantly just trying to dominate those opening kills. And you're right, sometimes it comes down to it doesn't go your way. But when it comes to a map like Border, were you expecting Wildcard to take you guys to that map? I know last stage we saw a little bit of, you know, ups and downs from you guys on Border. Were you expecting it to come out today against Wildcard?
No, honest answer, I didn't even know we were playing Border because I was at a diner. But I mean, Border I think is a strong map for us. I think they're also good. I think it's one of their better maps. But I mean, yeah, we had some ups and downs. We've had some close matches with other teams. But I mean, really, I think it's just being confident on 4 to 5 maps and really playing anyone on them.
I want to ask you, one, obviously, congratulations on the win, but I do want to go back to these games being a lot closer than what they need to be. It was kind of the same sentiment that was being throughout Stage 1. Granted, you guys were flawless, but you even said it yourself through multiple of those games. It should have been done faster. We should have won in a far more convincing manner. How do you correct this going now into Stage 2 and hoping, you know, this obviously, again, you don't want to keep trailing these games on longer than they have to. So the biggest question is, how do you address that?
Well, personally, I believe it's more so nerves. And, like, for example, 1v2, me Dame on customs. I think it was Bay with Boss G, right? Yeah. So I think it's keeping your nerves under control, because in that instance, I know, like, if I'm in practice or, like, level-headed, okay, I need to bait the planner, let the planner die, he's in the swing, I get the trade, we win the round. But because of him telling me, like, hey, cover me, and they're, like, you know, heightened sensitive emotions, I swung and I died. So me knowing, like, okay, like, I trolled that, or, like pretty much just playing the situation correctly. And I think that if we can get that under control, I don't think it's this big issue some people make it out. I just more so think it's getting your nerves under control, being calm, and when you're calm, you know, most of the time you'll make the correct play. At least we would.
Absolutely. Rexon, one final question for you, and this one may be the most important. I know a lot of people in chat want the answer to this, so we'll get serious for a second. Did we see you dry scoop pre-workout before the match?
This time it was not. That was my creatine. I take, you know, my creatine, the dry, or sorry, lose my train of thought. The pre-workout, normally I do that, but I've been having an energy drink, so no dry scoop pre-workout. But if you want,
so you weren't dry
I can
scooping
do tomorrow if you want.
You weren't dry scooping, but you normally dry scoop, or you were just saying you normally have?
Yes. Normally I do dry scoop, like behind me. Oh, wrong one. Behind me, it's like my pre-workout creatine. So normally I do that, but no. Today it was just creatine, and then tomorrow, if you want, I'll do it for you.
Wow! Thank you for taking us through that
both
journey.
At the same time, I want both hands. One creatine, one pre-workout, all at once.
There's no more smelling
salts,
bro. No more smelling
No.
salts.
The extreme it's been brought down a little bit.
All right, well, good to know. Thank you so much, Rex, and we will catch you later. Congrats on the win, 8-7 to close it out.
Appreciate it.
All right,
Bye.
Thank you, Rexon. great interview as always with Rexon. He will realize very quickly that he was on his webcam mic the whole time, and he's going to be devastated about that. But it was a great matchup to start, and a long one, as we said, 8-7 OT. Great way to set the tone.
Yeah, and I mean, he's quite happy. I was saying before we went on is just, you know, can they be very happy about going 8-7? Obviously, they expected it to go a lot closer. It's similar to stage 1 where they went 8-7 against Envy, and that was their starter for the stage. And then obviously, we know how the rest of the stage won. So maybe, yeah, it is all just onto nerves that they need to be able to shake up. And finally, they were able to close it out again. Same way like against M80. It came down to the line on border. Canadian had a huge clutch. Same situation with Shopify this round.
I mean, we're talking about big plays as well. I mean, Rexon, I would believe he was 6-0 for, I think, 5 out of those rounds. And then Ambi was just on an absolute tear today. I mean, he had an ace. He had that huge 4K, which realistically could have been the end of the game. I mean, it's, again, you know, this is what you talked about in the beginning. It's off hero plays, big players stepping up in those moments. But then I also think there's moments where, again, I wanted to see Troy come alive here today, getting maybe 1 or 2 kills on some of these rounds, which he did, but then in others, it kind of still felt like he was lacking still in some of those areas where obviously it's first game of the stage, easily can be changed up going forward, but I still want to see more coming out of Troy, at least in that frag department.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because that's exactly what we highlighted. It really comes down to the entries. I know Rexon isn't statistically an entry, but it comes down to getting those opening kills. Every time SR was getting the opening kill, they'd close rounds out very decisively because Canadian can IGL off of the advantage, or whenever Canadian died early, he was still able to IGL off of his team's positioning. Now, there was a lot of situations where I'd say when they would lose those clutch situations, if Canadian was focused on himself playing in the clutch situation, it looked like the rest of the players sometimes took matters into their own hands. We saw it. I mean, Rexon was very aware he shouldn't have peaked in that 2v1, but that happens to every single player if Canadian's not there to micromanage. And that's something that we want to see Shopify kind of focus on to make sure that if Canadian's worried about himself in the current moment, what's Shopify response going to be? What are all the players going to be? Let's think a little bit more off of playing off of each other. It seems like they know the right answer. They just need to put it into practice a little more.
And we said that Spoit and Ambi, some of those players that had been, you could say, micromanaged by Troy in this first stage, but performed really well. EWC, not so much. Ambi was somebody who absolutely popped off this game.
Yeah, I mean, it was insane, the plays that he was making. But then when you realize that the player, Ambi, is the one making it, it's then not too crazy. I mean, he's been an absolute phenomenal pickup for this roster, going all the way back to that start in SI for his birthday, essentially. And then since then, I mean, he's been on an absolute tear. And this round in particular could have went in Wildcard's favor, but Ambi played it flawless here and able to keep them live and pushing into that last map, or in that last round, closing out in 8-7, which, again, I don't think they want to make it that close.
No.
But when you got players like Ambi that can keep it consistent and keep it precise, it's perfect.
Now we're looking at bigger picture because obviously as a Shopify Rebellion fan, you look at it and you're estimating they're going to dominate within the NA region. So obviously we're looking at it as when they go to the next event, the next major, we want them to be able to have responses if we can't always rely on Ambi, if we can't always rely on Rexon. But that being said, yeah, Ambi had a lights out game against Wildcard today.
Yeah, and a big win for Shopify. 8-7. What a way to start the second stage of the year. A big way to start our very first day of the stage. But our next one, we get to showcase our NAL champs, the best team in North America, who proved it at EWC. It is SSG and Standby. Coming up next.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. Their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. They've given him both.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey? journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
The defending champs, they made their mark in stage 1, they made their mark at EWC, and now in stage 2, looking to prove that they are indeed that #1 team in North America. Stand by. Orgless looking to come in and make their statement as well. We'll see if they can make that happen. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Foxe and Laxing as we dive into just our second game here of stage 2. It has been what feels like a long day already after that first game, an 8-7 thriller, but here we go. The NAL champs from stage 1 now look to defend that title.
Yeah, this should be an interesting one. Obviously for SSG to see if they can continue their dominance from the regular stage into EWC and then into now. I mean, we saw this matchup before. It was pretty one-sided to say the least, but as for the standby side of things, I am really looking forward to see what they've added to their arsenal and their depth of play, especially coming into this rematch versus SSG.
Well, first for SSG, as we said, the defending champs who went on the craziest, the scrappiest, the most miraculous lower bracket run you could have ever imagined in stage 1.
I mean, they've been looking absolutely phenomenal because they've really been just teamwork centric. That's what we've been seeing from them. There's no one player standing out. They've been playing so well together, and that progression is what we've seen since picking up Newers during Reload.
Right, this arc has been wild. From Reload to Stage 1 to EWC to now, this is a team that has been contributing and improving left and right. You saw them get grouped at Reload, then win Stage 1, and then top 4 EWC, the best team in North America.
Yeah, I mean, it's slowly been getting better and better because we've seen them address each problem each step of the way. I mean, during Reload, it was their entries. It was from Ashen being the problem. They figured it out. During the stage, we saw some issues with their backline when it came to J90 and Fultz incorporating into the team. They figured that out. And then they go on to Reload, and they look so phenomenal as a team. And it wasn't in the ways that we're usually seeing SSG, where we have Ashen carrying or Newers carrying. It looked like a real team dynamic.
Yeah, at EWC, as you mentioned, this team dynamic, wild to see how it reflected itself in the stat line. Normally, right, top 4 team, you gotta think some of those players are going to be the best players at the tournament. But these SSG 5 didn't even make the top 30, really speaking of that team play across the board.
Yeah, and to go to say that this team got top 4 and they were dominating teams going back and forth and everybody was doing their job. It's not to say that any one of them played bad. They just did their job. They didn't need each one to be able to stand out and get all of these stats. The entries did their job. They would get a pick, get an advantage, and then focus on closing out these rounds. And that's something that we've never really seen from SSG. We always seen them play well in their region. They go to an event, there's an issue, they get grouped, they get bombed out, they come back home, roster change, something doesn't work out. But they finally look like a brand new different SSG, something that we've been talking about is seeing different styles of play. Now we finally saw it.
And that was my biggest critique going into this entire roster change. As I said, you know, whether they swapped out one player for another, I didn't think it was going to be that much of a difference. I always thought it was their actual team play, but we've seen them identify who's going to be the new shield player. We've identified how they're going to control that aggression and know when to play more of a passive game, and then also just being more in unison as a team. And all 3 of these fundamentals that we're talking about here, we are seeing implemented, which is the reason why their success is carrying through and through, whether it's regionally or now even internationally.
Well, as we said, somebody had to draw the short straw, get unlucky to play SSG on this very first match, on this very first day of the stage. That team, of course, they were known as Orgless before. They're known as Standby now, and they're looking to make their mark.
I mean, let's be real. Their last stage was absolutely grueling, but it was to be expected for a brand new team coming into the league, for a brand new IGL coming from T2 to T1. What did we really expect to come from this roster? And realistically, they met those expectations. Now having everything underneath their belt, that is where I want to start seeing all of these improvements be implemented.
Right, the question is, okay, the T1 to T2 transition is very substantial. Now, what comes next? How can you take that experience from last stage and apply it to stage 2?
Yeah, and that was the biggest thing. You know, we heard fans talk about, you know, you can't get away with a lot of things that you get away in T2 that you can't get away with in T1. And what we saw last stage is that, you know, they lack coordination. They lack the ability to adapt. And a lot of that really comes back to their IGL and their support staff of Bino. And again, being a brand new face to the league, being a brand new IGL at a T1 level, it takes a lot, and it takes a lot of experience and understanding where things went wrong, what we can do to fix it. And again, to go back to the beginning of this, you now have that first stage underneath your belt. You know what to expect. You have all the idiosyncrasies of every single team, what they do, so you can really pick apart at these attacks now going forward and really facilitate an entire round from the start to the middle to the finish. And that is where I need to see Bino really come alive here and truly use the pieces that he has and set them up in a way that is going to create success going forward, not only for this matchup, but throughout the entire stage.
And it's a lot of pressure to be a rookie IGL, so to say, to come into the league and obviously try to lead a group of players that are some of the youngest players in the scene. I mean, we're seeing what's happening to rookie IGLs. They're getting dropped left, right, and center. Look at Packer. So obviously, if you're Bino in this position, not only do you have to kind of take control of players that you've been playing alongside more in a fun environment, but now be the leader of it, but also do it with no veteran experience to be able to show you how it's done. And there's that pressure of everybody's looking at you to be the one to save the team. The IGL needs to be able to save the team. So he's in a very interesting position where he needs to be able to prove himself, but I think he's been doing good so far.
Well, as we talked about last stage during that lower bracket run, Space Station managed to play more maps than anybody, had more overtime thrillers than anybody, had more close games than anybody. Here against Standby Laxing, where do you think they want to go?
I mean, I don't think you're going to be comfortable with any single map. SSG seems to be comfortable on the majority, where again, I mean, going to Cafe, this is not a comfort pick for Standby for any means. This is definitely going in SSG's hands. They've played it far more times throughout the stage. Standby has played this twice, losing it both times. So for me, if you're really gonna pull something out of the hat here, be on Standby to say the least, going to Cafe, it's definitely a very risky pick because SSG is extremely comfortable, but it goes into maybe Bino's applying things throughout that he learned from last stage and now going to implement them here in this matchup by taking SSG to a very comforting map for them.
Yeah, it's not really a map that I would be confident going to, but I guess it's you've got to be unpredictable a little bit, switch your stuff up to go up against SSG. It's a map that's very comfortable for them. Obviously, they beat Dark Zero in stage 1, 7-1 to be able to be that deciding map pick. So SSG's in a position where they can just go somewhere comfortable. They love the small map. So we were going to see a Cafe, a border, something of the sort to be able to just make it claustrophobic for a team like Standby to be able to pull things back if they lose those opening kills. So now they find themselves in a situation where Standby has to be unpredictable. They have to get those kills and not worry about, they have to focus on the trades essentially as much as possible.
And this is the thing, I can appreciate taking SSG to a map like this. Yes, it is definitely risky to go for something like this, but if you're gonna make that risk, at least make it look convincing. At least leave me here in the audience being like, wow, that was actually really well done. That was really well orchestrated in what you were trying to achieve. Not just going into this throwing body after body with no resolution, no problem solving. This is where I'm really gonna see if Standby and Bino and the rest are really implementing from their losses and correcting them going into this match today.
I know our players are chomping at the bit to get started, so real fast predictions. Sounds like you think this map favors SSG.
Yeah, that has to go to SSG, obviously.
Both of you?
It's one of their more comfortable maps, one of their favorite maps, and you know they've only been looking better since the start of the year. So obviously, you got to give it with them.
All right, as simple as that. SSG rearing to go. Standby looking to see if they can make their mark on stage 2 against the hardest team to do it. We'll dive right into this one now. Parker and Jesse, take it away.
Incredible first match to kick things off. Jesse, just immediate gut shot. Do you think that this matchup can match what we saw in match number 1?
Parker, it's going to be tough. I'll say that at the very least. Last time these two teams met in stage 1, it was a 7-2 win for SSG. That was the most dominant game that SSG have played all season. So they are certainly going to be favorites. The social suggested as well. 82%. Frankly, 18% to LFO may even be generous. And that's not even because Standby are a bad team. I think we saw some great improvement from them throughout stage 1. But when you're going against the best, it's always going to be a difficult contest. We'll get right into the operator bans. I think if you're SSG, you've got to take out the Azami, remove that from Kickstro's arsenal. He's so good at playing that operator on this map. You typically see some Ying bans as well on Cafes. It can be so effective. They kind of do what I said. Castle similar to Azami, Grim similar to Ying, so they'll take them both out. We could see those operators go second, but there's also a couple of other options out there. Mirror can be really good on this map. Shields are very good on this map. Monty in particular gets a lot of play, and Capitao too. So plenty of options for both these teams. But there we go. It's the Azami Ying to follow that up.
SSG was a bit of a surprise climbing all the way to the top of stage 1. They didn't exactly have the best run through the group stages. They did finish solidly in 3rd place, 2 points ahead of M80 in 4th and 2 points behind Dark Zero in 2nd. So just about where you'd expect them to be. They lost 3 of the 9 matches that they played, then won all of their games in regulation. They did win, which is what allowed them to end with the point total they did, and then they went through a rather heroic run through the playoffs, defeating Dark Zero after their lower bracket run. Yes. Space Station was knocked immediately to the lower bracket by Wildcard, then beat M80, OXG, Shopify Rebellion, and Dark Zero en route to 1st overall in the region. So great in best of 3s, great in playoffs, maybe not the best in best of 1 shootouts. When Standby was playing as LFO/Orgless in stage number 1, these two teams did battle on Bank, and it was SSG to take a 7-2 victory. The Standby team did not change anything about their roster. Obviously, SSG didn't either. Why would you make a roster change after finishing 1st in the region, I hear you asking yourself, and that's a great question. So SSG did not do that. As for the Standby LFO team, they finished in 8th place, 2 points back of the playoffs, so not as far back as you'd think, but I think it says something when the roster decides to stick together. Have they learned anything and improved in the offseason? We'll find out in very short order.
4 nitro cells on the Standby defense, and one of them was being prepped by Fens. Does get tossed out, but there's no kill to come from it. Gonna just run back out from that laundry position. Can now play White Stairs with the shotgun. 3 more to fly if Bino actually already sent his, so just 2. Lots of information to try to guide these nitro cells, but very little value out of the first couple that do go out. They've also given up the top floor quite quickly, I would say, on the side of Standby. So you're hoping to maybe work some kind of an advantage. SSG can feel pretty good about what they've gotten at the moment. This piano hatch does seem to be electrified, so that's going to give a little bit of pause to J90. You could use the Hibana pellets just next to the hatch to try to clear out the claw, but you do have impact EMPs from Fault, so that might just be a more reasonable solution. There we go.
Electric Claw will be turned back on in just a couple moments here.
Yeah, that's kind of slow. Yeah, it's going to trick that for sure.
It got it at the last second. Kudos to them, and it will obviously cost some of the hard breach. Some of those ex-Kairos will be no more. Ashen with the very first pick of the series. Down goes Epic, but Ashen is not much long for this Earth. Down he goes at the hands of Fens, and now Kickstro is also on the board, giving the advantage to Standby just by 1. Fultz holding the diffuser on that Capitao, a high-value utility operator that's only used 1 of those smoke arrows so far. Fire Arrow will go and do some damage to Fens, who manages to evade it and punishes Fultz, who didn't think the swing would come in quite so quickly. Troubling sign for SSG right now as they'll see another follow-up on the stairs. Newer is taking a lot of damage, but ultimately prevailing against Fens. He and J90 have their work cut out for them. Just J90 at this point. Most unsung and underappreciated player, I would argue, in stage 1 was J90, and he will find no success at the tail end of round number 1. As Standby starts things off with a win.
All right, well, halfway to the round count they got previously versus SSG, so I think Standby should be happy about the first round. It's a cool strategy. They played with 3 players on the bottom floor towards the end of that round in the 4v3 advantage. They had a lot of players on the ground floor of Cafe, despite the bomb site being 1 floor up. Util game was maybe a little bit sloppy from Space Station, didn't quite get exactly what they wanted. Certainly having the train hatch open, able to go for a drop between the 2 sites could have been huge for them. But even beyond that, it did feel like Standby were just playing with better angles, better information with that Pulse and that Valkyrie, and then no IQ on the side of SSG. Maybe not as good drones as they would have liked on the side of SSG. The info game was just all favoring Standby throughout that matchup. So really nice first defense to come out from our Orgless squad, and they'll take the early lead. I will say starting Cafe defense should give them a bit of a boon and should allow them to rack up a bit of a higher scoreline than what maybe we've seen from them in the past.
5 seconds remaining.
North America, and not just North America, but most of the world's most played map in stage number 1. Cafe is about as close to 50-50 as you can get. 80 rounds in the group stages were won by the attackers. 83 rounds were won by the defenders. So not a huge difference here. Obviously, bomb site rotation makes an enormous impact. All 4 bomb sites are perfectly viable and are really up to team's choice. It is not unusual to see a team go through all 4 of them in a single half. But teams that I feel like either are more experienced on a smaller portion of those bomb sites or maybe just less experienced in general will stick to a pretty standard 3-site rotation, going upstairs under their cocktail bomb site, then downstairs in the kitchen, and then splitting the difference on one of those middle floor sites, which more often than not tends to be that reading bomb site. I want to see what happened to J90 for him to lose all of this HP so early.
Fens decided to run out the bakery door, running that TCSG on the Sentry, new gun added to this operator. So making the most out of it, being able to get some good damage, and the shotguns don't stop. Ashen, of course, with the sledge shotgun, will walk down red and find Kixrow. J9 did get downed in the midst of that play too, but he gets picked back up, so they are still going to be in the man advantage for the side of Space Station Gaming. Nice little start here from them. Ashen being able to find that gap. Already through just 2 games in the North America League, Parker, we're seeing the pick rate of Sledge skyrocket with the addition of that secondary.
Doesn't really surprise me any. It's a great weapon. It allows you to bring a shotgun on attack. You see Deimos running that exact same shotgun. I mean, if they're not going to run that AK, then sure enough, bring it, because the sidearm is the real secret sauce of Deimos, but it does allow the Sledge to get in very close and personal, and Eddie's going to feel that one in the morning. Under fire from several players on SSG, Ashen credited with the kill as he evades the smokes that are tossed out by Epic. Still 1 remaining in pocket for the British defender. Down goes Ashen, not to the smoke, but to the SMG in hand. Epic, as his phone continues to ring, back up towards the speaker's podium over by Lobby. Now it's Fens taking some damage too. Ian Bino tucked in quite nicely in the front of Bakery. This technically leaves none of these defenders in the bomb site. Gone are the days of having that bomb chassis in Bakery, but you have to be wary of where that yokai will be. Bino will get it into position. He hears the sign of the case going down. Fens eliminating Benjamaster, and amidst the smoke, that's a good shout from Bino. As he manages to get Fultz off of that position, a second yokai drone is there. He's going to wait until Fultz gets to the final moment.
10 seconds to go.
The jig is up at this point, but it's a loud standby to get in. Nice, close, and personal. 5 seconds remaining in the round, and there's still 6 people alive. Epic is last man standing, and the round will be prolonged as the diffuser gets planted by Space Station. A nice hit from the back as Epic takes down 1, but he can't outduel Fultz through the freezer door, and SSG will tie things up. They managed to win by the hair on their chinny chin chins.
Nice late round play from the Echo from Bino. I do like their idea to stall things out, but they just didn't quite have enough with a stall game. And maybe that could have worked, right, if they used that extra time in the rounds to make that rotate. But it just felt like the rotates ended up coming quite late themselves. So it ended up still being in strong position for SSG to get the defuse kit onto the floor. I really do think that entry from Ashen was make or break from SSG. It worked so well. First walking down red and then going back up the stairs saying, what if I go down white next? Finding the second player inside of VIP too. It's just those close range angles that you can now take on the Sledge, which which previously couldn't do because, as you said, the shotgun wasn't really viable when you're running a pistol with it. So really neat to see that evolution of the meta. Pro players immediately jumping on this trend of running this Sledge. Ashen getting great value out of it. We saw it in the first map too. So we're really going to start to see this operator see more and more play. Cool stuff.
5 seconds remaining.
Did you expect a quick one? Only 2 rounds won by Standby in the very first match that was played a couple months ago.
Reload.
Oh my.
Almost.
Almost, Epic, almost. I mean, based on what we saw out of match number 1, I would not be shocked to see the teams that were towards the bottom of the standings do better against the teams that were at the top. I imagine there will be more parity this stage. I could be wrong, but stage 1 happened after quite a long offseason. Some teams hadn't played any real Siege in almost 8 or 9 months at that point. It's really quite a long time for them to get back on the solid footing. And we also saw a bunch of new teams make their debut here in the NA League. The standby roster had a bunch of inexperienced players fighting for the very first time and doing decently well, all things considered. At least 3 points out of playoffs, that's not bad. A bevy of action to start off this round, by the way, Jesse. We are a minute in. Epic is dead on the side of standby. Benja and Newers are dead on the side of SSG. Bringing Newers on changed Benja's role, and there's been some criticism thrust his way about his killing potential. He's not going to be able to escape it here now. Benja starting off 0-3.
There's a nice contest on the top floor, and now they've all fallen off. They say, we're happy to give you up above because we know that we've gotten the man advantage and we've killed your sledge. So the majority of that vert pressure is going to be gone. Secondary shotgun likely on Ashen, but will he have time to use it? Probably not. Taken out by Eddie in a 1-for-1 trade, so still just a one-man advantage. And they resort to X-Kairos to open the floorboards, Parker. That's how you know it's getting desperate.
Fultz and J90 have done some real magic together. You saw it in stage 1, this duo working hard to secure a first place result for Space Station. They find themselves in a very unfavorable spot, though, on white stairs with a shotgun pointed squarely at them as Eddie allows Fultz to retreat after Fens had died just seconds before. The advantage that was had for standby was gone, but they regain it immediately as Eddie and Bino push together, and the last 2 remaining players on SSG are easily toppled. Neither of these teams have been able to win back-to-back rounds, and with that, standby has regained the lead.
I really like that late round coming out from standby. You know, they're able to play together around that white stairs area. They know where that push is going to come from. If it ends up being a rotate where they maybe drop pillar and go for the reading door, they could have responded to that as well. But instead, SSG are just really focused on the laundry hatch, really focused on white, and they don't get over aggressive on standby. They lose one player. Sure, the Aruni ends up going down. But sometimes when you play with these like newer teams, they'll go for even more aggression. They'll die when they don't need to, and they'll end up throwing those advantages. Standby, for what it's worth, are no longer really a new team, and we're seeing that in their gameplay too. Smart late round executes, comes after that great initial man advantage up on the top floor. Tough one from Benja, as you mentioned. Should have had a freebie with the nade up on the bathroom window on the top floor, but ended up going down instead. Good teamwork coming out in the early game, and then late game as well, locking down those crossfires. Super solid.
This is what we come to expect here on Cafe, a showcase between these teams. It's been a very scrappy matchup, which is, frankly, we use the word scrappy quite a lot, but Space Station is a team that very rarely seems to take the lead and run with it. I don't know if you would agree with that assessment, but I find that Space Station is always just very, very close to their opponents in man count and in prowess. Like, very rarely are we seeing them win a 5-0 or a 5-1 or be even in a 5-1, 5-2 situation and then close out the round. It's usually always 1 or 2 players falling pretty early. I mean, they are an aggressive team on attack. When you've got guys like Newers, Benja, Ashen, sometimes they have a bit of a propensity to get into the site without really thinking things through. This time it'll be Fultz to do that, though, as he leads the charge, closing in on the Warden. Over by Train, Fultz has taken an awful lot of damage. This is quite the gamble. J90 finishing off Bino. The smokes will go down now by the chimney, allowing safe passage to get Diffuser down. I said we don't usually see dominant rounds, and immediately it's a 5v2 for Space Station. Last 2 standing for standby are off of the bomb site. Epic trying his best to prevent the Diffuser from going down. He does not succeed in that regard. Kixro is above, holding court on that top floor, desperately searching for a kill through those kill holes. Benja will drop, Epic swats him away, finished off by Fultz, and now it's Kixro to drop pillar, taking down Fultz. 2 remain on the side of SSG, Newers and J90 combined for 6 kills. And 2 great shots now to try and find this final remaining player on standby. Kixro desperately searching for something, finished off by Newers, who was playing relatively safe by the fireplace. SSG wins this 4th round. It's very simple. Standby wins the uneven rounds. SSG wins the even rounds. And that's just how it goes. 2-2 game through 4 rounds.
Oh, with clean rushes like that, SSG should be able to win any round that they please. Really nicely executed. Faults in with the blitz, then gets the plant down. Everybody working in unison and just catching Orgulus off guard. Some of those vert holes up above that should be in place to stop a fast rush like that weren't exactly created when they needed to be, or if they were, nobody was on them to stop that jump in. So just caught a little bit sleeping on the side of Orgulus, and that comes down, I think, a lot to Faults. He's the guy who's going to call for a rush like that. He's the guy who's going to tell his teammates, wait, we can make a play like this happen. Obviously has that blitz entry point as well. Ended up flashing a Warden, which didn't get him great value, but his teammates were all there with him. And then he puts the defuse kit on the ground. Faults leading the North America League in plants with 24 last stage, and then an extra 5 in Riyadh as well. Go to 25 through domestic competition after that round as he puts the defuse kit on the ground for the first time in this game on Cafe.
A bit of a puzzling one as to why this timeout is being called so early. Called by the standby team at the tail end of round number 4. Things have not exactly been going the way of SSG. And again, it really does come down to site rotation. This is a 50-50 map. If you are expecting to be up 3-0, 4-0 as a defender on Cafe, I don't think that really aligns with the numbers that we see in NA nor in other regions. I'm curious as to what they would have talked about. Maybe there's something else going on because, as we've said before, when timeouts have been taken either very, very quickly or not at all, we've said the coaches know more obviously than we do. That's why they are the coaches, but most importantly, they can hear what's going on in team comms. If the team is fighting, if members of the team who are usually quite vocal are not speaking, those are things that you can diagnose and try to fix with a timeout relatively early. We can just speculate, that's all we can really do. But I don't think Standby's been playing poorly enough to warrant a timeout so early on.
Well, Froshi will hopefully have some words of wisdom regardless. One thing he probably didn't say, but you never know in that tack timeout, was telling Kixro to jump on the Thorn. One of only 4 operators that didn't see any play at all in Stage 1 of the North America League. Breaking that trend very early here is Kixro on this operator, the Irish op on defense. We'll be interested to see what he can do with this. The trap just unfortunately not super great at getting kills against high-level players. He's facing Aurora Gate, which is a very common strategy here on Cafe. Probably the most common Aurora strategy we see in comp, closing off that wedding door so that you can then breach into Bakery. And now you've got a great line of sight on anybody who's trying to play in behind Bakery. That's going to be the Warden being played there. Sorry, that's Fens, I believe, on the Sentry instead. But he backs off with both the Glaz watching him from the doorway and, of course, the angle from Ace as well. Makes it really, really tough, and he just escapes with his life.
When the devs went back to change Cafe many, many years ago, one of the main focal points was to make it easier to get into the map. These struggles that we've seen on the side of SSG getting into the map emerge no matter which version of Cafe it seems that we play. Viewers and Kixro are the 2 combatants that are dead at the halfway point of this round. 8 players still remain, as a very brisk affair from SSG nets them control of Bakery. Being held back by Ashen, who finds himself inside a prep, very front and very center in this push. Standby have now been reduced to the back of Kitchen and over towards Whiskey. Benja at 1-5 at this point, playing on the Deimos. I don't even think we got to see the death mark go out. All the success that's been earned by Standby still might find themselves in an unenviable position, as Fultz was worried that he might die to a nitro cell. He breathes in an awful lot of gas and has to bail off of that defuse plant. Aurora Gate opened up as SSG now hightail it out of that position. 45 seconds remain. Fens is in an excellent spot to go unseen. He's got him lined up. Down goes 1. Looking for 2. Cannot find it. Fultz overpowers him, and back to a stalemate between these 2 teams. Now it's Eddie doing his best Fens impression to walk back down these red stairs. This has been non-stop action between these 2 teams. Very briefly punctuated by a team trying to pull off the objective. Fultz on limited HP with defuse kit. Eddie's the only one standing for Standby, and he's done and dusted by Ashen as SSG wins back-to-back rounds, the first time a team has done it. And SSG takes the lead because of it.
crazy round going forward. We had so many different unique interactions with SSG going for a very complicated bakery take, then the Toxic Babes to stall out the plants, some really rat angles coming through we saw from Fens, and even Eddie. I don't think they expected him to be on red stairs at all, but after his teammate dies, he's forced to make an aggressive play, close range with a DMR up against the SMG from Glaz. Not going to be a favorable fight. So tough to see that one slip away from Orgless. I actually thought they were in quite a good spot with how well they were able to deny that plant thanks to Toxic Babes, and a lot of their positions were not known. SSG 2 drones for the majority of that round, so there really wasn't a lot of information as to where those players were on the side of standby. But it's those really close rounds where we start to differentiate the good versus the great. And SSG, if there's any team that can be said to be great in North America, it is these guys, showing over and over why they are considered to be the best team in North America. Close that one out. I'm hoping to get a 4-2 attacking half on Cafe. That last round, right after the TAC timeout as well, Parker.
Yeah, quite debilitating for you to call a timeout and then immediately lose the next round. Callout was actually like the, I guess, patient zero of us talking about teams translating timeouts to victories. I think this came all the way back at SI. It might have been the SI in Montreal when he was on Astralis, where we said, out of all the coaches, just like without actually diving into the numbers, it certainly seems like Callout gets the most immediate results from his timeout. Somebody actually did go and crunch the numbers, and he was near the top, but he wasn't quite at the top. And I don't know if that has changed, because obviously that was a completely different team. That was an org that basically doesn't exist anymore, with a different roster, and frankly quite a different game too. But I mean, Callout also gets to talk during that timeout. Just because Standby calls it doesn't mean that SSG have to sit there in silence. No, actually, on the contrary, Callout is going to be able to get something out of his team. And maybe SSG was also in the pits and needed a brief moment to talk to their coach. It certainly paid off in that round. They looked like they were marching in lockstep, and now they have an opportunity to stretch their lead in the final round of this first half.
It took 6 rounds, but they finally decided to repeat a defensive setup. Standby have been very flexible on this defensive side. Going back to this Valkyrie plus Pulse plus 4 Nitro Cell lineup that they had previously with all of this information. Top floor is not going to be contested very heavily because they know they can play from below with so much strong vert. Newers on the Ram kind of tilts the scales back in favor of SSG, where now they can hunt for those players, and you got to play a little bit more passive if you are on standby. False will be going for a Monty plant. He had a good blitz plant here previously, but again, it's going to be these Nitro Cells that he's got to be really careful of. They'll know he's in the bomb site, but can they stop him?
Ashen getting the very first pick onto Epic as Fultz goes for the defuse plant, but the Nitro Cell is tossed up wonderfully by Eddie on the Pulse shotgun, who we might see a bit more of that now as well because of this secondary sidearm added to the game and added to a bunch of different operators. Ashen with yet another kill, but his reign of terror lasts just for 2 as Kixro shuts him down. 3v3 with just under a minute to go. Plenty of shotguns on the side of Standby. If they can get in close enough to strike, they can do some serious damage. Another Nitro Cell. You've got to be kidding me. Caught this time by Newers. They were anticipating it on the side of Space Station. J90 vacates the premises and then vacates this mortal life as Bino slaughters him after the diffuser goes down. SSG now fighting from behind in numbers. Benja and Newers are in a good spot. Looking at good cross angles, Benja will need to have a bit more success as an offensive threat. It won't get the job done. Now it's all up to Newers, as he will square off against 2 players on the side of Standby, Fens and Bino. This diffuser's in a great spot for Newers. The diffuser almost gets shut down by that barricade. That was actually brilliant, but Newers reads into it perfectly. Gets the final 2 kills, but we were past the point of no return on the time, and the 4th round will be had by SSG as their lead grows and puts a statement on that first half.
Man, say what you will about Standby. This is a creative team. Such a fun squad to watch. I think a cool strategy to begin with all of those players down inside of Kitchen, playing with the Nitro Cells, and then going for the reinforcement in the late round. Unfortunately, Newers is too good. I mean, a ridiculous round from him. Gets all 3 kills at the end of the round there, and then also was the one to shoot that Nitro Cell that came up from down below. It's cool ideas from Standby, but when SSG are able to read into them, they still have really strong answers. So exceptionally well played by them. Space Station will start to ban out the shields. That's, of course, something that Bino has been relying a lot on throughout Stage 1. It's part of the reason why Bino had such a poor KDR in the first stage. He ended up having a 0.65, which was one of the lowest in North America leagues. At least on this first defensive half, he has completely flipped the script on that. 6 and 3 to start things off. 6 and 4, excuse me. I guess he died at the end of the last round. That makes sense. So much stronger game from Bino. But SSG definitely in the driver's seat after that first half. Nice thing about Cafe, as you've talked about, Parker, is they can now rotate through whichever sites they please and should be able to get 3 rounds in the second, but job's not done, and they'll have to show just how good they are on defense. They can't just play it on paper.
Matches are played in the server, despite what some people seem to think. I wonder if that community vote has shifted at all. Both our very first and our second matches had eerily similar, I guess, numbers, with 80% of the audience favoring Shopify Rebellion in match number 1, and then also favoring SSG here. I mean, just if you look at the standings, it really shouldn't shock anybody. The team that finished first in the group stages being the favorite to win, yeah, I'd say that's a pretty safe bet. The team that finished first overall after the playoffs, up against a team that doesn't have an org? Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair bet as well. The one thing I will give kudos to Standby on is when they played under that LFO orgless moniker in the previous stage, they lost 2-7. They've already managed to meet that total. So anything from this point on just shows the growth that has gone on with these 5 players. And they did not make a roster move in the offseason. So it is the same team playing, well, I would argue, a bit more rejuvenated Siege than we saw.
You trade a Nitro for a Claymore. Not usually a good trade, but if Benja decides to vault this window, it actually could end up being massive. I don't think he'll go for it. Currently 1 and 6. You talk about his struggles, and he's all season really been struggling on the attack. It's been his defenses where he's had the brightest moments, the biggest plays. So I will expect that KDR to start to turn around from Benja on the second half, but it's going to have to make those plays first. It's, of course, on standby to make something happen to start the round, but 90 seconds in, they haven't found much. They're aware of a player inside of Piano, inside of this top floor position, but not able to really do much with it. J9 holding Pixel, Ashen maybe a little aggressive over towards Cigar, but at the moment, standby really stumbling to get much done.
I feel like I might have made that quip about, oh, struggling to attack Cafe quip just a little bit too early here. Eddie does immediately prove us wrong, though, Jesse, as J9 is down for the count. He's having a bit of a human game, it would so seem. Things don't get any better for Benjamaster, now sitting at 1 and 7 as he's dropped. Ashen was firing that bullet hose of a Scorpion, missing the mark for the most part, but he manages to finally reduce Kixrow to rubble. Epic is also blown to smithereens by Fultz's Nitro Cell. But it's only Fultz and Ashen left, as Standby has done a very effective job of cutting through these defenders. Ashen hugging that bomb chassis for dear life. Diffuser going down, not within reach of either of these SSG players. Fultz will have to ascend the stairs. A nice crossfire established by Standby. And it looks like they'll beat their tally, unless Fultz can pull off a miracle. Getting Diffuser down as Fultz is still being held at bay on white stairs, and Eddie will do just that. A third round for the Standby team means it will be a closer match than what we saw when they did battle in Stage 1. But the victory conditions for Standby is not 3 rounds, it's not 4 rounds, it's 7 rounds. They're closer than they were, but they still trail SSG.
Big round from Eddie, 3 kills in that one without even entering the building. That can kind of show just how strong those window positions are on a map like Cafe. Really good stuff, largely on the cocktail windows to be able to shut down some of those more aggressive moving players on SSG. Ashen as well, probably the most important kill that he got. So important, we'll see it twice. And it really does kind of come back to that experience that a guy like Eddie has. He's the only player that remains on this roster ever since that original iteration of LG got a spot in Tier 1 in the North America League. It's been really good for this team, really consistent. Previously was their captain, was their IGL, but gave that role over to Bino at the start of the season so that he could focus more on getting those kills, getting those frags. I think we've seen mixed results through stage 1, but in this game, top fragging his team 8-4 at the moment up against a team like Space Station Gaming. You're never going to be mad about that.
I do love that we've seen both of these teams attempt early picks. We know that Space Station loves to do it, and it was in the playoffs actually when we saw them spawn peeking on Cafe relentlessly. Standby bringing that same energy to them through the first half, I think set quite a good pace, and also just a good reminder that there's good guns on the side of Standby, even if they are playing without an organization, even if they are playing for potentially lower to no salary to very little money, that these are still 5 professional players. And right now they're 1 round behind the defending champs of stage 1. Missed opportunity for Eddie to conquer Benjamaster. That would have been 1-8 for Benjamaster if he'd been a bit slower on that window. I hate to sound like a broken record here, Jesse, but I do really want to know what's going on with Benja on this team, because he is well below what we know he's capable of. I don't know if it's just roles or what. I do know that the addition to Newers changed that around a bit, but smarter people will need to figure it out. Benjamaster does go 1-8. He's the first to die, and Ashen immediately trades him out as the Blackbeard of Epic encroaches upon this bomb site. Both teams taking their lumps as Kixrow, Bino, and Newers all suffer through some blows.
I'll stall out for just a moment, Parker. No more toxic bait from Fault, so he decides, what if I just get aggressive instead? Shoot some toes? His teammate gets the long angle, though, instead on a Kixrow, and now Fault is surely in a death spot. The question is, how long can he stall for, and can he take anybody with him into the grave? He's just playing this corner. They're out of nades, so they don't have a good answer for this guy. It's actually going to be really awkward to clear him without getting killed from those players in the back, most notably J9O, again, playing the long angle on the tuber out.
When so much of your strategy seemed to be take Bakery really effectively, really aggressively, and it just falls apart. I don't know what else you do. Epic and Bino now on the board. They're the last 2 that will be upright. Bino holding on to that defuse kit. He's all on his lonesome. They just lost Epic to J9O as SSG does not want this standby team to tie things up at all. Ashen has broken double digits right now, sitting at 11 kills. He and Newers combining for 19 in total, which is a really impressive tally, and they'll hit 20 together as Ashen finds his 10th kill, laying down on the job, watching the bomb site from on red stairs. Nice round for SSG. Their lead goes back to 2. They're at 5. They're close to match point, but not quite there yet.
Patience once again from Space Station. You know, you're not overextending. You're playing this nice and easy. The Bakery maybe did fall a bit faster than you would have liked, but I still think they're quite happy with how that goes. J9O again in the back lines, long angle, got 2 really critical picks, and it happens off his teammates' positionings. You know, maybe False goes down without a kill in that round, but he's still playing that oh-so-important corner where he's distracting for so long so that his teammates can work those angles in. Ashen as well on the red stairs. Very similar to what we saw from, I think it was Eddie back in the defensive half for Standby, where they were able to play that position a little bit unknown, a little bit surprising, that catches them off guard on the attack, and so that does push SSG even farther along this path.
10 seconds from insertion.
Their defenses on Skyscraper have historically, not Skyscraper, Cafe, have historically been extremely good. They had a 74% defensive win rate on this map through stage 1. They played it 5 times. I mean, they are very good at playing on Cafe, and that's only domestic stage 1 as well, I should say. That does not include the LAN event in the summer. So shouldn't be a shock that they're playing well on Cafe. I know Standby were aware of this when they chose the map, but they're kind of receiving the brunt end of it as we're seeing them really struggle on some of these pushes.
How quickly will Standby be able to get in the building? That's my question after watching the previous round. As they went for a real feast or famine style execute through Bakery. You're not going to be able to get away with a very linear execute on this middle floor bomb site, so clearing out the top floor should be priority number 1. Already fighting through the gadgetry laid out by SSG as there go the Candelas, and now the Blackbeard is in, but both Fens and Kixrow are surprised by Space Station. Bino on the board and Eddie joins in. It was a bad beginning for Standby, but they now have the upper hand as Epic reduces SSG to 2 players. Fultz and Benjamaster standing against some limited utility on the side of Standby, so it will be mostly a frag-heavy contest. Skeleton Key for Eddie, no Candelas remain for Bino, 1 EE1D for the Lion of Epic. Beyond that, you've got some hard breach gadgetry, you've got a nade, and you've got a flash, so definitely more on the side of Standby. SSG will just wait on these persistent gadgets and hope for the best.
With Benja shooting that drone, there's only one left. It's top white, and Kickshow is currently watching it. So information is very limited from Space Station, but they're at least safe from flanks. It's unlikely Benja will go for that again, and they've got info for white, so they can at least take their time with this. They don't have to worry about getting pinched from the back, unless Benja goes for it again, which, okay, maybe he will get excited with it. Hasn't had the greatest of games, but that could all change. It doesn't, Parker. Faults in the 1v3.
Poor Benja. And he will likely be in the proverbial crosshairs of both SSG fans and general chattering masses. Fultz missing the first opportunity as multitude of players were inside of dining, rushing for the safety of the chassis to get that diffuser down. I don't think Eddie has ever looked happy when they have won a round. I'd love to know, Eddie, why don't you smile more? You are winning rounds. You should be happy. Even if you do trail, Standby are bringing quite the heat to the #1 team in NA. They now just trail by 1 round.
Especially with how well he in particular is playing. I mean, Eddie's having a great game. He's still topping his team in terms of frags, and that round in particular helped bring that team back with all the chaos that happened on the top floor. We had the Blackbeard jumping in. We had Candelas coming through from Bino. And with them losing the first 2 picks, it was easy to write that round off early. But then every single member answered back for 1 frag. They were able to trade back some of those kills and even get the man advantage. I want to give a lot of credit to Epic as well for just continuing to watch the red stairs. That flank watch role can sometimes be an unforgiving one, and it can sometimes be one where young players especially struggle on because they just want to go help their team. They are a little bit nervous playing by themselves, but Epic really does a great job of locking that down and making sure Benja doesn't get away with any of those aggressive moves that he was hoping to make. Made a big difference, and I think shut down any hope SSG had of winning that round.
Back and forth we will go. I hope you didn't have any plans today, because it seems like the NA League will be going deep into the night, which means for some of you on the East Coast and those few Europeans who are still here, for most of Europe, it's currently just after midnight. We might be the voices you hear before falling asleep. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. That is for you to decide. There's been a lot of Ela play between these teams. I know that SSG does really like the operator, but I look at the operator bans and I like the way that SSG has answered some of these ops. I mean, all 3 of them can function in a close quarters capacity. Azami in particular, played by teams, those Kiba barriers are thrown out and then she guards them relatively close by. When you look at an operator like Ela, whether you're running the Scorpion or you're running the shotgun, you're going to be playing close-ish range. You hope for a bit of disorientation from those Gishmat mines, and then you just pummel your opponents. Both weapons by, Ela's loadout are capable of being bullet hoses. And then if you're a good aimer, which Ashen typically is, you've got that red dot on the pistol, which can function as a deceptively long-range weapon.
Yeah, I think we really started to see Ela pick up pace stage 1, right? Because she's a great answer to shields. That Grismot doing a lot of damage, saying, but he was trying to push you, not damage, but disruption to give you a good angle. Also good to get opening death to Epic, who is simply playing on that Dokkaebi. Run out from Newers to try to answer, but there's nobody for him to find, so he's just got to run back in. We continue to trade. It's Benja with a C4, traded by Eddie with a gun. All right, they're going to go 1 for 1, giving the 2nd kill now for Benja, and we're still hunting down below. Newers with a drone has a lot of freedom, but he's just going to have to use it and run. With his phone ringing, he is not safe, and he makes it back to reading just below his team.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
SSG's been on the ropes here through most of these defenses, and yet they've come out ahead more often than not. Well, actually, just 1 round so far. Standby does technically have the upper hand. And he's having a terrific game. What did you say, Jesse?
They could get another. I mean, in a powerful position right now, Parker, with a man advantage.
I think at the present moment, Standby are in excellent spot. J9O is going to be the difference maker here. His throwables go in. He's caught. If he cannot win this gunfight, it's curtains. I said that while Newers was still alive. Newers is now dead. It would leave Fultz all alone. Kixrow's getting the fight taken to him by J9O. He trades himself out. That is not good enough. You need to be able to kill 2 players at minimum to keep these numbers close. Now it's got Fultz on the run as he was in back bar and now retreats over towards Cocktail, staring towards the bomb chassis. Epic bopping up and down, and we have a tie game, Jesse.
Another great round from Epic as well. Of course, the 3K, but then it was his logic bomb that forced J9O to make a move playing inside of Piano. So Epic having huge value. The young player coming out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, making himself known here in the North America League against the best team on the continent. That's really impressive stuff. As soon as he swapped to the offensive side, whether it's on the Lion or the Dokkaebi, any of these operators that are very good at hunting down aggressive players, he has been shining. And with SSG's playstyle, maybe that shouldn't be so surprising. If anybody is going to be able to thrive against an aggressive team like Space Station Gaming, it should be the player who's playing these flank watch or roam hunting roles.
Now it's time to see what SSG can muster with their timeout. The man in charge on the left side of your screen, Call Out, sitting just beside J9O. That's a nice looking house, by the way. I'm assuming the team house is in Utah. I know that Space Station had a partnership in, I believe it was Salt Lake City, but I'm not sure if they still do. Not that I'm trying to dox these players at all, but...
Well, yeah, I mean, they're a Salt Lake-based org, as they have been for many, many years. So that would make sense, but also I know a lot of times teams just don't boot camp where the org is based out of. So it's really hard to say.
Again, I know that team houses are not as big as they used to be. I mean, we are long removed from the days of every team being headquartered in Las Vegas. And they are all spread out. Some of them are able to put together a team house. Others think that it's not a necessity. Most of the top teams have been playing from at least some kind of team facilities. I mean, the Shopify Rebellion team doesn't have a team house. 3 of them just play from their own homes. 2 of them play for the facility here in Toronto. Whereas Dark Zero obviously plays out of a team house. SSG did as well. I think OXG did. You'd have to correct me on that one. I'm just trying to go off a mental Rolodex of all the player cams when we do cast them.
A lot of teams will choose selectively as well, like maybe the last week of the season or maybe for playoffs they'll jump to a team house, but then the earlier games they'll be at their own homes, so it can change quite fast.
Wanted to see Ashen go for that run out, by the way. Missed a golden opportunity to take out Epic as he made his way towards the middle floor. I don't think they've droned Ashen out of the position.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's just a standard bottom floor anchor hold from SSG, so we don't really expect anything too crazy to happen at the start. Now Fens could change that, trying to copy what Ashen did, just walking down red stairs to get an early frag onto a coat check player. These track stingers will hide his footsteps as he started to move down, but decides just to hold the angle instead. Kixrow is the opening death, answered surely by Fens, and there it is. So Benja, another round with a kill, but unfortunately, again, answered back immediately.
I'll tear through that middle floor for a 5-5 scoreline, which means we will need all 12 rounds, by the way. Just as I'm not going to give the results away of match 1, but we needed all 12 rounds of regulation. We will need them yet again. This is always my favorite round because it means that no matter what, somebody goes to match point, which means that they can begin to taste victory, but not yet drink from the chalice of victory. They're close. Benjamaster, the first casualty on the side of SSG. Kixrow died on the side of Standby. Both of them having very similar games. 3-11 for Benjamaster, 4-10 for Kixrow. Both playing relatively fraggy ops, but still with some utility to spare. I mean, Kixrow is playing Sentry. bring recruit for the gun, but also the secondary utility that comes with it. Fens has done an impressive amount of work up on this middle floor over the bomb site, but the rest of Standby have not capitalized off it, at least not yet. And it will cause Ashen to take matters into his own hands. He baited Fens out of that spot and looked for a follow-up. Standby now trailing in numbers with 30 seconds left.
They got to do something about Ashen. They cannot plant from Bakery while he's here, so he is priority number 1, but I'm not sure what they're going to do about him.
Down goes Eddie at the hands of Ashen, and Space Station are just playing with their food at this point. Epic dies to Newers, and it seems like most people from SSG want to get in on the fun. Newers getting the final kills. He pops up, staring through that open Bakery wall, and Space Station will move to match point. But Space Station have only won back-to-back rounds in that first half when they won 3 in a row. Standby have looked like the better team through the second half. What happens in this also critical final round of regulation?
It's going to really come down to who thrives under pressure, and that was a great late round from Ashen under some pressure from Standby. We don't often get to talk about his late round plays because he's more of an aggressive entry player. You know, he died more times than any other player in the first stage of the NAL, dying 190 times, but it's okay because when he does survive to the late round, he's having massive impact, and even in the early round, he's often getting a kill or two before he does die. So that's just what it takes being an entry player. 15-8 on Cafe against Standby, a ridiculous stat line, closing in on that 2.0 over quite a few rounds at this point, so we'll be feeling very strong about it. We saw a 20 bomb in our first game to give a little bit of a spoiler from match 1, and if this heads OT, Ashen will be looking that way as well.
5 seconds to insertion.
I mean, I said this earlier when Ashen and Newers combined for 20 kills. They're now at 25, and Ashen is screaming his way to that number. If this goes into OT, we can see some even greater stat padding go on. Kills are relatively even across the board. I know that you highlighted Bino earlier in the match, but he has not fallen off at all. 9 kills by Bino have all been relatively high impact. He's not getting worthless exit frags. He's getting middle of the round high impact frags while likely doing the calling and the objective work on the team. It's just been a really good match for him, and it's great to see that he's come into his own because I do know he, like most of the team, had some struggles back in stage 1. Their growth as a roster, whether they win or lose this round, being able to push SSG to the breaking point, it's something worthy of a compliment and appreciation. And even if Standby lose, which they'd obviously be unhappy with that result, they should still be happy with how close they got to knocking off SSG. That is, of course, if they lose. It's far, might not be the case.
It might be, though. I mean, this is a cool setup from Space Station. They've played this map, again, 5 times so far this season, and this is round 12, but still showing off some stuff I don't believe they've ever displayed before. Falls on the Clash, and then Ashen putting that Electroclaw down inside of Reading to keep the kind of cocktail player safe up towards Heaven. It's going to be really awkward for Standby to try to find an answer to this. They did get kind of Reading for free. This wasn't heavily contested, but beyond this, it's going to be really awkward to work through the top floor. Bomb site's going to be Reading, so you really do need to control the entirety of the top floor. A push without vert control on this bomb site is really tough to accomplish, so hopefully for the sake of Standby, for the sake of getting overtime, they can accomplish something up above.
This might be one of the slowest rounds in terms of first blood being drawn as we hit the 1 minute mark and all 10 of these players are still alive. Kixrow just blindly checking and face checking all of these spots. Top floor looks clear, at least from what Standby's been able to see so far. They're expecting a flank, which is why they've thrown out these track stingers at the hands of Kixrow, and why Epic is poised, if the track stingers fail, to net the kill himself. Nitro Cell goes out now, down inside of Reading as J9O searches for something through these holes that have been opened up. He's got to reposition as he'll have Fultz tackling White Stairs. Like you said, an interesting setup from Space Station. It is bogged down Standby, but J9O loses the plot over by Laundry Hatch. Kixrow capitalizes. He had an opportunity to deal with the clash. He's now tucked into the corner on white stairs, a bit trapped. Eddie taking damage as Bino gets the diffuser to the halfway point. Up the clash will go on the stairs. Benja, high impact kill to take down Bino. No diffuser planted with 10 seconds left. Time running out for both of these teams. Ashen's been dropped, full slow on HP, and a scramble to get to the diffuser as Kixro gets there in the nick of time. He's the only one left. All it takes is one player from Space Station to rush in. And as they hop off the defuse kit, Space Station wins the round and takes the match.
Just a chaotic execute. We got so close to seeing a plant there. Bino probably less than a second away putting the defuse kit on the ground, but Benja makes the swing to stop the plant, and there's nobody to stop Benja, at least not until after he gets the job done. Parker, he might not have had a lot of kills this game, but the most impactful frag of the match, I think, has to go to Benja. Really well played by Space Station. It got close to 7-5, but under pressure, there is no team in North America better than Space Station.
Few people will remember Benja's performance, but they will remember the big win that Space Station gets. All 3 points are theirs, pushed to the brink by Standby, but not able to secure overtime. Congratulations to Space Station. We got 3 more matches left. We'll see you in a few.
snow guy.
He has plant snow door, crew. Snow door. Planning snow door.
Plant default.
Run through site, run through site.
Wait,
User was moved to your channel.
Oh my god, no shot. He got off.
Space Station open and shut may be strong, but in 12 rounds, they get the job done, and the defending champs take the win on day one. We will welcome in Ashen now as the interviewee as we celebrate this SSG victory as they return to the second stage and make their mark. Ashen, congratulations on this win. A big win to start the stage and a big performance from you yourself. I mean, you dropped what? Double-digit kills. You were looking good out there. What's this win like to start the stage?
Yeah, it's good to start off on the right foot, obviously. We're just looking to keep going through our processes. So we call it the infinite game and just keep on going where we picked up from the last event, last stage. Just keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, clearly that's exactly what we're seeing. You guys have only been getting better and better since the start of picking up Newers to Reload. I mean, we saw you guys at EWC. Now you're coming back home. You are the top reigning champs. That brings a whole new set of issues of people gunning for you guys. What is the next step for SSG's perfection to continue? Is it what other teams are bringing to you guys, depthening your map pool more comfortably? What is that focus for you guys this stage?
Yeah, I think since last stage, we definitely got a better map pool. And I think, you know us, how it's more other teams going to be coming for us, right? We're not really focused on the title of, what happened last stage. We're just looking to keep improving. And I think that's something we've been doing. And we just got to make sure that that's something we have control of. And once we're on that track, we just keep going, so.
Well, Ashton, I want to say congratulations on your win. You never seem to stay out of the spotlight. You always seem to put yourself in there. I talked with Fultz briefly before getting the stage even started. He said that you're now being more off of the shields. He's going to take more initiative on that. We're still seeing the results from you putting up big numbers, but there's two things I want to touch up on. Going back to EWC, what are the things you guys are taking from EWC and now kind of implementing here into stage 2, kind of furthering Fox's question? And then after you answer that, then it's a follow-up on then the team house environment, whereas before I'm pretty sure all of you guys were in your own places.
Yeah, I think from EWC, one thing we really needed to fix was just the slow starts. It bit us in the ass so many times, just not communicating enough and just not having the ideas flowing. And I think that's something we've been working on pretty hard with practice and just starting on the right foot no matter what. And then for being in the team house, me, Jack, and Newers, we drove 20 hours here. So yeah, we took the long haul. Look at him right there.
He looks exhausted after that 20-hour.
Yeah, it was. It's great to be in person, right? Because everyone's dialed, everyone's being held accountable. You have the same routine, and there's like no slip-ups. You have everyone around you that wants to see you get better and just hold you to the standard, hold you accountable, whether it's in the gym, your nutrition, and in the game. So.
I just got one more question, kind of in comparison, obviously LFO from their previous stage to even now in this matchup. Would you say it's a drastic difference in terms of what they're bringing now to the table than what it was previously when you guys dominated them on a bank last stage?
Regardless, they still shit their pants. I mean, that guy just got off plan on match point.
No, yeah,
so,
I did think that was crazy.
I didn't really notice that much of a difference. So
okay.
I was just going to say, now that you guys are in the team house, is there anything interesting that living with your teammates has shown you? Anybody? I know when I lived with Newers, he didn't have no bed sheets on his bed. So I was just curious if there's any trends that were still continuing.
Crew's got a great piece over here.
Okay.
He's got a great piece.
Right. Piece of hair?
Yeah. He's got a great piece. He's got a great piece.
He's got a head of hair?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Ashton, as always. Electric stuff. Appreciating your teammates' hair is always a good thing. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the win, and we will see you down the line, my friend.
I'll see you.
All right, thanks, Ashton. Well, a great win for SSG. They close it out in regulation, needing all 12 rounds, but a win that it did get maybe a little closer than we thought, but SSG's attacks, Fox, it really felt like that just put them over the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was a couple hiccups. I mean, Ashton was talking about starting off hot, not being able to start slow. And I think that's what we saw. Even though it was a lot closer of a game, I felt like the rounds that SSG were winning were almost masterclass. They were almost essentially baiting executes, focusing to go for that plant, seeing how Standby was going to respond. There was a lot of rounds where Standby was playing from below a C4, so SSG would force that plant with the shield, SSG would respond and understand, okay, standby is trying to stop us from planting from kitchen, from below. And immediately SSG would hold on planting and then go to respond to that take. So using that bait as the reaction and then countering that reaction, that from SSG was beautiful to see.
Yeah, I mean, even for me, I don't think we're giving Standby enough credit. I think their response maybe have lacked in terms of overall timing, where I think maybe they had aggressed a little quicker, understood things at a faster rate. We maybe see a different result. But to completely just say it looks the exact same LFO, what Ashton was saying, I just can't agree with it. I thought they looked far better than what we've seen them previously in their stage, especially in a matchup like SSG. 7-5, that's no slouch from the other team. They're obviously putting the work in. Even in round 3, in that round where they were playing in Library and White Stairs, they understood the win condition. They understood to double up on one another and play that man advantage once it went into those gunfights, and they did it beautifully. And I mean, sure, there's still things that they need to work on, but to discredit Standby and say that they still look the same, I can't get behind that, and I critiqued them a lot last stage.
Yeah, I don't know if it's quite fair to use SSG guys as the most reliable source of information.
Sure. We can definitely agree on that.
Yeah, so Standby improved. At least that's what I think
to a degree. I don't want to say it's perfect by any means, but in terms of
they looked a lot better.
Yes, in terms of their first play day compared to now, night and day difference.
SSG just really looked at that much better on top of it, the way that they were counter-stratting Standby. If it was any other team Standby at the play, I believe Standby could have closed it out, but SSG was one step ahead when it came to countering the counters, essentially.
Well, on an individual level, obviously we talked about SSG a lot and as a team and how they're so good together. One man who stepped up was Ashen, the man we just spoke with, dropped some pretty big numbers.
Yeah, it was nice to see him show his own piece in this matchup. Essentially, he was that strong and dominating. And that's not what we saw at EWC. The whole team was playing on all cylinders all together. And that's what we commended them, is for their teamwork. But we really saw Ashen step up. He had that confidence. I mean, these teams obviously cannot match up to SSG currently with that confidence. SSG is a momentum team, so when they're in a position where they believe like they're the better team, you see players like Ashen, even Newers played well, but more specifically Ashen, step up, go for these challenges, and it went Ashen's way most of the time.
I mean, I think Ashen took it a little personal when we showed that stat line where they were in the top 20s, 30s, and Ashen was like, yeah, nah, let me put myself in #1 spot right now. Well, I'm sure actually Ambi's first right now. Ashen's sitting second, but I mean, it was a lights out performance from Ashen to say the least.
I got Ashen on my fantasy, so thank you.
Yeah, it's good stuff from him. Well, great stuff from SSG as a whole. They close it out and get the win, but our next matchup, well, still a lot on the line there as well. It's our NA runner-up in Dark Zero, taking on a Cloud9 roster that looks a little different. We'll talk about that roster change when we come back.
And dash together. Oh, unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gibbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. They've given him both.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blackout.
Hey, get your binoculars. I see you looking. Who they wanna be? You can see it in their eyes. When you turn it to the king, then the comes with the prize.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
last stage, it was Dark Zero who popped off in the group stage, only falling slightly short in the playoffs. Cloud9, on the other hand, they come into stage 2 with a big roster change, something we are going to talk quite a bit more about. Welcome back to the NAL. This is stage 2. It is day 1. Diving into our third match of the day. I'm Jonas Willinger, and alongside me, I've got Foxe and Laxing as we get into the action here. This one, high stakes, of course. It's day 1, and you want to start out strong. Dark Zero, if they can start this one with a win, they can get some of that momentum going that they had in the group stage last stage.
Yeah, and both teams need it. It's a battle for pride at the moment coming in. C9 wants to be able to show everybody how strong this change was that we've all been questioning. Dark Zero, on the other hand, kind of a flop-out performance at EWC. For them, it's the same. They want to be able to show that they're still the same team from last stage.
Well, this Cloud9 roster, as we said, Laxing, it looks a little different. Hat has now joined this team in a flex capacity. Packer is gone. The former IGL, who was with this team for just over a stage, is now not part of the picture at all. Dream, the IGL roles fall to him.
Yeah, it's definitely quite the change. I mean, I said this in the beginning. I don't really agree with it, removing your IGL. And Fox already candidly put, you know, we've already seen 2 people on that roster try to be IGLs, facilitate a team, make it work. It didn't. And again, now Dream is that player that is now going to be that focal point for this roster. And again, I just can't get behind this. I mean, I don't think Packer, again, was a bad player, should have been removed. No slight to Hat. I think Hat is a great player in his own right. But in terms of what this roster needs, to me, that is not what the roster needs. I think they should have given Packer another stage to understand what can we do differently, similar to what we just saw from Standby. And I gotta say, Standby looks significantly better. So for all the changes, I just can't get behind this one because you're removing that focal point. Whereas, yes, Fox, you have addressed that they do need firepower, but even if statistically you have 5 players that can shoot and do really well, if you don't have a team leader that's gonna point you in the right direction, set you up, be able to adapt on the fly, you are going to struggle no matter what.
I mean, more time with Packer would have been good, but if we talk about what the biggest issue was, in my opinion, when you look at the stats from last stage, Kobilax was the only positive player. He was +9, not even in double digits, single digits. So when we say, oh, do you have 5 players that can compete with everyone in the league? I frankly don't think Cloud9 does have it. So if you are going to make that risk, that transition of dropping Packer, the player you'd want to get is maybe someone that's going to be consistently putting up double-digit frags to help Kobe out. Hat is not that player, in my opinion. We saw him on OXG, kind of on that flex support. He does do well for himself, but we don't see him topping the leaderboard as we usually do. And then it doesn't really sit comfortably with me that this is the right transition for them to go to. And yes, you're putting Dream, you're putting him in the assistance of other players that haven't found success IGLing previous rosters. We also saw Dream in his previous team of OXG, and he was having struggles when I left the team, and he had to take that mantle up. So now I hope I'm wrong because I love Dream. I want to see him succeed. But this roster change needs to be proven to us.
Oh, absolutely. And again, I think the biggest key factor here, again, for me is just losing the IGL and not having that voice. Whereas, again, I don't think Packer was the true issue. When they were trying to problem solve, it was really just throwing body after body after body. There wasn't really much adaptation being done here. So if I can see something that is indifferent in terms of whether they go down in man advantage, whether they're up in a situation, if I can just see key pieces moving around the map and just understand fluidity throughout each and every single round, then I can get behind it. But what we saw last stage wasn't there. And again, I think Packer just needed one more stage to really get those fundamentals down to lead this team in the right direction. But obviously we won't be able to get to see that. But I have to see something this game. And against a team like Dark Zero, it has to be there from the get-go.
Well, for Dark Zero, there were no roster changes. And Fox, it feels like this makes sense. You come off of stage 1, you had a 2nd place performance overall. Unfortunately, EWC didn't go so well, but just looking to build on that stage 1 performance within the region, that's at least where their thoughts have to be.
Yeah, I mean, of course, when you're doing as well as Dark Zero did last stage and you have a bad event, it's not necessarily grounds for termination of any player. It wasn't a team issue. It really came down to the strategy, because what carried them through stage 1 was relying behind Spirits, being able to go for these aggressive plays, forcing people to move around because you have Spirits to do that. But it seems like every team at EWC was able to have an understanding of how to work against Spirits and Dark Zero. And that's what we saw when Dark Zero faced SR. into the later half of stage 1. Then we go to EWC. They have a great blowout match against FaZe, and then they fall short. 7-1, 2-0 by Weibo. I mean, those are stat lines that you should not be seeing from Dark Zero. It should be way closer, and it paints the picture that Dark Zero is good against teams that have to move. FaZe has to move. They're very fluid, very aggressive, so it works out. But when they go up against a static team like Virtus Pro, or a team that's unpredictable like Weibo, they find themselves in a place where they can adapt if Spirits can't find that opening or that disruption.
I mean, I love that you talk about that because, again, we already have highlighted this new DZ roster can get aggressive compared to the old DZ and how they played. So winning a game against a team like FaZe where they set that momentum, they set that pace, makes perfect sense. But on a team like VP or a team like Weibo, where, again, the lack of understanding what this team is going to do, or even for VP, for example, a team that historically has stuck it through and through in terms of their strategy, where I could see an old DZ sort of play style being a lot more slow, more methodical, they would get those wins under their belt. So I think it's a similar situation that we've talked about with SSG, is just understanding when to play aggressive, when to play passive, just knowing when you can hold pieces together and wait for those things to be exposed and then collapse on them. I think that, for me, is a big thing for Dark Zero that SSG has gotten over a hurdle of.
Well, that's great. We'll get to see that play style and how they want to play that, whether it's going to be aggressive, a little bit more passive. Obviously, depends on the territory we go to now. Cloud9, we have to see how this change takes shape. Likely, they're not going to want to overcomplicate it, changing the IGL on the fly. Where could they go here?
I mean, I think Dark Zero is going to try to take them to a bigger map, essentially. We're seeing Skyscraper ban, Chalet ban. That's what they want to look for. I'm expecting some type of a Lair or a Labs. Cloud9's going to take down Lair because Cloud9 just lost their main IGL. It's going to take them time before they can progress on bigger maps that you have to watch the time and consume map presence off of that time. So going up to Labs, I think DZ played it exceptionally smart by taking out smaller maps, forcing Cloud9 to have to go to a place that the previous roster was comfortable, but you just lost your IGL, and that's a whole new thing you have to get through.
Yeah, I mean, as we know, they're starting on defense, which is already great. It doesn't really come too much on Dream's end. It just comes onto the team actually being able to work together in cohesion and understanding the win potential, what can come from around. But when it gets to those attacks, that's where I'm really going to have to see Dream and the rest of Cloud9 come alive, especially coming in with Hat. But again, for serving sample between the two, I mean, I would definitely more favor Dark Zero in this matchup, whereas Cloud9, we did see them versus SR in that first matchup. They did start to mount that comeback, but then once they immediately switched sides, that's when they fell apart. And that's where it all went downhill. They corrected their wrongs going against Cruelty, but even then, when you're looking at that serving size, I would say I would more put my eggs in the basket on DZ's end than more so on Cloud9.
Yeah, and when C9 was really tested, we saw a lot of individual plays. It didn't really come down to the IGL. When it got to their attacks, there was a lot of post plants. I mean, there's that one clip of, you know, Giddy peeking down the floor on a clutch that almost went south. So if you find yourself in this situation without your IGL and a new IGL, I'm expecting Cloud9 to not necessarily be as disciplined as we wanted them to be in that Cruelty game. So obviously, it's all going to come down to how much effort they really believe in Dream as the IGL and Hat as their new Slayer. We'll have to see when it comes down to it. But for me, I mean, Dark Zero is going to be the easy favorite going into this match.
Cloud9, lot to prove, because clearly a bit of doubt about this roster move. We'll see if they can make this one happen. Jesse, I'm interested in what you have to say about this one. Cloud9 move, good or bad? Let's find out.
Well, Jonah, listen, for me, it's an open mind game, okay? I want to see what they can show before I have any opinions. Now, I've long been a Packer fan. I do like him as an IGL and as a player, and so it did make me a little sad to see him being removed, but Hat is also a great player. He's proven himself in Tier 1 multiple times, of course, was at the 6th Invitational in Boston with that OXG squad, and I think performed pretty well there. So I like Hat quite a bit. Will it immediately translate into success for Cloud9? I think it's going to be tough, especially against a team like Dark Zero, but only time will tell, and I'm going into this game with an open mind. Parker, nobody cares what you have to think about Hats. We'll get right to the op bans, where generally the focus is on Hard Breach. Not so this time, though. Cloud9 will ban out the Glaz, opening the opportunity for Dark Zero to ban both Kaid and Bandit and make Hard Breaching essentially free for the entirety of this game. If they don't want to go for the Bandit, then Nero would be the most common expected operator to be removed. For Cloud9, I have no clue what they're going to pair with this Glaz. It's going to be the Blitz instead.
Thank you. I mean, now I know what you feel like when there are stretches of action and you're not able to talk as often as you'd probably like, but I am very intrigued to see the way that this is going to go. Obviously, the announcement of Hat being added to the roster came just a couple days ago. Dark Zero are pretty hot off of about as good as it could possibly get without finishing first overall stage 1. I think that's what we say on the second place trophy that they get, is you almost did it. DZ was toppled by Space Station in that playoff grand final that occurred, oh my goodness, almost 2 months ago? It was mid-July, so we're not even 2 months removed from that. SSG winning 2-1, and they were very, very one-sided maps. It was like 7-1, 7-2, 7-1, or something along those lines for the teams that did prevail. But I mean, still, Dark Zero went through a heck of a run. They got a bye in the upper bracket semis, defeated Wildcard 2-0, lost to Shopify Rebellion 2-1, or beat Shopify Rebellion 2-1, sorry, and then made it into the grand final and dropped, obviously, to Space Station. DZ looked like a team that was going to be unbeatable for quite some time until the tail end of the season, where they dropped their last 2 matches to both Shopify Rebellion and Space Station in all 12 rounds. Dark Zero are going to be playing hungry. They're going to be playing angry, I have no doubt. And they are, after watching our first match, where Shopify Rebellion didn't look like the unbeatable team that they did in all of Stage 1, DZ's likely licking their chops, knowing that they can be the undisputed best team through the group stages. They got to start with Cloud9.
Well, Dark Zero will begin this attack. Again, no Blitz or Glaz on the board. Glaz is a big operator for Spirits on this bomb site, so it does make some sense removing him from the board. Again, Hard Breach is going to be trivial in this first half for Dark Zero due to how the bans played out. So NJ gets the IT wall pretty easily. You've got Citizen, who's working down below, going to get some great vert play happening with that Deimos. And Dream on this clash. This is the real question mark for me on Cloud9. It's less so how will Hat do on this new team, but it's more how will Dream be as an IGL. It's been a long time since we've seen Dream in this team captain role, usually being captained by, of course, Packer in Stage 1 and Foxay for most of his career. Meets Spirits up in Rafters and actually does quite well to move him out of the way, but it's a 1-for-1 exchange as both Kobe and Pamba end up falling here.
Pambazoo is one of the highest rated players consistently throughout his career in live events and in domestic matches, so it will be rough for DZ to be without him, but part of the reason why they picked up players like Spirits and Citizen in the first place is to provide more complementary forces and also increase their fragging potential just ever so slightly. You've also still got the Mayor. NJR can dominate quite easily, even if he will be on Hard Breach for what I imagine is most of this lab's tenure. Some damage is being done to Hat, C9's newest player, as he's now chased off of his position from that death mark. It's the first time that you and I are going to get to see the newly reworked Nighthaven Labs. It did get a touch-up. It was one of the 3 maps in Operation High Stakes that was modernized alongside Consulate and Lair. Knave takes down Silent, and Spirits is traded out by Hat, who is still on a single point of HP. Both he and Knave are kindred spirits in that regard. And with 30 seconds left, 6 players still remain, 3 on each side. The focus for DZ is over towards Fish, or Aqua, if you want to call it that. Dream now has an opportunity to push up ever so slightly. He's chased off by the Flores drone used by Knave. Hat, what remains of Hat at least, is gone. Dream will find 2 very quick kills, and Knave and NJR double up for the last 2, even though Dream looked like he'd be able to pull it off. DZ seize the tail moment of that round and take it. They're up 1-0.
What a ridiculous round that was, Parker. It was a 3v3, but I thought positioning was heavily favored for Cloud9 because DZ were so clumped up over towards Aqua. The one player that wasn't in the clump, though, was NJR, and apparently nobody was looking as he got a freebie pick onto Hat to get man advantage. Then Dream off-screen 1v2s with the Clash. I have no clue how that one went down, but somehow Dream kills both Citizen and Naif. And then there's less than 10 seconds remaining, and Giddy ends up going down. A heartbreaking way to lose that first round from Cloud9 because it really felt like with Dream on the Clash, they had locked that down and would have no issues winning it and going up 1-0. Not to be, though. Dark Zero pull off some crazy stuff, and we end up seeing one of those rounds that goes down to the wire. This play by Silence I thought was really incredible, too. Killing Spirits really killed the momentum of that push, and once again, it was just up to those last couple of players to bring it back.
Spirits is, because of the role that he plays and the operators that he plays, oftentimes an integral part of the execute for DZ's attacks. Yeah, we usually see him on shields. That's basically what I mean. Basically what I'm saying is that he plays shields because they are usually among the most important part of any execute that you see. Spirits will give himself a bit more fragging potential on the Blackbeard instead of running with the Monty like he did in the previous round, and he'll lock that operator in as DZ looks for a utility-heavy lineup here. They've got the anti-flank, they've got some anti-gadgetry, and they've got plenty of fragging potential.
Like Kobe on the Azami up here in Rafters, one of the rare maps where Azami is not focused in the bans because Kaid and Bandit are just so important. So you do see a lot of Azami play on Night Haven, and Kobe is basically always going to stick on this operator. Might see things change up a little bit if they go to the basement, but broadly, Kobe will be running this operator most rounds on defense. Top floor just as important for storage as it was last round for the top floor defense. If you can get this IT wall open, you can start denying that vertical pressure. You can try to work a plant in through storage. And if you can take all of top floor, then you get a couple more options where maybe you can go plant inside of control instead. You can really start working the vert angles too. So this duel up above is vitally important. Kobe hoping to just stay alive, denying anybody from walking in IT. He's got Hat inside of servers, Silence there as well to give him support.
Completely disoriented. What a miserable experience for Spirits, and yet he endures. Dream the first one to get a kill, but immediately DZ finds two. Spirits on a single point of HP, but the explosives must have stopped at this point, so he finds a golden opportunity as DZ crush the final players, of which were three. Over half of the team of C9 still alive and then swept into the dustbin of that round in very short order. DZ has broken very little sweat over those 2 rounds and find themselves in a great spot and playing far better than Cloud9 up to this point.
Really clean push on storage. That's one of those bomb sites where you don't need a lot of control. If there's nobody in the basement, once IT is open, there's kind of nothing else stopping you. The only thing that would stop you would be a nitro cell, and Dream had that, but Spirits lived on 1 HP. He was so low, answered by nading out Dream himself, so they ended up winning the exchange on the explosives, and then Dark Zero, just full control of the site. You can't deny it from up above as long as that IT wall is a threat. So good stuff from Dark Zero, recognizing they didn't need much map control, and they took it extremely quickly, certainly catching Cloud9 off guard. And you've got a newer IGL, someone who will change the dynamic of the team. Sometimes going fast and trying to catch them off guard can work even better than it otherwise would against teams that have been a 5-man stack for a little bit longer. It's going to be one of the challenges that we'll have to see Cloud9 adapt to throughout this season, because this one change that they've made is quite impactful in terms of how the whole team functions.
I mean, when you get rid of your IGL and bring in another player, there's always going to be, I would imagine, a step back, right?
Get ready. I'm gonna give them hell.
DZ went through that. I mean, people were loving DZ's lack of success after taking Canadian off of that team when Nave took over, but people have short memories. And now DZ is playing much better, and so too is Shopify Rebellion. It was a great trade for both teams. Well, Cloud9 inevitably beat their results from stage 1. Well, I mean, they finished 7th. They were 1 point back, actually, of that 6th spot, which ended up going in favor of Wildcard, but Cloud9 very easily could have made that top 6. They were at least close enough to their contemporaries. Will there be enough of a setback that it hurts them in the race to get into that top 6? Potentially. But, I mean, the first 2 rounds are any indication this C9 team is having some troubles at the present moment.
A little bit surprised to see NJR switch over to the Ace. Dynamite usually thought to be a little bit stronger on this top floor just because you guarantee get those 2 walls open, both connector and the IT wall. Maybe as a response to the mirror windows, could be a big part of it here. Hunting for a pick Rafters with some good Grim work, but again, Kobe on his favorite operator will be quick to back off so he doesn't go down. A lot of Dark Zero still focusing around this Aqua Stairs. I guess technically it worked out for them in round 1, although it did feel like it was a bit awkward. Silent, wow, flattens Spirits at the top though. And that's going to make this Aqua push a little bit awkward.
Spirits dying early in round 1 was not a great sign, but they were still able to get themselves out of that spot. Citizen dying now on a slow peek to Silent is not ideal. Down goes Giddy at the hands of NJR, so DZ will keep numbers close with a minute still left on the clock. Nafe holds the diffuser. He'll have NJR and Pambazoo to watch over him, as 2 players on the side of C9 are still searching for their first kills. They could be lucky enough to find one of these remaining DZ players, as Kobe and Hat's still searching for his first kill on C9, period. When you expect somebody like Kobe to get kills, though, he's going to have to start racking them up to keep lockstep with DZ. Down goes Hat at the hands of NJR, and now the black mirror that stands between NJR and the bomb site will be picked apart. Look at this multiple lineup that we have from DZ in this position. They'll barrel on over. Pambazoo dies, but is traded out immediately. Kobe's on the ground, Silent and NJR in a 1v1 with limited time left. NJR will need to grab the diffuser, swing on in. He has no real information, and Silent gets him on the door frame. Cloud9 gets on the board.
Massive 4K from Silent. Last stage versus Dark Zero, he got 4 kills total through the entire game. It was his worst game of the stage. He went 4-8 versus DZ in that 7-3 loss that they had in stage 1. He got 4 kills in just a single round. Should be feeling extremely good about that. Starting top Aqua, shutting down the Blackbeard, getting the second player at the bottom of the stairs, and then responding really nicely to DZ's fast push in through connector. Dark Zero were in a difficult spot, once again attacking that top floor, all grouped up in one position. Instead of being grouped up top Aqua, that time they were grouped up connector, so they just said, we gotta send it, boys. Hope that in the chaos we can catch them off guard, get a few kills, and they did just that. But shotgun close range 1v1, that's always going to favor the defenders. So really nicely played by Silent throughout the round, start to finish, shows exactly why he's such a strong player for this team.
And Jesse, we will see for the first time in the North America League, Denari, the newest operator added to a Rainbow Six Siege. The Swiss operator plays as a defender and has a pretty tricky little gadget. They're called trips, or I mean, it stands for something, but trip connectors, basically. He's kind of like a Rooney, right?
Yes.
He's able to create laser gates-ish, which I'm overjoyed to hear Ace of Pyrite say at some point, that do damage and stop gadgets and all that jazz. And we'll watch as he maneuvers around the map, and we'll be able to talk about how that gadget works.
Multiple connections established.
So putting a couple of connectors at the top Aqua, he puts 4, so that's going to do quite a bit of damage if somebody walks in that doorway. He's notably also placed them in places where they cannot get shot from outside. That's pretty critical. To clear those out, you're going to have to maybe throw a Twitch drone in there, or get an EMP, or clear it with some kind of a utility burn. Back in the test server, it was really tough to clear those out with util burn by throwing flashes and stuff at them, but they did nerf this operator right before he came to live. So now you get 8 seconds if you throw a flash at that laser or something else, where it will stay down and you can make that entry point happen. I think a necessary change that will stop some of the shenanigans we saw being experimented with on the test server. I saw some ridiculous clips ahead of time.
Yeah, I saw it on social media. My feed was quite heavily inundated by creative ways to do that. And I mean, it might not come from a comp standpoint, but Rainbow Six is pretty fortunate to have a dedicated, crafty side of content creation. Guys who find little tricks and little tips with the trip mines. Silent is down for the count, so that will be all we see out of that operator. Hat's still searching for his very first kill. It will come in the next round, as he's now dead. And Kobe found 1 kill on the Citizen, as Citizen actually takes down Nafe as well. Things couldn't have gone much worse for DZ in that ensuing fight. You lose both Citizen and Nafe in the same altercation. It's a big error. Now NJR needs to run through the fire and the flames. He and Spirits are the last 2 up. Spirits, no logic bombs remaining. Both have been used. Down goes Dream at the hands of Spirits, so fragging potential is still there from Dark Zero. NJR does not know when he's going to be able to get that diffuser down, as he and Spirits hold these defenders for the moment at bay. Tracers will go in, and it looks like Cloud9 will fall off for the time being.
Where do you plant? I mean, you can't plant in Nano, of course, so you've got to choose some other spot. Anywhere that you go for a plant, they'll probably get a vert angle on you, so you've got to be sneaky. You've got to go somewhere they don't expect, and hopefully they won't find you on the plants.
You can hear NJR firing away. It was Giddy absorbing a little bit of damage. But you're right. Where do you go at this point? You've lost control above. You have to find some salvation somewhere in the site. No smokes to pull this one off. 2 flashbangs in the pocket of NJR, but those will hardly help. He thinks he's found safe harbor. And it'll be spirits to ensure that the seas don't get too choppy. Beautiful panoramic view there as the diffuser does go down. A retake from the bomb site. Kobe takes down NJR. Giddy prevails. And all he needs to do is head home, as he'll have no problem hopping on that diffuser. Ice in the veins of those last 2 players of Cloud9 as they handle the post plant perfectly. And it's another big round for C9.
Really well played by Giddy in the 2v2 and in the 1v1 as well. Moving fast, not letting Dark Zero get into a strong spot in that post plant. Just really solid locking things down. And it's another round where Dark Zero are kind of getting scrappy in the early game. They're not having really successful starts to these rounds. Consistently, somebody on Cloud9, whether it's Silent going for a swing, whether it's Kobe-Lax forcing a team kill and then killing that guy as well. Right here, that was such a big move from Kobe. Effectively 2 kills up on the roam. No matter what happens, Dark Zero just cannot get a good execute or a clean execute where they get all of their players into the boards, the bomb site, right where they want them. It's always scrappy kind of plan Bs that Dark Zero are going to have to go for. It's allowed Cloud9 to tie this game up 2-2, and credit to Dark Zero, right? In some of those scrappy late rounds, they're coming out on top. The first couple ones, to be specific. But I don't think you're going to be confident going against a team like Cloud9 where every round gets scrappy into the late game. You know, you want to be a little bit more composed if you're Dark Zero. You want the strategy to be going your way, I think, a little bit cleaner than what we've seen so far. Cloud9, I think, for their part as well, I'm not just trying to talk about DC. Cloud9 have done a great job at forcing that scrappiness, at getting aggressive in the early game so that it's not a clean execute for Dark Zero. I think there's quite a good chance that Cloud9 kind of had that idea coming into this game, that they want to disrupt DZ. They don't want to let them get them set up. And I think that plan's working pretty well for them.
I am a bit upset we didn't see more from Minari. I wanted to see more uses of the gadget and a greater impact on the round. You and I actually talked a little bit offline about Denari before today's play day, and you brought up a good point that the general consensus seems to be he's not the strongest of operators at the present moment.
Yeah, I think that the secondary shotgun was maybe a little overhyped as to what it could be doing. It doesn't really accomplish a whole lot other than just making small sight lines. We did see a Denari laser trip kill last night in the Australian League. So we have seen the gadget get some value in Tier 1, but not so far in North America. I saw that Denari clip on a Tom J. Sherlock reaction clip, which is, if I'm being honest, how I view most of my OCE content. It's a bad time zone for me.
Actually, they've got a couple time zones, Jesse. It's not just the same time zone.
Okay, but everybody lives in one time zone. I mean, let's be real here.
Whoa, dude.
Wow.
Kobe-Lax defeating NJR on that swing. Kobe-Lax struggled to find kills early in this first half. He's certainly picked it up since then. Hat the only player searching for a kill at this point in time. He's been held off of the score sheet. That's not the debut that you want from a player who has topped the standings on his team before, but there will be an adjustment period. When you switch things up, when you bring in a new player, when you have to either learn a new system or figure out a new system or even work to implement one yourself, there is going to be a period of time where you just simply don't play to your expectations. Most teams have these problems. You call them teething issues, whatever you want. Oh. Spirit's nose. Down goes Nafe at the hands of Giddy. Things for Dark Zero through the first 2 rounds looked great. They've fallen back a little bit here, Jesse. A bit of a regression now as Cloud9 leads in numbers. Dream taking some damage from Spirits above, and we hit the final 30 seconds.
They'll get to the bomb site, but no top floor control is going to make this really tough, Parker. And Pamba alone in the 1v4 seems hopeless. He'll go back up above to try to hunt for some kills, but the time is going to be a huge problem in this round.
15 seconds left.
I mean, Pamba is usually able to pull off clutches.
10 seconds left.
But I mean, this map, this team, 4 players now make that 3. Yeah, there's no chance at all. Silent gets the exit kill yet again. High impact frags for him. But I mean, if he'd got no kill there at all, I suspect the round probably would have ended with a victory for Cloud9. There on your screen is the newest pickup from Cloud9, Hat being brought over. He's played on LAN before. You referenced that he played at SI on OXG. He's had a rough acclimation period to this team, and yet the team is still winning. Hat has really been a non-factor through so many of these rounds, and it hasn't really mattered.
Yeah,
C9 with the lead, by the way.
I think it comes down to just, again, what they're doing in the early game. It's consistently somebody on Cloud9 who is stepping up, who is getting that opening pick, who is causing chaos in this Dark Zero attack. That time it was Kobe-Lax. I mean, there's no rule in Siege that says when you're playing top rafters as a zombie, you should just swing the garage door, right? Nobody says that you should be making that play, but Kobe-Lax knows that he's got to take some risks. He's got to play a little bit aggressive because that's the game plan for C9 in this game. They want to stop Dark Zero from setting up, from going for the push that they want to. And if they can cause this chaos, if they can get in the heads of Dark Zero, then everything seems to fall apart. 3 in a row now for Cloud9. They've gotten the opening pick in 2 of those 3, but I would say in all 3 of them, they did a really good job of just disrupting Dark Zero in the early game. DZ, if they want to go even, get a 3-3 split after the first half of Nighthaven Labs, they need to find an answer to that. And it won't be simple as they're attacking again on the top floor. And they've got that clash once again being brought through by Dream, which was extremely effective when we saw it the first time.
I was going to say about his play on Aqua is something that I suspect will be hard to replicate, but it remains to be seen. Hat did get a kill, by the way.
Huge.
Huge. Well, I mean, that's the sort of thing you need. Kobe's obviously feeling pretty good as that window gets shot out in front of him. He goes for a swing, and nobody from DZ is able to capitalize off of that. Kobe doesn't hit anybody either, and as you can see, they all walk away with the same HP they had before it all began. One thing that this new secondary pistol being added to all these operators has done is it's allowed a lot more shotguns on attack. You know, I remember back in the day when you would see Sledge running a shotgun from time to time because of that SMG, and obviously you had a... Well, he fell off for a while there when everybody was playing Buck. But it's good to see that Sledge is back with that shotgun. It's nice to see. Obviously, Ying's shotgun is not abnormal. We see that all the time, irrespective of what her sidearm might be, but... I mean, there's a lot of flexibility that can come with running an automatic sidearm. A lot of the pistols in this game are not to be relied upon for main weapons. Nafe dies at the C4, tossed out by Giddy. His hat is punished by NJR. Both of these teams go back and forth as that IT breach has now been opened. A smoke is ready to go. Pambazu trades most of his HP to gun down Kobe-Lax. That's a pretty decent trade if I do say so myself. Pambazu now with 6 kills to his name, leading not just DZ, but tied at the top with Silent in the lobby. Using not just his gun, but also those Bs, as Pambazu will try to keep these C9 players honest in their positions. He goes for a bit of provocation and falls back. 45 seconds to go, and the advantage right now for DZ, Jesse.
Yeah, how do they get in? These mirror windows still remain. The util's not been there. They get some good information with the air jab, but it's not going to change a whole lot. They still can't enter the site, Parker, and even when everybody's full blind, what does that get you?
Out go the smokes, and now a Candela will go as well. Warden in the hands of Silent, a pivotal operator and a pivotal player who's been relied upon for C9, but Giddy's getting the job done. Dream is in on it as well. They all clean up. All of the remaining players of C9 credited with the kill. I think it was Giddy to get the final kill. It was hard to tell from how quickly all of DZ toppled, but despite being outnumbered, C9 are making DZ work for it, and I gotta say, this new look of Cloud9 doesn't look that bad. They have the lead through 6 rounds.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, with how that game could have gone, we could be looking at like a 5-1 half for Cloud9, maybe even a 6-0 if things go drastically different. Could be looking the other way too. We saw some 1v1s won by Cloud9, but regardless, they're really keeping pace with Dark Zero and outpacing them in a lot of areas, particularly in that early round. We saw those mirror windows really come into effect for Cloud9 in the last round. There was a really sick interaction where we saw Giddy Nitro into connector. Then we saw a Tuberao stall out the ace charge that was on the connector Mira. Then we saw Dream retake space with the Clash and protect the Mira from Giddy as he went back to clear out the Selma charges. I mean, there's so much coordination in a play like that. And for you to be doing it right after making a roster move with a brand new IGL, with your newest player involved in that play, right? Hat was the guy playing on the Tuberao. I mean, that just really shows how much work Cloud9 have been putting in behind the scenes. They knew it would be a big change, right? Taking Packer off the roster. But I gotta say, I'm really impressed so far, Parker. I wasn't maybe convinced in Dream being an IGL because we just haven't seen him play this role in so long. I think you got to go back to maybe Mirage, maybe Tempo. I honestly don't know when he was IGLing last, but it's been a while since we've seen him on a captain position, and I honestly think he's done a great job so far playing on the Clash and giving this information to his teammates. It's making a big difference.
And he himself is playing well too. You know, on that old iteration of C9, his numbers were a little underwater. Now he's doing quite well on that role from a killing and objective perspective. And obviously the contributions he's making from a leadership role, well, I mean, they're a little bit harder for us to pinpoint just because we can't hear what he's saying, but I mean, the results do speak for themselves, and I think you're absolutely correct. I have to give some credit to Giddy too. Giddy has often lived in the shadow of some of the players on this team and really hasn't gotten his flowers the way that maybe he's deserved. He's been grinding an awful long time to get to this level, and here he is. He's flourishing in this first match. What really strikes me the most of this result, Jesse, is that Nighthaven Labs was the second most popular map through the group stages of stage 1. But it was attacker-sided. Not by much, by literally 2 percentage points. So very, very close. 56 rounds won by the attackers, 54 by the defenders. But that's a scoreline that just by itself should not lead to a 4-2 half for the defenders. It happens, obviously, because that's just how stats work. But it does suggest to me that Cloud9 is doing more than they should be on this map, and that's credit to them.
Dark Zero historically great at attacking this map too. I mean, just against FaZe Clan back at EWC, they went flawless, 4-0. So their attacks on Nighthaven can be extremely strong at times, just not today when they're dealing with the problems being presented. Can't worry about that though. The defense is calling. These next 6 rounds will all be played on this half. Monty being a huge problem, but Citizen I think is dealing with it really well. The Kibas keep him safe, and there's nobody really to help the Monty out. So he's just being a distraction.
And Giddy of all people, with the very first pick, Silent taken down by NJR amidst the chaos. It's the Mayor on the ground with the shotgun out. Nafe on the board this round as well. He's a name we haven't said very much. C9 fall by the wayside. My goodness, a lot harder to attack, I suppose, and DZ crushed them on that round.
NJR in a late round anchor position. There's maybe nobody better in the world. He recently received the Slug Sensei TCSG skin for his 1v5 up against Team Secret in Manchester, back when we had the most recent set of the Legacy Esports skins to come on out, showing exactly how good he can be in that position. Can't be running the TCSG now that we've banned out the Kaid. I suppose he could run it on the Strike or the Sentry or the Goyo, but that same operator that he's used to playing it with won't be available thanks to the bans. But still, with a shotgun in his hands, he is one of the most dangerous players in the world. Finding that out the hard way, our Cloud9 inside a storage. Almost trying to replicate what DZ did back in round number 2 with the fast storage window hop-in, but much less successful.
I mean, at least it was a very quick round. I mean, if you're a fan of Cloud9, that's well, you know, that round's over. Let's just move on and turn our sights now towards round number 8 here. I mean, looking at the operator bans and looking at the way these teams are playing, it's very much within the reason that we are looking at a defender-sided Nighthaven Labs. If that's the case, DZ are in much better position from here on out. I'm gonna wag my finger a little bit at how Cloud9 got ahead of themselves on that previous push. I know that you're not gonna go through Discovery and you're not gonna drone as much when you're gonna Candela and smoke things off, but I mean, I feel like DZ is just not a team that you can do that to. I feel like there's just too many weapons on the side of Dark Zero, and they've seen rush plays before where Linear takes, they don't work. Quick takes, they don't work as effectively. DZ obviously is not unbeatable. We saw that at the events that they've been at, and we saw that in the regular stages and then the playoffs too. But I mean, Cloud9 have been playing very well here, but they are still a objectively less experienced team, and sometimes that lack of experience really can show through.
For sure. I mean, it's your first attack. You go for a risky, aggressive strat. It doesn't work out. That's fine. You can reset for the rest of this game. We'll attack the top floor now in our second attack from Cloud9, and it looks like it's going to be connector focused as we're starting to enter over towards top lobby. Dream on the Monty will hopefully be able to flex those IGLing skills as you can call exactly what's going on the defensive side. Getting these walls should be a lot harder for Cloud9 than it was for DC, with both Ace and Thermite being removed. They're going to have to rely on Abonatrix or Mavtrix if they want to open the wall fully, but this time it's just can openers to try to get at least angles into the walls, which will make walking in connector or walking in IT really awkward.
Out goes the first death mark from Kobilax, and losing Pambazoo for Dark Zero will be a debilitating blow, but not a fatal one. The clash of Nafe is now being watched as shields on both sides of this battlefield will likely meet. Some nice tracking onto the clash. Dream was in hot pursuit as well. Kobe tossed out a nade, but NJR baits him in. That is unideal for C9. If I'm Kobilax, I'm a little bit miffed at that one. Giddy entering the bomb site, takes down NJR, finds a second into Spirits for good measure, and now it's Nafe and Citizen. The lads themselves, the British duo, the British boys. As the last two standing, Citizen over on Catwalk, absorbing an awful lot of damage, but still upright and mobile to support the clash of Nafe as C9 gets ever closer to the site. Citizen will have to do more than the 3 kills he has. He'll add a 4th, no 5th to be had. Hat with one, silent the other. And the Brits are sent packing. He does not want to be on cam. Another round for C9 as their lead grows.
What a round from Giddy, too, though. I mean, stepping up in that IT door, that's a huge player. Inside of Electrical, he knows that there's a shotgun on the other side of things, right? He knows that NJR is playing right there on smoke because his Deimos player down below, Kobilax, just died to him. But he has no fear. He doesn't care. He just goes for it anyways. He catches off guard NJR by moving so quickly for it, and then re-swings a second time because he knows they're panicking in the bomb site. That was a really nice play from Giddy, who, again, I think maybe didn't have the performance he was looking for in stage 1. He had a 0.88 KDR. It wasn't exactly a shining performance for his first NAL stage, but now to start things off the second stage here against Dark Zero, that's a really great round. And it comes to cap off a really great game from him. I believe double-digit kills now for Cloud9, just 8 rounds in is super impressive.
A tech pause here being called, which, as you can see, players are not allowed to talk to each other during tech pauses. At least that's the rule. That is sometimes maybe not listened to as loudly as it should, which often results in some rebuke from admins. This is a rough spot for both Nafe and Citizen to be, because when you lose the bomb site and you are fighting solely from that rafter, solely from Catwalk, you don't really have a lot of options to get back into the site. IT is usually open, so going through there into the site is really challenging. There's no run out potential through the door on the Catwalk. If you're going to drop down, most of the stairwells that get you back up there don't offer much better options either. I mean, maybe you could go through Aqua if you think that they're not looking in that direction, but that's a decently long run to get there. This is a tough spot to be in. You know, the walls are open, but the proverbial walls are closing in on you at that point. Also, Jesse, Giddy with 10 kills is huge, but I don't feel like we've been saying NJR's name enough for me to look down and go, oh, he has 9 kills. All right, great.
He's had some huge moments, I gotta say. The last 2 rounds in particular, since swapping to the defense, have been where he's really started to shine. But, I mean, I think his impact on the attack was maybe something that we didn't quite catch on, as it was a little bit quieter and a little bit spread out more. Speaking of being spread out more, this defense from Dark Zero is across the entire map. Citizens upstairs inside a server. You've got Pamba and Spirits on the main floor alongside Nafe, mostly holding down the staircases, right? The ways back down into the basement. Citizen is more or less alone. Someone could rotate to help him out. but he's on a drone. And without that knowledge of him being on that camera, he is going to be in a really awkward spot. Shoots the drone, so he does know this now, but the pressure is about to be on, and Citizen needs to go at least 1-for-1 here.
Main criticism that Citizen has faced in his entire career is that he plays a solo and lurking style where he is often unsupported and can seem to be a bit disconnected from the push. And if he's lurking in a position where he spends 2.5 minutes not eating up utility, not eating up gadgetry, just waiting, or he dies too early, you make an argument that he didn't really have the impact on the round that one would hope, especially for somebody who's as good as he is. I don't necessarily take much stock of that criticism because he has been a brilliant and terrific player through most of his career. But there are moments where you will see him do something, and because you're not on the team, your first instinct is, why are you there? What is going on? That said, he seems to be playing a little bit closer with DZ since hopping on this roster, and it has seemed to pay off. Now it's Nate fighting for his life upstairs as Dream's walking in amidst the smoke. A lineup from the Nitro cell is ripped perfectly. Giddy dies. Dream takes a bit of damage. Nafe with the 2-piece. Not being shaken from this spot by Giddy earlier allows Dream to die too, and that is unideal for Cloud9. They have just watched as this round has basically went up in smoke, Jesse.
Plant denied, and yeah, I mean, this all falls apart. There's no plan B. Nafe can't be stopped with a 3K, and Kobe, he gets 1 for his troubles, finally finds Spirits, but it's a 1v3, 30 seconds, no defuse kit, and they're going to know where he's coming from. Just don't see this one being in the realm of possibilities. Would force Kobe to go positive if he does grab this. There is nobody above, so I mean, these are 3 gunfights he could take. They're going to give him the defuse kit. They're going to allow him to start to go for this plant, but the second he starts, the swings will come out. Tries to bait them at first. He gets the first of 3, but no more than that. Pamba great to shut him down in the end there, and really nice denial from up above on Nafe. I'm shocked he got the kill onto the Monty planting, but somehow found the angle.
I mean, he had the angle from above on the door frame, and he saw that the Monty was pushing in before the first smoke went down. The coverage was on Giddy's shoulders as he played outside. Whether you wanted to open things up so that you could watch over that after killing Nafe in that position, which I think might have been the goal of the Ram in that spot, I'm not sure. That's my main suspicion. But I mean, Giddy needed to win that engagement because the moment he didn't, the whole plan unraveled. And when you've got Nafe just sitting over top of the most default plant spot in that bomb site, bad things are going to happen to you if you're an attacker and your focus is solely on the basement and the defenders still have a person above staring down at you. I mean, Nafe is not exactly a fragger, but he is very creative in the way he plays, and he's no slouch. I mean, when you look at everybody playing in the NAL right now, they all deserve to be here from a mechanical standpoint. Some are obviously better than others. But if you give Nafe a perfect lineup through the floor onto an immobilized attacker who's planting the diffuser, he's not going to miss. Almost nobody in the lobby is. So really does kind of fall on the shoulders of Giddy losing that engagement, because then you can't have somebody on the side of Cloud9 move upstairs at that point. You've only got 3 players at your disposal. Dream is out of the equation because he's the one planting the diffuse kit. Giddy is dead. You've got 3 guys who are now going to need to ascend the stairs, but even then, Nafe is going to be prepped and ready for it, and it's also going to waste too much time. Dark Zero win that round. They've managed to close the gap. We are still very much in all 12 rounds territory, which would be very fitting with what we've seen through our first 2 matches of the day.
Feels like we definitely could be heading to another overtime because this game has just gone back and forth, and Cloud9 only 1 attack so far. I think it was a strong attack on that top floor, usually a tough site to clear out, but we won't likely see it again until the next round. I think there's a good chance Dark Zero go kitchen at some point in this game. They've played it a few times through stage 1. They played it 3 times domestically. And they had a pretty good win rate on it. So we could see that switch up happen too, but won't be for a round or 2 when we see it. Storage is going to be the call for now. Top floor is somewhat contested. Citizen, Nafe, and Spirits are up here, so definitely something that DZ want to hold on to. I like the mirror band quite a bit from Cloud9. She can be so powerful on a map like this. Striker easily opens up the wall to clear out the mute jammers, so no issues there. And eventually, once we start hitting this kind of minute 30 mark, the push from Cloud9 will come, and the top floor will be a fury of frags unless DZ choose to leave.
Take a moment here while there's a bit of a lull between the teams to talk about their upcoming matchups. Well, right as I say that, Pam, as you guys to silent. But okay, we can just very briefly skate over that. As mentioned in match number 1, Dark Zero will go up against Shopify Rebel. Okay, they're just, okay. Hat kills Knave. I'll save my moment for a better time, I suppose. C9 is slaughtering DZ. A flawless round is incoming. As Spirits goes to shoulder check, he gets the down on Nagitty. He'll get the secure as well. So flawless denied. Hat will eat a whole bunch of pellets, but ultimately persevere, and C9 will move to match point. Jesse, I guess the moral of the story is even when the clock says 140 and it appears from silhouettes that most of these players are far removed from each other, that all you need to do is start talking about the future, and then the present comes screaming into your face. So, great round from Cloud9. Dark Zero. Well, DZ looked indomitable in stage 1. Their only 2 losses in the group stage occurred in their final 2 play days, and they came against Shopify Rebellion, who ended up winning the league, well, the group stage, and Space Station, who ended up winning the entire stage. So DZ's 2 losses were against teams 1 and 3 in the group stage and ended up being teams 2 and 3 in the playoffs. Losing here to Cloud9, a team that finished outside of the playoffs in stage 1, has a new IGL, has a new player, a new system, well, that would be a pretty large stumble for DZ. We say stumble, but that's mostly based on Cloud9's performance in stage 1. There is an entire possibility that C9 could be a top 4 team here, and we are just watching 2 juggernauts to battle, but the beauty about a new stage is that we have no idea if that's true, and we won't know for at least a couple more play days.
Cloud9 going to be on match point. The underdogs up against DZ, and I mean 6-4. Go back to that round, and I did warn you, Parker, it was going to be a fury of frags on the top floor, and it absolutely was. All eyes were on Dream and his entrance on the Blackbeard through top Aqua, but that's not where the kills were coming from. We witnessed Silent get his first kill lurking in through the basement. He ended up walking up Cargo for a huge kill, his second of that round, and then just Hat coming in mostly by himself, in towards meeting, in towards connector, got 2 kills on the bit of a backstab again as everybody was focused on Dream. Maybe hasn't been the biggest game for Hat. Took him a while to get his first kill, but a big 2K in the previous round pushes Cloud9 to where they want to be, 6-4 at this point. Feeling strong with that result, and I got to imagine that Dark Zero, they'll be shaking a little bit. Now, they're an experienced team, and they're not going to be quaking in their boots at this. They've been in far more perilous situations, but having to call that attack timeout, probably to calm things down a little bit, right? To get themselves back onto their game plan, to understand what Cloud9 have been going for on these attacks, where they have been quite separated, they have been quite individual, but still working together on the timings. That'll be the challenge that DZ will need to try to get past. It's top floor for round 11, probably basement, could be kitchen for round 12. Awkward spot for them to be in.
A lot of long faces on that DZ bench is, I mean, when you look at how a stage shakes out, if you want to be a top 4 team, you need to beat the teams that are presumed to be towards the bottom of the standings. This was something that I said, we'll probably say more often, but something I said earlier in the broadcast. If you're Dark Zero and you want to repeat the success you had, which is finishing 2nd in the group stages and then 2nd in the playoffs, and I mean repeat, I mean like obviously the goal here is to finish better, but if your goal is to finish at least 2nd place or above, flat out, you cannot be losing games to teams like Cloud9. Now, Dark Zero can still easily win here, but the only way to do that is through overtime, which means they've already surrendered a point to Cloud9. 6 rounds means Cloud9 cannot be defeated in regulation. The only way that C9 can lose is OT, which means that DZ would get 2 points, C9 would get 1. That's not great. That's already well behind where DZ was after the first match of stage 1. I don't know if it's a step back for Dark Zero, but I will say, irrespective of DZ, Cloud9 has impressed today.
Only can openers for Hard Breach, but that really hasn't been an issue for Cloud9. They've been pretty consistent in getting through these small angles. Once again, they do find a way in through connector wall. Nitro gets dodged, and Hat is trying to take this fight. DZ trying to play a little bit more aggressive so that they can take control and get this opening pick. But so far, Cloud9 aren't giving him anything.
Not at all. This is great patience from C9. And again, how much of this is Dreams calling? If C9 does prevail, I'd love to hear what they have to say about the changes that have come in with him as IGL. Kobe's the first casualty, comes at the 40-second remaining mark. So another slow round. Spirits will gun down Dream. A mighty hard attack here. But just like that, DZ's lost a couple players. Pambazoo back on the board. Giddy dies. It's all up to Hat to win a 1v2, or we are prolonging this match. Hat's inside of Electrical, and you see them on the ground patiently waiting for him. That was Pambazoo, hungry for kill number 10. Hat powering up. 6 kills at that point, but that's all he's going to get. Because Pambazoo will get the final kill, he will break double digits, and we will have at least one more round.
Listen, I was talking about how good Kobe can be on the Azami top floor, but Pamba is just as good, if not even better at times, and he played that so well around the breach. Just as I was saying, they're not struggling with the can openers. What happens? Well, one can opener can get fully blocked by a Kiba barrier, so then they don't know what's going on the other side. This kill right here is where everything starts to fall apart. It's just Kobe going down, but that's the Ying off the board. That means it's really difficult now for you to actually make your entry points. Everybody's trying to get through these very small angles, walking through electrical door, walking through maybe that breach inside a connector, trying to get in through IT. So all of these small angles where the Clash is giving you information, the Kibas are blocking you more and more, and it just ends up being a stuffed push that Dark Zero are able to shut down. So nicely played by Pambazoo there. He will tie NJR for top fragging on DZ. Giddy still leads technically with 11 kills in this lobby, but it's all going to be meaningless if they can't close this one out either in regulation round 12 or in overtime in 14 or 15. Today just happens to be the greatest day of the NAL league that we've ever had, Parker. I don't know what it is, but every game has been phenomenal.
I think they just want Siege back so badly that they're not going to let it go. And whatever Siege gods or deities or whatever higher power might exist, they just never want this to end. I do like this change, by the way. An Osa being brought by Dream on match point. I dig it.
We'll see how it goes. There are 2 impacts being played by Spirits, but he's top floor. The Osa, of course, is likely to go in through the main assembly wall down through the basement to get the outer wall. They'll have smokes to stop this as well. 6 smokes, including the Capitao. So that'll be helpful for them. But the Toxic Babes from NJR, the Nitro Cell from Nafe, even technically if he had any, he doesn't, but the Elemines from Citizen can stop those plants in their tracks. So these are all things that Cloud9 will have to be aware of when they go for this plant. Again, you'd expect him to walk in the assembly wall, but honestly, Animus wouldn't be a bad play either to bring with this, considering all the information they have.
There's that Osa shield being trotted in to Animus, as you talked about, and they've got that open wall. But again, what will happen on that floor above? They're in the basement. You cannot go for too linear of an execute. It did not work out that well. Amidst their own smoke, the gas goes out. Nafe ties. Dream taking an awful lot of damage. Silent has also been dropped by Nafe as Pambazoo eliminates Kobe Lax. And what a mess it is. We're halfway through the round. 3 people dead. And it looks like Cloud9 will have to go back to the drawing board.
Still a fight up top. Pamba's being hunted. He's only on 1 HP, so this should be good for Hat, but he just leaves. And Hat's not going to be aware of that. Pamba not too far off, and that forces Hat to make a move. He finds Spirits instead, not who he was looking for. There he is. Pamba sneaks out from the side, baits his teammate a little bit, but still gets the kill and keeps man advantage in favor of Cloud9. Now there's 60 seconds, and they've still got to deal with the guy up above. Dream and Giddy are very disconnected, but at least Dream's fragging.
They are doing very well. A 1v1, Giddy versus Citizen to decide this match. If Citizen prevails, we go to overtime. Giddy wins. That's all 3 points for the new Cloud9 roster. Giddy has tucked his way in. I like his odds at long range. Citizen just needs to play patiently, though. There is no reason for him to aggress, but he does it and wins it. It could have easily been a blunder, but he trusted himself. He caught Giddy off guard, and we go to OT for the 2nd time today.
The #1 player from Stage 1 in North America League with a 149 KDR steps up in the 1v1. Citizen, ridiculously impressive, gets that kill. Giddy just unfortunately not holding it. He knew where he was. He should have been able to lock it in, but he just wasn't able to predict it. A crazy round start to finish. I mean, the 1v1 will be what people focus on, but even in the early round, chaos with that initial Osa plant attempt. I don't think it was a serious attempt. I think it was more of a bait because a lot of utility from Cloud9, including both Osa shields, were not committed to that first pseudo-execute in from Animus. I think they were trying to just bait out Toxic Babes, but they ended up getting a lot more than they bargained for. Lost the man advantage, and then Pamba on the top floor, just a menace that they never had a good answer for. So many of these rounds, Parker, have just evolved into chaos. Both when it was Dark Zero on the defensive side and then Cloud9 on the defensive side too. It didn't seem to matter. These rounds are getting so scrappy in the late rounds, and it's a large part because both teams on defense want to step up and take those early fights so that there is no full 5v5 execute or 4v4 execute. Always getting really down to the wire.
It's been scrappy. It's been chaotic. It's been messy. It's been kind of outside the norm of a Nighthaven Labs match. I mean, we're not expecting a strategic show off of skills here, but I think there is an expectation that there's a bit more science behind it than what we've seen. I don't want to say that to take away the way that these teams have set it up. You know, you gave credit to some of the setups that you saw from Cloud9 when they were defending. You did the same to DZ. There is strategy at play here, but it is a big map. And if you're a team like DZ, who mechanically can match up against the best, and if you're a team like C9 that is probably still working through strats in real time and is probably struggling to put them into action because, again, scrims are not a substitute for actual play days, then you can get a little bit frag heavy, and it might work. It's one thing that we used to see when there would be open qualifiers. The teams that were not playing at a tier 1 level consistently would be playing, frankly, really ugly Siege. They'd be very, very frag heavy. They'd just be flying through windows. They'd be doing goofy stuff that we'd kind of scratch our heads at. But honestly, it works more often than it doesn't. If you go into a match expecting them to play the same style of Siege as you, and then next thing you know, they're hitting you with clotheslines and 5-star frog splashes off the top rope, you're not going to be really prepared for that. It's going to take you some time to mentally adjust it. I mean, there is no shortage of qualifier VODs out there where you can go and see teams playing at a T2 and a T3 level, doing that up against T1 teams and succeeding. These are both tier 1 teams, but Cloud9 can be a bit scrappy and it trips up DZ more often than not.
Spears is in a really dangerous spot. I'm not sure if they know he's there. They were entering in through the top floor. Both EMPs from Hat. No, I believe he got the mute jammer on the second one, so they'll get the angle at least. But Spirits, whether they know he's here or not, he's very close to most of the players on Cloud9. Citizen is in cafeteria, could maybe help him out if he walks up lobby stairs, but he's got his own problems playing beside Pambazoo. Solves it perfectly. 2 big headshots from Pamba get the job done, and it's all Dark Zero in round 13.
Cloud9 have come so close. You know what this is giving me shades of? And I don't want to cast or curse it, but it's giving me shades of that Envy Shopify Rebellion match in stage 1 where we were like, oh my god, Envy's gonna do it! And then Shopify Rebellion won at the last minute. I don't want to write the ending to this tale too early, especially after Hat just managed to punish NJR and keep this relatively close in numbers. But it honestly kind of feels that way where Cloud9 run away with it and then DZ say, okay, that's enough, and then scale it back in overtime and persevere. If you're somebody who places bets, if you like to gamble and wonder, I don't mean with real money, I just mean in speculation. I assume most people are placing their proverbial bets on DZ here, given that they're on defense and they have a numbers advantage. But C9 does have time to work through this.
Opting to give up the defuse kit. They had control of it inside of Cafeteria, but thinking that they'll be better in a 3v2 situation on site. Cafeteria is kind of awkward to hold, so I do think that's the right decision from Dark Zero. And it's wasting so much time from Cloud9 because they had to go recover that kit. They'll both be pushing in through the EXO room. They're going to have to try to get a plant down meeting, but this is going to be so predictable, and Dark Zero should know it's coming.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And they'll both work their way through the same door frame, and the eyes from DZ will be pointed in their direction. Down goes Hat, who's put together quite a nice body of work since a slow start. 0-4, going 8-7 since. That's honestly not bad against this DZ team. Giddy will be buried not far from Hat, and DZ will take the lead, something we haven't been saying all that much in this series. DZ triumphant on defense, but how do they do it on their one crack at attacking?
Yeah, it hasn't been since round 2 when Dark Zero have had the lead, so it's been a hot minute since they've felt like they've had control of this game. That's a big one, though. I mean, that can be a huge difference maker, winning that round 13. I do want to think that like that blitz play coming in through cafeteria wasn't what Cloud9 thought it was going to be. I don't think they realized just how heavily of a roam game there was. Not only was Spirits on the top floor, but both Pamba and Citizen playing in cafeteria, they didn't seem to realize how many players were up top, and if they did, they certainly didn't deal with it very well. 2v3 I don't think was really possible, just given the positioning of where everybody was at. So it comes down to that early game, and the defuse keep being dropped so quickly. Big play, though, to come out from Dark Zero. It's nice to see Pamba really stepping up. I think he has been the MVP on this defensive side. Not really a young gunner anymore, but certainly was when he first joined this DZ team a few years back. Now has been certainly one of the most experienced players in North America League and has consistently been one of those top performers. Always a pleasure to see Pamba have his party time.
I mean, Pamba has been one of the most consistent NA League players since he made his debut years and years ago. And it doesn't matter what team he's playing against. It doesn't matter what role he's on. Even there have been times where we've looked at it and said, that doesn't really seem to suit him all that well. His teammates can make some change, or the team can make some changes for rosters and surround him with different people. It's still going to be the same Robbie that shows up to an event in the freezing cold with only shorts packed in his suitcase and drops 18 kills against these teams. Not sure what's going on, but we got a break ready for you. So sit tight and we'll be back with more C9 DZ. Thank you so much for your patience. If you are just tuning in, you might be shocked at the scoreline in front of you. Cloud9 were in great shape to close this one out in regulation. They weren't able to do it, so now we go to OT, and Dark Zero won the very first round of overtime and now set themselves up to be the team that ultimately wins it all. The newest operator added to Rainbow Six Siege is Denari. First was played by C9 earlier in the half. We didn't really get to see that much out of him when Silent was playing him. Now we're going to see how Dream pilots the operator. Basically, you have these little trip mines that you throw out, and when they connect with each other, they create a laser grid that does damage, destroys projectiles, etc., yada, yada, yada. And the problem is destroying them without taking any damage. That can be a little bit tricky. As you see, they very nicely snap into each other and create a connected web. It's 7 of them. Denari is a Swiss defender and was added in Operation High Stakes just a couple days ago.
That's a cool little setup that Dream's got. He's had multiple different areas where he's been using these gadgets, so have 3 different points where if Dark Zero want to enter, they'll have to find some solution to that. Bottom Aqua seems to be the focal point. If they enter top Aqua, that's where one of those trips will be. Citizen on the Buck, I think hoping that he could find Dream on the Clash from this position, but the Clash not being brought this time around means that he can simply just create angles and stop certain positions from being held instead. Specifically just outside of electrical can be a really powerful position to be held by Cloud9, so they can kind of deny that now that they've got the Buck open. Thermite being used because Cloud9 did not ban any hard breachers, which is a little bit unorthodox on Nighthaven Labs, means that the walls shouldn't have any real issues getting opened. Kaid, Bandit, and Mute Bans certainly help with that as well.
I expect a relatively slow pace here from Dark Zero as they sort out this Cloud9 defense. I've seen some brisk affairs from both of these teams so far through this match. Spirits has found himself closing in on the danger zone as he's on the stairs leading up to rafters in garage. Fire raining out in front of him. Those are the volcanic canisters on the side of Giddy that have been popped. Kobe Lax dies first. Former player of Dark Zero, by the way, and he's the first casualty. He's had an all right game. Unfortunate that he won't be much of a factor for the remaining 1 minute and 10 seconds. But as an Azami, those Kiba barriers should still persist until they get shot away at.
Somebody kind of needs to step up on Cloud9. I mean, can't be going for a man disadvantage. This is the real first time we've let Dark Zero set up and go for the 5v5 push they wanted. Silent tries to make that happen. He tries to be the guy who steps up, but he ends up just going down to Nath. It's being predicted by Dark Zero. The chaos that Cloud9 were implementing is no longer coming to fruition. Giddy gets at least 1 for his troubles, but this Monty push is still something that they don't have good answers for.
No, not at all. You've got a Nitro Cell and an Impact in pocket. If the time continues to run against you, you're in rough shape. Spirit's absorbing a lot of damage on that ballistic shield, but not taking any damage in the process as he toys with walking through the threshold that now allows him to get the plant down. DZ will watch over top as down goes Dream. Giddy and Hat are the last 2 standing. What a match it's been for Cloud9. These 2 players will need to unite to do some serious damage and keep their team in it. Giddy was the savior of many rounds. He finds Nath as the diffuser goes down. Another over on the hatch as Giddy tries his luck for a second time. But there's a Monty still on the board and 2 of the best players from DZ available. NJR goes down. This is winnable for Giddy. He just has to outduel the Monty. But Pambazoo is front and center and shuts down the attempted comeback from Cloud9. DZ spent most of that match staring at the smaller number on the scoreboard. But just as the game got close, they pulled ahead. They win. C9 get ever so close. But 1 point in OT is the best that new roster will be able to get as DZ takes the win.
A little worried that was going to be a premature GG, but in the end, it is a solid 2-man hold from Pamba and Spirits. They did have full information, so they lock it down safely. That tech timeout, just unfortunate for Cloud9.
And that's it for our 3rd match. We'll see you in a few minutes for more Siege X.
Yeah, I can speak off you for jungle. Actually, I'm holding an angle here.
Fucking go. Good shit, guys.
I'm coming over.
Up jungle.
Right, chill.
Chill.
I'm more to class.
Nice,
Guys.
Let's go, boys. Let's go. Good fucking.
Well, we're 3 for 3 today, either max regulation or some overtime action. We've had 3 thrillers so far, and once again, we see another one go into OT. This one, DZ 8-6. They're able to close it out over this Cloud9 roster. Well, welcome in NJR standing by for the interview here as we get into this post-game. NJR, another long game today. We were just remarking how we've had some seriously long matchups. This one, a team that maybe we weren't expecting to be the strongest, come out and perform pretty well against you. What was your initial reaction facing this new roster?
I mean, we kind of went into it not really expecting much, kind of just playing our own game because they had a IGL change and we didn't have any prep work to do really, so we just kind of went in worrying about ourselves.
Right. I mean, you guys adapted on the fly. Obviously, that's what you guys are known for, is being able to adapt and grow. And, you know, I think it's safe to say that EWC didn't go the favor that you guys wanted. So now for stage 2, what are you guys focusing on to make sure is more consistent throughout this stage and hopefully going into the next Munich major?
I think after EWC, we're kind of taking a step back as a team. Like, I think we got a little too ahead of ourselves, focusing too hard on like the strategic part of the game, and now we're going back, focusing on fundamentals a lot, and taking it step by step from there.
Fair enough. And then obviously, I just want to ask, you know, give a little flowers to Cloud9. They went for a pretty big roster change with changing their IGL up. How did you guys feel it was going up against them compared to stage 1?
I mean, I think they felt a lot better, like, as a team. I do think we were losing the rounds to ourselves, kind of giving them like easy picks, but despite that, I do think they played a good game.
And our last question for you, expectations kind of standard going into this stage. Obviously, great stage 1 performance, you go to EWC. Do you have your sights set on Munich and on competing at an international level? Where do you expect this stage to go?
I always expect qualifying to events and winning them. Nothing else.
All right, fair enough. Thank you so much for your time, NJR. Congrats on the win. We'll see you down the line.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. NJR, obviously fairly succinct. DZ, as usual, right? Focusing on themselves, staying internal. But Lax, it sounds like they thought Cloud9 were a bit stronger of a team, at least how they played them today on Labs. They had some difficulty closing this match out.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, you know, as hard as I was and as critical was about this Cloud9 change, I am a little bit impressed. Now, given it is the first day, there's still a lot more Siege to be played. There's still a lot more games that we have to see. Consistency coming out of both ends, actually, especially for Dark Zero, saying that they're taking a step back and reviewing how they want to approach Siege instead of getting ahead of themselves. So obviously, even for Dark Zero's sake, we got to see a little more from them, because I know this matchup, comparatively to the first stage, this was not the performance that they wanted. As NJR even said, they felt like they lost the majority of these rounds to themselves, but still gave Cloud9 their flowers, which again, I am impressed by what we have seen so early on. But again, to see consistency is going to be the biggest factor for Cloud9 throughout this stage.
I don't know. Impress is a strong word. I wouldn't say I was impressed with Cloud9. I mean, I think they played a lot better, but obviously they're a new team. They switch up roles, switch up their IGL. So when you're a team going up against them, Dark Zero doesn't necessarily have the counter strats to be able to rely on it, because you never know. C9's always going to be a new team, even if it's the same strats, different players. And I think 2 aspects is IGLing. I mean, when push came to shove, it looked like the IGLing fell flat. This is the similar Cloud9 that we saw in stage 1. Their preparation was very good. Preparation was amazing. But that's the same thing that we saw in stage 1. So maybe that's not coming from the IGL as it is coming from the coach. I mean, Vivid's been doing a great job on the team. So their preparation shows up, especially against the big teams. But they run out of gas fast, and that's exactly what we saw. As for the other aspect of frag power, I mean, huge commendations to Giddy, because he's improved a lot since stage 1, and that was the firepower that they needed in this game to keep it close. But that's where the consistency comes in. Are we going to see this game from Giddy time and time again? I don't know. As for Hat, the final piece of the puzzle, I don't know. I'm still skeptical.
I mean, I think he's stepped
2 and 7 up until overtime.
I was gonna say. I mean, what do you want from a player? Either keep that consistency of not finding their footing, or at least by the end of the game, however long that gets stretched out, that they do start a bounce back.
First game, new roster, it wasn't bad.
Yeah, I think it was bad. I think when it mattered most, he wasn't there. And in the game, in the rounds where they didn't win, rounds where they're hemorrhaging kills, that's when he starts getting frags. I don't think that's a comfortable position for your newest player to be in, especially when it's like, oh, we lost, but now it's time for me to go big. When if we just saw Had show up a little sooner, maybe we would have seen C9 not run out of gas in the end.
Well, stage 2, day 1, already 3 matches in. For those of you just joining us, we'll give you a look back at how we got to this point today. We opened things up with a 15-round thriller, Shopify Rebellion, taking the win over Wildcard and keeping the 9-0 group stage hopes alive. Space Station taking it over Standby, but another close game, and we just saw Laxing Dark Zero take that 8-6 win.
Hey, at least this is a far more competitive NA start that we are getting to see, whereas previously it seemed very top-heavy. So I am thankful in that regard for not only me being here, us being here, but even for the audience, being able to watch these games really be slugfest and just not the upper end, the upper echelon just absolutely dominating.
And at the very end of last stage, that's where we saw that jockeying for position and that parity. But like you said, good to see that now.
Absolutely.
Well, two of those teams who were jockeying for position, M80 and OXG, they've gone toe-to-toe twice last stage. M80 came out on top both times, but OXG finished higher on the standings. Complicated there. OXG looking for some revenge. Stage 2 of the NAL continues after this.
Dodas and Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. And now it's all up to Basetto. Basetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
And Philippe will see. CDS steal that round for Furio.
Are you ready for this? Bango, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below. And it's just in the face. Penta are going to the grand final.
This could be difficult. The swing. Mason a second. Mason a third. Ryder. Oh my God. Wow.
Pre-day holding up for the blood.
It's a 1v5. Attackers. They had everything going. 1v5. For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to pop the last available second. Was hoping he baited them out. Soliton's down. Pre-day's up.
Available now.
Two teams who battled for playoff position in Stage 1 now square off to open up Stage 2. It is M80 and OXG. Welcome back to Stage 2 of the NAL, everybody. Just the first day, and we have already seen 3 max regulation or overtime matchups. I'm Jonas Willinger. Alongside me, I've got Foxe and Laxing, M80 and OXG Laxing. This one is a little bit interesting because OXG, they finished 4th, M80 finished 6th. But when these two teams actually squared off head-to-head, M80 won both contests.
Yeah, they did. I mean, I want to scrape that 7-0 out of the way. You know, we talked about Oxygen already. They were trying to find their foundation. They were trying to find the right course of action and how they wanted to steer their ship, which clearly, by the end of the stage, into EWC, looks significantly better than what we saw out of M80. But for M80's sake, I think this is a big proving ground this stage, because what we saw going into that last stage was, okay, we're getting the former Beast Coast, the Manchester Major Championship back together with Kino's addition, but then also adding Fabian back onto this roster, a 3-time world champion. their performance should not have been where they placed.
Right, this is a team with high expectations. They have their sights set not on performing well regionally, but performing well internationally. Fox say they didn't even get to that point last stage.
No, not at all. And I mean, their new playstyle, basing it around utility, was almost a double-edged sword. It's something where we saw them skyrocket through games like the 7-0 against OXG, where they played so fundamentally sound with the utility, but then it also hurt them. And I think one player that it hurt a lot of was Kino, because we took so long for each individual player to get comfortable on this new utility-based role. And Kino was just not one of those players that was ever able to really settle into that factor. So that's something that I would love to see him maybe fall back into being more of a supportive cast, because we already have too many spots to fill when it comes to the entry role. So when it comes to Kino, I would like to see him just reel it back in, play that support, let hot and cold play those shields, play those flexes.
Well, I love that you say that, because when, again, I reach out to all the rosters, figure out any changes, any role swaps, the only difference that M80 is currently making right now is Kino is no longer a flex support. He is going to be the main hard support player. So if anything, that should be keying up to exactly what you want out of him and to only improve their performance, let alone Kino's.
So that's at least addressing that issue area, right? That's a positive direction. Talk to me about this other problem they've been having with too many players in that entry role.
Well, that's the issue. I mean, we have Diffuser, Gavin, and Gunnar, 3 amazing players. And you're asking yourself, okay, how come it's not working now as opposed to during Manchester or during stage 1? And that's because their utility now is so much greater than their previous lineup of operators that they would bring. Now, you're always going to have one of those 3 players on a Capital, on a Nomad, on a Grim, trying to use that utility to their advantage, and that's hurting some of these players. Specifically during stage 1, Gunnar was one of those players that took that back seat. He was stuck on the Ace, he was stuck on the Goyo, on these utility-based operators, so he can't be as aggressive as we once knew Gunnar. Obviously, that's a choice that Fabian and the rest of the team have been able to make, and hopefully with more time, they can be a little bit more comfortable with Kino going back to the support. Adds more spots for Gunnar to be able to bounce off of. It's not specifically just on him. It's all of those 3 players. Somebody has to get the short end of the stick, and if we can just figure out how all 3 of them can be a little bit more comfortable, that's where we'll see M80 find a lot more success and consistency.
Well, that success, at least for OXG, came towards the back half of stage 1. They had a rocky start, but they really cleaned it up, and in time to make the playoffs. They make EWC. They really got it together in the back half of the stage. Laxing, what they'll be looking to do today and this stage as a whole is keep that going.
Absolutely, and that was the biggest question of going into stage 1 is, okay, all 5 of these players are very talented players. They all came from very big name rosters, so it was just a matter of finding the foundation, finding the identity. They have laid down the foundation. They clearly now have the identity. For me, it's a big factor of that consistency, especially from a player like Forrest, where we've known with his IGLing, where I've criticized him on his shield play, where he's the first to die on those shield entries. He needs to be staying alive, whereas again, we started to see that over time start to become more perfected, more transition into a well-rounded roster, but it's a matter of, are we going to see it now going into the stage?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a big addition of what we were talking about when we talked about OXG last stage was, at this point, it's not the roster's fault. It's something to do with the coaching staff. We need to be able to see improvements. And recently, Kizzy has become the new main coach for the team, whereas Redeemer has been taking a manager position, and they picked up a new coach. I believe his name is Can.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, again, you look at the placements here. They squeaked in, got 4th, EWC 12th. Sure, that's not like super impressive to say the least, but if you compare it to the old rosters of OXG, they weren't even making international events outside of that lucky, huge qualification to that most recent SI. But even then, they're doing this in such short period of time, which in some areas, great, I'm happy for that success. But that also worries me, because sometimes when you find that success so early, so fast, takes only one stage, then you start to plateau. And I don't want that plateau to happen here. I don't want 12th to be that ceiling, because I do believe if they really just lock in and let, as Fox was saying, making these adjustments even in their coaching staff, that we can really see them just improve more and more with each and every single rep that they get underneath going forward.
Well, Fox, talk to me about where this one could end up in terms of the map pick here. Naturally, these 2 teams, Oxygen, I think last stage they showed a lot of comfort on maps like Cafe, we saw from them a few times. We definitely saw, I think Skyscraper once that did not go so well for them. Where do you think they're going to end up?
Well, that's one thing that OXG needed to work on was their map pool. They had 2 to 3 maps that they would always go through last stage. I mean, we're seeing the Skyscraper ban out of them. Obviously, they don't want to go back to it. We're seeing the Consulate ban. So I'm expecting them to either stick to the consistent of Cafe, like you said, or try to switch it up, bring a new map. And they're banning a lot of fan favorite maps of themselves, like a lair, and that's what we're going to see as Cafe. So obviously, it's a map that I guess works for both teams. I believe that Oxygen is thinking that they're the more strategical heavy team so that they'll be able to get that edge when it comes to M80 because again, Cafe is such a small map to entry in, and what we were talking about with M80, they got 3 entries that are finding difficulty to all fit into that entry slot. So now you can bring them to a map where it's already very limiting. You're going to have the players not only uncomfortable from M80 because they have to play more utility-based Siege, but also uncomfortable on the map because somebody is going to be stuck outside. Somebody's going to have to wait their turn, and that's where we'll see M80 struggle.
I actually do like this pick coming out of Oxygen. They obviously do have the upper hand over M80. When they did meet in playoffs, they did beat them 7-3 on Cafe. So for M80 to allow this to go through, it just makes me believe, clearly, 1, starting on defense, they're already going to start on the stronger side. But then 2, they're going to understand and right their wrongs from the previous matchup that they had during their playoffs. But again, for Oxygen, I think the biggest thing that we noted with Cafe being a comfort pick out of them is they were also revolutionizing how to especially attack Bakery in that game. I believe it was versus Wildcard. They would block off the small Bakery door with the Aurora, pushing through into Bakery, and then just continuing to be that spearhead into the site. So I really want to see that level of depth being displayed here in this matchup still, regardless if they've already played this, regardless if they've already showed it. I just want to see, especially Forrest, come alive here, utilize those shields to the best of his ability, especially starting on those attacks, and allowing his players to play off of him, instead of vice versa, the players are then playing for him because he's off the map.
Well, I saw both predictions up there. It seems like you're going with placement over at least their head-to-head rivalry. You think that OXG are going to take this?
Yeah, I think so. I think arguably you could say that M80 may be the better team, but I do agree. I think OXG on Cafe, the map suits them. They've shown us a lot to hold on to, a lot of tangibles. And when it comes to Cafe, we said at the same time as stage 1, you just said it now, it's going to come down to Forrest. If he can be that person, that spearhead to open things up, but know when to reel it back, that's what we've been seeing out of Forrest recently, is knowing when to reel it back. So for that, I think OXG takes the edge.
All right, sounds good. Well, I know Parker and Jesse are getting ready to go. This time, Parker, I'm going to go directly to you. We don't even have to go to Jesse. Who do you think is going to win this one, Parker?
Well, thank you very much. I don't know, and I famously don't make predictions. I don't even build my own fantasy team. Jesse actually had a bot pick it for me, which is why if I lose, I shoulder no responsibility for my team. That's just how it works. I abdicate all responsibility. I did nothing wrong.
Okay. Thank you very much, Parker. Listen, we've got a great game ahead of us right now because it's one of these games where, yes, Oxygen were the better team in stage 1. They got top 4. But a lot of people in the community would have said, well, M80, they were expected to get top 4. They beat OXG in playoffs. Who really deserved, quote unquote, to get that top 4 spot? I don't like using the word deserve, but some people have been throwing it out there. So we get a bit of a grudge match to go between these two teams, and it does cut deep. In fact, after being eliminated from playoffs, Hot and Cold tweeted, another EWC I will not be attending. Sucks how many throws we've had this playoffs. Also sucks that we beat one of the 4 teams that is going. So you can tell there's a little bit of blood here. There's a little bit of maybe frustration in the community vote. 82% to M80, if I just saw that correctly, Parker. So I think there's a big sense in the community that maybe this is a chance for M80 to get revenge over a team that got the spot for them in the top 4.
I don't know if something funny is going on with the community vote, by the way. It's been 82-18 on 3 occasions that I can recall, matches 1, 2, and 4. I honestly can't remember what it said for DZ versus Cloud9, but I do wonder, maybe the same people are voting over and over again. Maybe somebody has a botnet that is actually taking full advantage of democracy in action here for our community vote. Could you imagine somebody doing that?
If you're rigging the community vote on twitch.tv/rainbow6, you've got to get a job. Like, I'm sorry. That's a sad place to be.
You just don't have to be openly rude to these people, but
Operator bans coming through. The IQ ban is kind of interesting for me, Parker. Everything else is like statistically likely, but the IQ ban tells me that we're likely to see some Valkyrie shenanigans here on Cafe. It's a strat that Team Secret actually ran back at EWC, where it would ban the IQ and they would run a ton of the Valkyrie plays just so that they could fully abuse that. Will also help them for the Pulse play, which I see Grixer jumping on right now. In fact, every one of these operators, except for Adam on the Goyo, can be susceptible to IQ plays. So, gonna be interesting to see how M80 come up with solutions to that. They can kind of guess what's going to be played by the defenders based on the fact that IQ did get banned out, but it'll be up to them to be vigilant and spot out these Valkyrie cameras. Maybe Gaveni on the Dokkaebi will be part of that answer.
By the way, the numbers for the community votes are legit.
There you go.
It was 82-18 for the first match. It was 82-18 for the second match. It was 80-20 for the third match, and then 82-18 for now this fourth match.
I will say all of the games, I think except for this one, have had clear favor, where 80-20 is reasonable. This one, I'm shocked OXG only got 18%. I think the community's sleeping a little bit on OXG.
We'll see. One thing that this secondary pistol brings is flexibility for attackers that, or for operators rather, that you didn't necessarily see all that much in their designated loadouts. A good example of that so far today has been Sledge running shotgun non-stop. We've also now seen a couple pulses running shotgun with that secondary, because usually you have to use the FBI pistol and most of the time you're using the UMP. Here we see Grixer using the shotgun. These small changes to sidearms that in some ways function like primaries. I mean, the SMG-11 and the SMG-12 could very easily be a primary weapon with the way that they're used. It allows different operators to shine in different roles, and it will bring changes as well to the way that teams go about attacking and defending. Very first pick came on the side of OXG, immediately answered back as Adam dies at the hands of none other than Hot and Cold, who will work his way into the bomb site. And this is a very quick one. M80 are in the site. Diffuser thought that he would be safe. He's getting pinged in some location. There's a Valkyrie camera on the board that he needs to be wary of. Gomez and Forrest are the last two standing from OXG. And it's all up to Forrest in a 1v4, desperately firing away at the top of White Stairs. Diffuser will get the diffuser down or not. You'll actually have a photo finish there as Gavin gets the exit kill right as the objective was about to maybe be planted. Somebody with better eyes will have to tell me that one. M80 takes round number 1.
That was literally on the pixel. I have no clue. Great push, though, from M80. That mining dining bomb site can be tricky to defend because it is one of those sites that's very susceptible to those fast rushes. And it wasn't necessarily a rush in the same way that we saw from, say, Space Station a few hours ago, right? Where it's a blitz through the window. It's a bunch of players immediately getting in through the mining window. Instead, this time, it's a bit of a pivot. Great call from Hot and Cold to decide, you know what? Whilst we have entered into the top floor, while we have dropped some of these hatches from the roof, we're actually just going to pivot and go down through Pillar, because we see that there's not a lot of players down there. We've got the opportunity with Gunner going down, right, we're maybe in a bit more of an awkward spot, but we know where Adam is. Sure, Gunner's dead, but Hot and Cold says, I can find that trade, makes that happen. Immediately, everybody with a defuse kit is in there to help him out. So despite the fact that there was huge information from OXG, they had players down below the bomb site, they had players up above the bomb site, I think it all just happened way too quick, and M80 were way too coordinated for Oxygen's plan to really come out on top there. So nice calling again by Houghton, and first round on the board for M80.
One of these teams, titans of their region, orgs that have been around for a long, long time. OXG has gone through a number of different rebrands, settling on what I think is their best branding so far. They were known as Team Ronin, I think, way, way back in the day. M80 is the spiritual successor to XSET. For those that don't know, the current owner of M80 used to be an executive or somebody towards the top of XSET. Maybe he was a co-founder. I'm not exactly sure his role on XSET, other than the fact that he was involved at a very top level. And now XSET has exited most, if not all, esports at this point, moving more towards a fashion or clothing brand or something along those lines, leaving M80 as the heir apparent. And they've been chugging around for quite a while, all the way back in stage 1. M80 had a good run. They finished in 4th place, just ahead of OXG. The top 4 were quite tight. and then everything beyond that was a little bit farther back. M80 vanquished OXG in the upper bracket quarterfinals. It was OXG who actually won this map 7-3. So we'll see if there's any changes in a best of one setting with, oh, effectively the same teams.
Window play always high pressure, always tense. Diffuser strikes first on a forest, but it does get traded. Yaga playing over here with the two brows, able to slow anybody who tries to push him up. There was a player that was on those brown stairs, but they've already gotten the space that they wanted. Hot and Cold fall back to reception, so he's not going to be able to take a fight onto Yaga yet. Add him some damage inside of washrooms, and he'll have to retreat from this position at some point. One nade could be the end of him.
Yaga slaughtering Hot and Cold and then immediately dropping as Adam had lost some HP as well. Forrest the only casualty on the side of OXG. M80 losing some very important utility operators. They just lost a Fragger and Kino on Blackbeard, leaving Gunner and Gaveni. It's the last two standing. One outside of the building, the other with a sidearm trying to do battle, but oh my, that super shorty, that side ITA shotgun, that thing does absolutely nothing. It's like a wet pool noodle. Gunner now with Bailiff in hand on the roof with 40 seconds left against 4 players on the side of OXG. A hopeless endeavor. Even if he does try to go for it, it's impossible that he'll be able to pull this one off. But he'll do it. Why not waste any time? Warm yourself up, get the defuse kit, maybe get a kill or two. Make it look real nice for the stats that get shared on social media after. But OXG will win this round, unless Gunner can pull off some inhuman feats. Just waiting now, just biding time, sending utility his way. Adam credited with the final kill, but that one was over early on. OXG tie the game.
Big round from the Yogg dog, playing the two-brow, somewhat aggressive close to Cigar. You don't see that very often. The two-brow kind of allows him to dodge a lot of the threats that you would sometimes be worried about from that situation. If somebody maybe double swings you from the two angles, left and right, where they can come around, you can slow one of them. Of course, the Deimos as well would be countered by that two-brow. Got a really important pick onto the brown stairs, which we saw, and then followed up with a big nitro kill, too. Yogg actually just got finished playing alongside both Kino and Diffuser at the NSG Siege Showdown LAN in Philly a couple of weeks back. Alongside NJR and Newers, they got first place at that community LAN, which is held, by the way, at the exact same spot that our host and analysts are currently at. So if you ever watch Between the Breaks, that's where that LAN event was taking place. Kind of shows that whilst these players maybe are a little bit salty with some of the results that have happened, there's a lot of friendships between these two cores, and there's a lot of overlap between who's played with who.
Big fan of LAN events. I wish we had more of them. I do miss being able to go and get to meet the teams and get to talk to the teams. One of the changes that's happened over the last couple years is that teams now get their private practice rooms, whereas before they used to get, I can't even remember what Pojo Man called it. He called it like a cell block or something, because basically every team got put together. It's a nice run out from Yaga, and he almost gets the Blackbeard too. He was doing an awful lot of damage to the shield, but Kino just watched as those bullets flew over him. That could have been real nasty and completely blown M80's chances sky high. But Jesse, I don't know how many of these you got to experience, but back in the early days of LAN, they would build these temporary rooms that they would set up, and all of the teams would be in relatively close quarters to the point where they would literally share walls with each other. And it got a little zany at times, but one thing it really allowed us to do was go through and talk to the teams. I could literally walk and knock door, and just come in and just say, hey, like, nice to meet some of you. Nice to see you again. Like, how's it going? I could stand there and watch them scrim.
I'm reloading!
And it was great. Now, the practice room meta, if we want to stick to gaming terms, are that you get a room, a private room on a private floor of whatever hotel we're staying in, and that is your room. And it's nice, obviously, and I'm sure the teams love it because there's more privacy and more separation, but it just makes it harder for us to keep abreast of what's going on with the teams and their matches. Gavin dies at the hands of Adam, and that first brief bit of action from OXG still paying off as they still have the numbers lead.
Yeah, this cocktail pressure is really tough now for Oxygen. They need to get out of there, and they will all fall off with that. Trying to use the vert angles now because they know that there are still players up above them. Honestly, they should be feeling pretty good with how it went. They didn't lose anybody after Yaga did his one jump out, so they've now managed to take down 2 of those attackers. Time is not great for M80 either. The fact that they get out of that cocktail with so much pressure and they don't lose any bodies is kind of crazy for Oxygen. Now, you've given up a lot of this control, and Hot and Cold will be able to get good value out of this Ram, but not sure if it's going to make a big enough of a difference. Adams takes down Kino as well, so that's your defuse kit holder down. Feels like this might just be a 2-1 lead for Oxygen that's building.
Down goes Adam at the hands of Hot and Cold. M80 still fighting from behind. Hot might be old and might not be on those typical fragging rolls, but he's still putting in some serious work here. Bails off the defuse plane at the last second, but Diffuser fires through the wall. OXG had everything going for them and will now find themselves resting all their hope on the shoulders of Gomez as he and Hot and Cold engage in a 1v1 with 15 seconds left. Gomez just needs to wait. No real point in him taking the engagement, but Hot and Cold waits him out, and M80 takes the round.
Just no information for Gomez. Despite the fact that they've really focused on bringing an information-focused lineup, there was no intel on who was doing what. The only camera they had was the reading default in 90 hallway, and that's just not going to be enough. They don't really have the ability to know where Hot and Cold is at. There are a couple of drones. It looked like the only drone that M80 had was one inside of Laundry, which might have seen Gomez go for that swing out into the hallway. Regardless, unfortunately for Gomez, Hot and Cold comes back in a ridiculous comeback, I gotta say, from the 2v4 where it looked like M80's hopes had been fully dashed. Credit to Hot and Cold for getting such incredible trades in the midst of that round, being able to find a couple of those earlier frags that went down. Diffuser as well, working a completely different side of the map, up inside a cocktail, holding that vert angle and then covering his planter too with that brilliant kill. Wonderfully done, and we do see the response with the Valkyrie ban come out from M80. You had to imagine that was coming. The 3 rounds of IQ gone with Valkyrie on the board have been played, and we won't see that operator any longer.
There was a day where you told me that IQ and Gridlock would be banned. I would laugh and say, that's not true. That's peak silliness. But here we are.
The cafe.
Yep. Gotta get rid of a shield. Anti-flank is always annoying. Now, if you're going to bring it, Nomad is likely going to be the go-to dedicated anti-flank, but while she was a part of M80's initial lineup, Diffuser has now swapped off to a Fuse, which will be entertaining to watch. Fuse is not just a typical anti-gadget or killing operator anymore. He's a lot in terms of anti-gadgetry. Taking out Goyo canisters, taking out mute jammers, taking out frost mats, anything that might be down there. He's also got the ability to get through reinforced walls and hatches and brings that secondary hard breach. He uses more than he used to be. I think the thing is that a lot of teams have been trying to force a Fuse with a shield into the meta, which is what has made us be a bit critical of the operator, because Fuse with a shield, especially if you're Forest, who loves to do that op, really does not seem to pay off at all.
Yeah, it's never a go-to situation when you're running Fuse shield. You're never happy about it. Diffuser not on a shield this time, though. If there was going to be one, it'd probably be on Hot and Cold, but he's running the Twitch, so they're happy to just run this with the gadgets. They've brought loads of verticality. The Fuse will be used from top down. The Ram will be used from top down. The Buck will be used from top down, and then they're likely to try to go for this execute with Kino running those lines. What a nitro, though. Finds Gunner from the run out. Force makes the move happen. That'll stop the Ram again. I think with so much soft reach that they have, they're going to be okay from a util perspective, but every body will matter. And as these Sens rollers come down, it's going to be really important that they can cover the position from VIP so that they can successfully get down into the bomb site and make that plant happen. Otherwise, it could be really scary if this plant starts to drop.
There go those cluster charges, which will make the defenders dance just a little bit and maybe sweat a bit too. Sens' pick rate continues to climb through these stages. That concealment is oh so important, but also some buffs to Sens have made a world of difference. Not to mention the fact that the 417 that's brought hits like a truck. Diffuser finds an equalizer on the side of M80, but he's not long for this world as the Nitro Cell goes out at the hands of Yaga. Gavin gunning down Adam, and we just cannot shake each other, can we, boys? M80 and OXG trading back and forth. Grixer and Kino still searching for their first kills. Everybody else still alive on the board. Hot and Cold has acted as a bit of a heat sink on this team. He and Diffuser combining for 11 kills. The other 3 players on M80, just 2. Now a game of chicken ensues. Control from above from the Buck, but he'll have to get into good position. As now we see Grixer circling around. Kino finds his first kill. Grixer won't find his. And amidst those Sens walls, down goes the Diffuse kit, vaulting on over. Gomez attempting to assert his influence, and he does just that, leaving Hot and Cold in an unenviable position where Gomez gets them both. OXG overpowering the Diffuse plant and then sweeping through what little remained to give themselves the round.
I really like that OXG didn't just sit still there. You know, it was a 3v3, the timer was really low, but they recognized that if they just let this plant happen, M80, with the cover of those Sens walls, will be in a great spot to make that happen. They did still have a Toxic Babe, but instead of using it to stall, Grixer said, I'm going to push up, this is going to be unexpected, go for the swing. It was a brilliant headshot from Kino that shut down that play, but then the second player that moved up, Gomez on the Warden, might not be able to see through Sens walls anymore, but he can still move through them, and his ability to get up, stop Kino from doing anything crazy was massive. Yaga from VIP as well. You can't understate his impact in that round with the Nitro Cell coming through. He was the big pressure point, the big threat that M80 needed to bring that Sens to try to avoid. Still was able to have quite a bit of impact on that round. So well played by Yaga through that too. Does feel like OXG are playing a really solid game against M80. You go back to round 3, which should have been an OXG round with a 4v2 advantage, and this could be 3-1 in favor of Oxygen. I think that's why we're seeing attack timeout. Yeah, it's only a 2-2 scoreline. That seems pretty good, but this could very easily be spiraling out of control for M80, so they want to get a handle on the problems they're seeing.
Fabian will be talking to these players, and always appreciate a good Fabian interview, especially appreciate hearing his feedback as a coach. It's not really something that we get access to. I am a bit disappointed that we lost the ability to hear coach timeouts. I understand that teams and I understand the coaches don't want those conversations to be made public, lest they say something embarrassing or lest they use a call out that maybe there are some teams that have call outs that are maybe not named the best things. You don't necessarily want that being said live. But more than that, you just don't want to give away your strategies, right? You don't want to know what, or you don't want people to know what you're saying. Knowledge is power. If you know what a timeout is going to be, if you're going to reveal some strategy, if you're going to say, hey, this team always does this, who's to say a coach that's maybe not as practiced or as experienced as Fabian hears Fabian say, hey, this team always defends this part, and then at 30 seconds, they always rotate. Maybe a coach hears that and goes, oh my God, yeah, they do. That's amazing. And now you have made another team's job easier against your opponents. You don't necessarily want that either. It also gives away your own strats. You certainly don't want to be giving up things that you've worked hard to keep secret so easily. Still, I think it's good for content, and I miss it.
Well, Parker, it seems that rumors of Aruni's demise were greatly exaggerated because despite Denari being up and available with all the windows you need to protect on Cafe, Gomez is thinking that Aruni is the better option, and I think that's the correct read on things. Being able to stop flashes, nades, Candelas even from coming into those windows is vitally important. That'll help protect some of these top floor positions like the player inside a bathroom, like anybody playing around planks top white. These are the positions that Gomez will hopefully be able to lock down and make a little bit safer. Up on the top floor, it is Gomez and Yaga by themselves, and they're both near white stairs. So it's really not a committed hold to the top floor. Instead, most of these players are playing relatively passive as we slowly approach the 90-second mark. But it hasn't sped things up for M80. They're still quite slow to get into the top floor. It's only Kino who's just now entered Cigar and Gavin behind him.
Still got 2 Nitro Cells on the side of OXG, so there's plenty of surprise that might be underneath the feet of M80 without them knowing a thing. Still searching for a couple players to get on the scoreboard. Gunner, uncharacteristically slow. This is giving me shades of Gunner on SQ years ago with him going 0-4 on his roll. Grixer, also a former SQ player, who very rarely put up 0 and X games. He's gone 5 rounds without finding a kill. On a roam heavy operator that is usually involved in altercations, that is below what we expect of him. OXG's had Adam and Yaga do most of the heavy lifting. Yaga's not usually involved in those first bouts, but he's been persevering and succeeding in many ways. Speaking of Grixer, though, Jesse, his Pest just grabbed a drone, and that's more information for the defenders.
Yeah, that continues to be beneficial for them as it has since the first round started. Vert pressure is good from Gaveni. He, of course, doesn't have great utility to open up those floorboards, but he does have util to toss on through. Kino is in sight with Diffuser, so he's going to start a plant, and he's got good coverage despite Gaveni's death. Looks like this is going to go down, or we're going to have a crazy post plant, but no! Grixer gets the denial.
Two kills for Grixer, Jesse. Not just one. Adam on the board as well, and it's Gunnar still searching for his first kill. He's got a lot of targets. He'll find one, but that's all she wrote. Adam with the 2-piece to send the round away. OXG, just a wall that could not be scaled by M80.
Grixer was inside of Pillar, so he was on that mid floor. It wasn't vertical denial, he was horizontal, and it was known by the player that was covering. Hot and Cold was aware of that position, but it didn't matter. He didn't have an angle on it, and I think they were hoping that the shield on the back of Kino could prevent that angle from getting a plant denial. It certainly wouldn't have been an easy kill, but Grixer was able to find the side of the body, or he was able to find the toes, whatever it might have been. Did so much work from inside of Pillar, so that will be a huge boon. Getting him on the board, the former player from Sonics, and no longer going to be dropping that donut. Gunnar can also say the same, as he did get a frag in the last round, so something to celebrate, but I just don't think M80 are going to be happy with how this game has gone so far.
Especially after they just called a timeout, too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's rough.
I don't know if there's just a longer pause between these rounds or not. Oh, I hear the sounds. The beautiful thing about all these players wearing glasses now is that I can often see what's going on the screen through their glasses. It's like, are we in the lobby? I don't know. Oh, what's going on? Well, let me check Adam's glasses. Let me check Kino's glasses. Oh, that looks like the lobby screen. Okay, we're good.
We do have access to the admin feed.
I choose not. I don't want to watch the admin feed. I don't want to be surprised by the result.
That's fair. You don't want to be spoiled.
I don't want to be spoiled by the feed that is at the exact same time as the feed we are currently casting off of.
That's understandable, and honestly,
it's very important.
Yeah, I can respect that from you.
10 seconds to search.
This might be the first time you've ever agreed with anything I've ever said.
I don't think that's true.
And right back to disagreeing you go. Perfect.
What is Forrest doing down on the bottom floor, I have to wonder. He is roaming quite a ways off site at this point. Adam going for a bit of a spawn peek too. We are a top floor defense to end out the first half. Gomez not alone on that bottom floor. Of course, he's got Forrest with him. So it's going to be 2 players playing below the bomb site, both with an impact each, and a run out for Gomez. Will strike first, finding Diffuser. That bottom floor presence, oh so important to deal with, an M80 maybe just not aware.
I don't know what's getting on with M80 at this point in time. I mean, we talked about Cafe before. It was the most played map in all of Stage 1, and it was a 50-50 map. I mean, it doesn't really break either way. 80 of the rounds won by the attackers, 83 won by the defenders. At least that's from the group stages. And then as we play more and more play days, we're going to be able to look here and say the same thing. We just had a Cafe that actually skewed attacker favored. All 12 rounds were needed. 7 of those rounds won by teams who were attacking. I say that because if I say 7 rounds won by one team, then people think, oh, they won 7 rounds on attack. That's crazy. That's not possible.
Well, if you go overtime.
I guess, yeah, that's true. Aurora being shown, by the way, all 4 gadgets still in pocket for Hot and Cold, looking to isolate what I imagine will be back bar or freezer. M80 will have to pull this off without their anti-flank, as the Nomad Diffuser was buried about 30 seconds prior. You've used all of Grimm's utility, but Still got plenty at disposal for Hot and Cold and Gavin, and you've got those Candelas that will go off. 3 smokes as well for the attackers. As Adam gets punished over towards Pixel Spot, Hot and Cold tearing through him. The Warden of Grixer will be incredibly important for this execute, as Gomez attempting a late flank. It's shut down by Hot and Cold. Gunner also on the board, and now you see a scramble up top to cover as Kino is attempting the defuse plant, but Hot and Cold slaughters everybody. Objective be damned. Getting kills can still win you the round. Matthew Stevens, major champion, major performance in that round.
Hot and Cold getting away with murder 4 times, but also figuratively in that round. He's standing on top of a Goyo canister for that entire 4K. So there is supposed to be somebody stopping there. There's no swing coming out from across the way, though. Unfortunately, nobody from Cocktail is able to get a good angle onto Hot, and I don't think his position is really known as he sort of sneaks in through the left side while Kino is being a big distraction on that Blackbeard. The desk was talking about wanting to see more shields on Hot and Cold and maybe less shields on Kino, but clearly M80 have a formula that works. And with Kino on that kind of hard support shield role, Hot and Cold is able to maybe make some more workarounds and find a few more angles. Makes a big difference, and I think that really does start to swing the momentum back in the favor of M80. I felt like Oxygen were in control at the start of this game, but with that big, confident round win from M80, that could shift the tides as they move on to defense now.
I mean, when you've got Hot and Cold playing the way he is, he broke double digits with that one. 10 kills on a non-traditional fragging role for him, which is really something, but M80's a bit like, they just change it up. They're unpredictable. And you'll have games where it's Gunner and Diffuser running in and killing everybody. You'll have games where Gavin is tearing through everybody as a defender. The only player who tends to play more of a sheltered role, whose contributions are not often felt on that kill feed, is Kino. And that's exactly where he stands through the first half. 1 in 5 with 2 assists, playing on those utility roles, usually there to help the team. He's kind of the spiritual successor in a way, just as M80 is to Xset. Kino is to Spirits, we saw in action earlier today on the side of Dark Zero. OXG's roles are typically a bit more static, but again, they do have to wonder what's going on with Grixer. He's not going to be in one of those main attack roles here for OXG, at least on round number 1, so keep an eye on him, see what he's able to accomplish.
You do have to wonder how much the role swap for M80 is impacting Hot and Cold's performance. I mean, he moved from hard support to second support, and Kino moved from second support to hard support, which doesn't sound like a big change, but it might be having just a huge impact. Something to watch out for sure going forward in this stage, but it seems like it might have been the correct move, at least to see some benefit for Hot and Cold. I go back to that old Mirage roster, and you know, we can always tell that Hot and Cold is a player that can stand up and get kills when he needs to. He doesn't always have to be old man IGL.
There's a joke a while back when Houghton was like, the day that I turned 23, I got put on hard breach because I was too old. And it's like, dear God, imagine being 23 years old and being told that you're too old for esports. I'm 35. I might as well be dead. I remember seeing a great thing once where it's like a regular person who's in their 40s. Wow, you're in the prime of your life. Athlete who's in their 40s. Look at the oldest person humanly possible stepping out onto the field. Wow, it is a marvel they still live. It applies to esports too, just scale it back a decade. Kino dies first, that's not ideal. Adam with 8 kills now as Nitro Cell goes out, does not conquer Forest, he's still upright. Adam eliminating Diffuser to find his 9th as Gunner gets on the board, and down goes the Ram. Adam will only be good enough for 2 kills in this round as he gets quite the surprise in Freezer by Gavin. Will now have to deal with a Monty and Co. Very rarely do you see a Monty get that assertive without any real support. He's trying to time this around Gavin reloading, which is a smart time. Forrest went for the wraparound. I'm not really sure if he was trying to just get around the shield break or not, but exposes his backside, gets gunned down, and now control of back bar is for OXG with just a little bit below a minute left in the round.
So they'll get full top floor control. They've got actually pretty good soft breach, with Yaga still having one of those breaching charges and then one of the Ash charges as well to start opening up the floorboards. Hot and Cold and Gunner, this is an old school duo who will be trying to hold things down inside the site. Drones are quite strong. It looks like they only have one alive on the side of OXG, but getting great value out of it. I don't know if Yaga knows there's a guy just below him inside train. He can't get the kill regardless, but if he forces some movement, he could manage to get himself into a strong position. They've got to find a way to bring the defuse kit down at some point, Parker. I imagine it's red stairs, but with that frag, could be the hatch as well.
Otten might be feeling himself, but I don't know if Deagle against two players feeling himself is where he needs to be. He finds one, but his attention was elsewhere, and OXG is all smiles after what very easily could have been a one round by either team. I mean, swap to your secondary. It's faster than reloading, right? Especially with the Deagle at that range, you're going to kill somebody in 2 shots. If you hit your shots, which Hot and Cold so far has been doing, but M80 comes up just a little bit short in that round.
Very close, but in the end, I think it does come down to winning that opening pick in the 2v2, getting the vert angle. Shield play coming through from OXG was a little bit questionable, perhaps. Though Shield Monty 1v1s are not what they used to be, that's for sure. But in the end, they're coordinated enough. They have really good trades on that execute, and it does seem like OXG are right back into form on the attacking side. Certainly a scrappy round, maybe one that gets a little bit out of hand for them, but they managed to pull through with it. Information was big from Hot and Cold as well. I just want to mention quickly, there was no IQ being brought in the previous round, and we saw Hot and Cold getting loads of value out of those Valkyrie cameras. They were thinking about it on the side of OXG to bring the IQ out, as Hot and Cold is once again on this operator, and there's Electroclaws down below, which could be valuable for an IQ to find too, but they go for the Dokkaebi instead. Try to make something happen to get this information and work it on the favor of the attackers instead.
Finka has not seen a lot of use today, but will be brought nonetheless. What is...
Is that a new icon?
I was going to say, that's not Finka's usual icon. I didn't see anything about that.
No, that is definitely new. That's cool. I don't know what it is, to be honest.
It kind of looks like a shield with a halo running really fast.
Yeah, I could see that.
It kind of looks like a shield from Zelda with a halo above it running really, really quickly. Or it's like a net that's like just like a little loose on the top. I don't know, chat. What do you think it looks like? Weigh in. Weigh in. Why don't you do me a favor? Why don't you post in chat what you think it looks like? I'm sure the mods would absolutely love that. Well, I mean, we won't be able to look at it much longer. Adam's the first one to die. With the Adrenal Surge going off, M80 has rebuffed this aggressive push by OXG so swiftly. Gunner's the only person on M80 to be staring up at the great beyond above him. Every member of OXG seemingly killed from ways they weren't expecting, which is not ideal when your idea is, let's just rush into the bomb site, and then everybody who you think is where they are not, and then you are all of a sudden dead. Forrest has managed to escape the shield bans that usually plague him, so he gets to play on Monty, but doesn't really have much great effect. Another perfect round by this M80 squad. Hot and Cold in particular having a very good game up to this point. Back and forth, these teams will go as evenly matched as we had hoped.
A lot of big moments coming through in that chaotic round. We were focused on the site execute, but the top floor was getting a little crazy too. Diffuser with a big 2K up above to stop that push right as it started. He was really impactful to maybe start to maybe give a little bit of momentum to his teammates so that there was no above pressure to help on that execute as it was coming up from the white stairs. So credit to Diffuser there. Also, of course, for Kino for finding that first frag as the rush came through. I think if they'd surprised them on that white push, that could have gone their way, but Kino seems to be 100% confident where that push was coming from. He was very much aware. There was Barb on the white stairs, which might have helped to alert him, or perhaps he just heard the giant shield of Monty running up that staircase as well. Regardless of what it was, information was strong from M80, and they do keep this game close, 4-4. It seems like it wouldn't be a proper match on the first day of NAL if it didn't go at least 12 rounds, Parker.
5 seconds left before
I was expecting good stuff between these teams. We have needed to go the distance every single step of the way. We are about an hour behind schedule, so I hope that everybody's having a great time. I am. I get to spend an incredible amount of time with you, the audience. And the fact that I'm here with Jesse is also But, you know, if we have to go another hour, that's totally fine with me.
Wait, Parker, I think you cut out. You said spending time with me is also...
Oh, my mic's been having issues. What I said was that when I'm spending time with Jesse, it's...
It was probably good. It was probably... It's fine.
Yeah, man, I was saying really... Stuff. Do you not hear what I'm saying? Like, is it not...
Just a little tart. It's fine. This is going to be a clear out of the pixel shield, which is what Yaga's hopefully going to try to go for. It is Jaeger and Wamai on a shield inside of Piano, which is a bit of an old school strat, but certainly could be effective. That those Aruna gates as well, covering the mirror window looking into Piano, it really does prevent a challenge to OXG. They'll need to get a lot of utility inside this area of the map if they want to clear it out. You can tell, just as they're starting to drone it now, that there's a bit of hesitation. They've got to really prioritize what they want to use their util to actually clear.
Both a Wamai and a Jaeger on the board as you see Gunnar evading the nade, thrust his way, and the shield is still standing, which to me, Jesse, is the most amazing part of all of that.
They threw 5 nades, Parker. The shield's still
Somehow,
up.
Gunnar survived. And there goes a Nitro sellout as well. It doesn't net anything. None of these explosives are working. Maybe they're all using dummy nades and dummy C4. I'm not sure what to tell you here.
Problem that he cannot solve. Nope. Great. Everybody else is trying to play windows, trying to find something, but instead it's hot and cold from below to kill the Montaigne. It goes from bad to worse for OXG as the problem solving just wasn't there, and now they're left with their mistakes.
Forrest struggling on this roll, struggling up against the guns of M80 as you've seen this defense entrenched over towards Cocktail, and it has been way too hard for OXG to overcome. They have struggled in this spot. Finally, some salvation, though, is that shield still remains, but they've been able to open up part of the bathroom, which right now is where Kino is playing. I don't know if they've droned this out. The gridlock of Gomez shredded as Kino has one more lined up onto Yaga. Long-term teammates and now adversaries as Kino has still another in him from that spot. 3 kills from inside of the bathroom, and Grixer will spend the next 10 seconds on the roof of Cafe. M80 will win the round, again flawlessly, as Grixer will talk to his team and OXG drop the round.
I really like that setup. It really reminds me of back in the day when we had like Goyo with 2 shields, when we had just gotten Wamai come out, when we had a really util heavy meta. I'm probably looking back with rose-colored glasses. There were a lot of people that did not like that 20-second meta. But regardless, you're stacking up all this utility, and it just provides such an interesting change of pace compared to what we often do see on Cafe. M80's bans as well. I don't think they're directly banning Grim and Ying so they can run that strategy, but it certainly helps as both those operators have a lot of clear. They've got a lot of burn to ride through those magnets, to get through the Aruna gates, to get through the ADSs. But with them not on the board and without anything else to really answer through and clear out that util, it really just was an impossible task being presented to OXG. As soon as the Monty goes down too and delivers the defuse kit right into the hands of the Pixel player, that is a gone round, and it'll cause attack timeout to come through from Oxygen as they feel like they need a little bit of a boost for some of these pushes.
And they have to sort this out, and keep in mind that when they're talking, it also allows the other team to talk too, Jesse. So Fabian will be able to talk to M80, but if you're OXG, what do you focus on? What is the main sticking point for this team? You're on Cafe, you're going back and forth with your team. Nothing is really letting you stand out from your opponents.
Tough too, because you're not exactly sure what you're going to be getting on every single round. We talked about this earlier, but you don't necessarily know what site you're going to on Cafe because there are 4 viable bomb sites. I would say this map in particular, compared to every other map in the pool, has the most viability on its 4. A difficult game where you don't necessarily know exactly what's going to be coming your way. After the operator bans too, of course, that will shift things up. So lots to talk about if you're Oxygen Esports. Generally, you don't get to talk with the analysts, but it's worth noting that OXG have a brand new analyst on this team and have just added Can to the squad at the start of the day. Former analyst for Kintrope Gaming in Japan.
10 seconds remaining.
Looking here at the operator lineups now as these teams lock in. Fenrir hasn't seen a ton of play today, but will be picked by Hot and Cold. It's a bit of an intriguing lineup for M80. Vigil, Malusi, and Fenrir all together. Then Aruni on the board. This will be designed to slow down Oxygen's advances. Oxygen doesn't have a real fast team right now. They could if they wanted to, but I don't know if it's designed that way.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them to try to approach this once again. Adaptations will be needed.
Yep, I am as well. So you are not alone there. We are just trying to soldier through it, but there is not much to be done, unfortunately. Sure, it's riveting. I hear it's great. I hear logic bombs going. I hear a grenade go out. I hear bullets firing.
Oh, I can see some deaths. Both Adam and Gunnar have fallen. One apiece, 4v4.
I also see that.
Okay.
It's a dreadful match from Gunnar, if I'm being completely frank, and especially on a fragging roll. Again, he's one of those players where he needs to get kills. Gavin dies at the hands of Yaga as suddenly we are back in the action. And OXG have a numbers advantage. It's been a while since they've been in this position. M80 has been very hard to shake off. Because now it looks like full top floor control from Oxygens. They can go and get set up. They can just bypass that Electric Claw entirely.
Oh, no, they're trying to shoot the Selma from down below. Unsuccessful on the first attempt. You saw the floorboards beneath the Selma being shot open, so they were trying to deny this. You can get cheeky with that and find some success, but unable to do so on the side of M80. So Grixer gets the train hatch open, and now with a man advantage, good positioning, all the hardware each done that you could possibly want, and sends walls that you're going to be able to toss down to the bomb site. This is looking like a very good execute from Oxygen. They just need to be fully aware of where these last couple defenders are.
And M80 still have their big bad of Hot and Cold on the board as well, and much of these gadgets will persist. I mean, yeah, you can't change which of those F-Nauts go off, but Sens walls will go up in a beautiful display as Forrest takes full advantage of that. Kino is looking in the complete opposite direction. Hot and Cold also pulverized. I want to know what OXG said in that timeout. Diffuser right now finds one, but right as the Sens wall falls, he too will bite the dust. And OXG just, they cannot be shaken either. Tie game yet again. Every game today will go the full distance of at least of regulation.
Forrest, that was one of the most beautiful Sens plays I've seen in a hot minute. Just fully blocked off the angle from inside of Dining. And, you know, when you're dropping in through Train Hatch, that's the problem, right? You've got two different bomb sites that are basically have a crossfire on you. But if you can isolate one of those, you effectively force Diffuser to have no relevance at all. He becomes completely impactless into 2v4, and into 3v4, I should say. And it becomes an effective 2v4 because he is just cut off for the rest of his team, cut off from where you want to push. The fact that they also had a Dokkaebi entering in from the bottom floor that was going up round was the final nail in the coffin that OXG needed. Very cool attack coming out from them, certainly helped by the fact that top floor clear went so well too. So they will tie this up, Parker, 5-5, feeling confident. OXG very much in this game. M80 by far have the head-to-head 2-0 on the season. Once in a BO1, once in a BO3, but Oxygen are showing just how much better they've been since they got 7-0'd back in the group stage of stage 1.
Mm-hmm. An overtime would be very fitting. Maybe not for those who are early risers who are already watching as we go later and later into the night, spending it together, but at least I will say all of these matches have been exceptional. This is one of the most competitive days that we have ever seen in the North America League. M80 and OXG have given us a showing just as DZC9 did, just as SSG LFO/Standby did, and just as Shopify Rebellion and Wildcard did to kick off the day.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm very curious as to what we're going to see out of Team Cruelty and Envy to close out today's day.
If I can be so bold, and this is going to be a controversial statement, but I think this is the best day of Stage 2 so far.
How many times are you going to use that?
Listen, the last time I made it was like 4 hours ago, so I can make it again, okay? Lots of people are filtering in, Parker.
Dozens and dozens of people are hearing that for the first time and laughing very hard, Jesse. Gavin gets punished from an upside down repel by Grixer. And M80 on a very crucial round for both of these teams. Winner moves to match point, will suffer a very early death. Talked a little bit about persistent gadgets, though. Oh my goodness, Forrest does not turn out the corner. Hot and Cold goes big for 2. 15 kills, and most importantly, he's got case control, Jesse, right inside a reading. He can sit on that like a mother hen sitting on her eggs. That is crazy work by Hot.
Yeah, and fans of this M80 core will have fond memories of that position. Hot and Cold, maybe not as impactful as what we saw from Gunner last year, but still should be good enough to win them this round. Diffuse Kit in firm control of M80. A big moment to get to 15 frags from Houghton. Yaga outside, his position is known. Grixer's walking into the lion's den as he walks into reading. I mean, they don't know any positions on the side of M80.
Limited util, limited info. I guess time is still somewhat on your side. And the thing is the 3 players remaining on OXG can still get kills just based off their own abilities. But yeah, if you're walking in blind to the bomb site, not much you're going to be able to do. Kino standing pat with the final 2 kills of the round. Well, 2 of the 3 ain't bad. M80 move to match point. 12th and final round of regulation. Can OXG claw back and send us to OT?
Kino had 1 kill at the halftime, by the way. I believe he's now going to be sitting at 7 as we head into the final round of regulation. So it's really been heating up on the defense. Again, I don't think that's even necessarily a change in how he's been playing. That's just the roles that he's been playing. He's no longer on those shields and the hard support operators, and you can definitely have a bit more of a statistical impact on the defensive side when you're playing hard support. So nice to see Kino coming alive on the second half. The support duo have been the stars of the show, with both Kino and Houghton coming alive this second half through the first half too. Now it is do or die for Oxygen, and they will be going against the Denari, which we saw twice in our last game, as Cloud9 brought that operator out a couple of times. Didn't see huge success with it, but maybe M80 will have a different idea. They're pairing it with the Aruni, so it's going to be lasers all the way down.
How many lasers exactly? Is it that scene from Ocean's 11, or is it Ocean's 12, or Ocean's 13, or maybe it's Ocean's 14, or maybe Ocean's 15? It's one of the Oceans, where they have to lower one of the actresses down into a field of lasers. That's what I feel like it'll be like for OXG. A terrible start to lose Gomez and those logic bombs. Man, what an awful operator to lose so early on. One of your biggest lifelines as an attacker is that ability to find intel quickly. The Dokkaebi being gone and Gomez being gone means you've lost those logic bombs, you've lost that secondary gadgetry, you've lost a good player, and you've done all that in the first 20 seconds. You now need to deal with the next 2.5 minutes. Down a player, and you have to drop into this bomb site? I fear this might be curtains for OXG.
This is a really bad spot to be in, and especially for M80. You don't have to make any more aggressive plays. You can sit behind your utility, and you've got ridiculous utility to play behind. This Jaeger-Wamai combo coming out once again. The bomb site is a floor below, so they don't need to be so concerned with the space Adam is taking. But if he gets a free cheeky pick, then that could make all the difference. This will be unexpected, but he's caught on the default.
Oh my, Adam fed into Diffuser, who's now broken double digits this round with those 2 kills, and another one could be had, but he didn't see that one coming. M80 might be able to retrieve Diffuser with the 3 players from OXG, some of which are in the building, in position to potentially strike, but M80 has spread out. Again, lack of information for OXG. 90 seconds left. They have a single drone, Jesse. You're not going to know much about your opponents with just a single drone. Yaga will try his best and see the Wamai of Gunner, but cannot capitalize off of that. He hesitated, and for a second, that hesitation is enough to kill you. Dirkser and Forrest, last 2 standing for OXG. Gavin firing away, but Forrest has the pre-fire. Numbers getting a little bit more a little bit more palatable on the side of OXG, but not that much better.
I mean,
I'm trying
M80,
to find something good to say.
Listen, from this exact situation, basically, M80 did clutch a 2v4 about half an hour ago. So if one team can do it, maybe the other team can as well. If the sledgehammer doesn't work, it makes it a little bit more awkward and loses a little bit more of that time. If M80 just play this passive, it shouldn't be given away, but crazier things have happened.
They'll continue to sledge away from above. Forrest, one of the few sledges that we've seen not opting to run that shotgun. Ian Grixer will now barrel through the doorway of reading. M80 might be lined up here, maybe not, but they know that with time on their side, the defenders can just sit back and rest easy. 3 points on the line for M80 if they can persevere, and they will do just that. Gunner and Diffuser get the final 2 kills, and after 12 rounds, M80 emerge victorious.
For the 3rd time this season, M80 will take the battle for Boston, beating the org from the same city. Well played by them throughout this game. I mean, there were some tough moments, there were some shenanigans perhaps, but they were the ones who have hold firm, take down OXG. A lot of friendly rivalries between these two squads, and you can tell that this one means quite a bit to the guys on M80.
Oh, absolutely. Overjoyed at this victory. One more match remains, but first, some replays. We're back in a moment.
15
planning,
seconds.
I'm walking up Brown.
One planning.
Yep, I'm walking with you, pillar. Stack these guys, boys. Stack these guys.
Dead.
He's fight.
No!
Let's go.
Fucking go, baby. Come on.
GG. Let's go, baby.
Well, we are officially 4 for 4, max regulation at least every single time. 7-5, the victory here for M80 over OXG. Clearly have the upper hand in this little rivalry. We've got Diffuser standing by as we congratulate M80 on yet another win against OXG. How do you guys keep doing it? They finished above you in the standings, but you've faced 3 times this year, and you've beat them 3 times.
I mean, just playing OXG is just so easy. You got Hot and Cold just fucking destroying them every time. It's just so easy.
Well, Diffuser, obviously, congratulations on the win. That's a great way to start your stage. I want to ask you, obviously, you guys didn't get to make EWC. I'm sure that hit hard. I want to know kind of what has been the process and the practice going through all the way up until now. I do know you guys did make the change of taking Kino off the flex support to a now more standard issued support player and not, like I said, not being able to flex off.
Yeah, the role change with Kino really helped us like just find a flow on the attacks, and then I mean even the defenses. I think he just plays his spot pretty well. I mean, it makes the game so easy, especially when like the back lines are doing their job and not just doing their job but doing it very well.
For sure,
it just makes my role like a lot less stressful. I don't have to always get the kills, but I can do my job, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it. Speaking of the back line, I mean, Hot and Cold had a pop-off game today, and obviously it feels like every time you guys face adversity, have a little bit of a setback, Hot and Cold's always the one to show up the next game day that possible and turn up. I mean, when you guys lost to Cruelty, he popped off. You guys didn't make up EWC, coming to the first day, he's popping off. Is that some type of a sentiment that the whole team feels where the energy is just different? There's just so much more to prove in those moments? Is that just something Hot and Cold brings to the IGL room when he's communicating with everybody? What does the environment feel like as a team when you guys have something to prove?
I mean, clearly the last 2 stages when we have shit to prove, we choked. So hopefully it's getting changed here. We're gonna have some good protocols. Lock in.
I noticed you guys are in a team house, by the way.
Yeah.
Unless you guys are just camping out at each other's crib or somewhere.
No, we got a team house for the stage. It's nice. It's very nice.
Nice, perfect. Love to hear that.
Well, Diffuser, thank you so much as always. Congrats on the win, and we will see what you guys have in store for us for the rest of the stage.
Have a good night.
Good night, Diffuser. M80. 7-5, another big win here as they continue to show that they simply are better than OXG despite their positioning on the standings, Lexi.
I mean, given the result, clearly they are better. I honestly thought, you know, when we did see them play in playoffs, OXG did win that game on Cafe, so it's not really a big surprise to me that they come back into rematching on a Cafe, winning it 7-5. I don't want to say that's like the most convincing result, but I'm not surprised by the win overall. And just based off how they were playing, like he talked about with Kino being more on that supportive role, it allows the other players to just develop better, play their positions, play their roles at a better pace. And you're clearly seeing that being displayed here just with how well, I mean, even for Hot and Cold's performance, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, when your IGL is doing very well, obviously it makes everything that much easier. It's nice to see Diffuser talk about it. You know, he doesn't have to get all the kills, and that's something that we did see him and Hot and Cold doing. And that's something that I wanted to highlight is, yes, Hot and Cold had an amazing game. Diffuser had an amazing game. But as we see, the trend of playing for utility is something that M80 is still going to be continuing on. I mean, every single operator player on this team is playing flexible characters. We're not necessarily seeing the traditional one entry, somebody on an Ashe, somebody on a Finka, somebody on a Zoe. We're seeing them flex to multiple different utility-based operators, getting that information. That's something that some of the players like Diffuser have been able to settle into a little bit more. But other players like Gavin and Gunnar, I mean, not everyone's going to be getting the kills, but it still seems like there's a little bit of comfortability that they have yet to achieve that hopefully as the stage progresses, they'll be able to accomplish.
Well, clearly we saw Hot and Cold comfortable, as we just saw 15-5. He was going crazy all game. We highlighted Kino coming into this one, Lax, as somebody who now on that full support role. How is that going to shake up? We know for sure that it wasn't amazing, but round 9, he had a nice triple kill and showing us that, yes, there are improvements here.
I mean, from the time that Win Fox picked up Kino and to where he is now, Kino's always been a very stationary player that if you put him in a position where he's comfortable in, he will make magic happen. So it's no surprise when you're actually allowing Kino to play something that he's more comfortable in, you're going to see him shining. This is the Kino that we all know and love and that we expect these kind of performances. And Diffuser said it himself, we can rely on Kino in these positions because he is comfortable. And I think if you're gonna, there's that saying, too many cooks in the kitchen causes chaos. I think it's as simple as, okay, you're removing one person off of a flexible role and creating more consistency and more stability in that area where the other 4 then can flex instead of all 5 jumping around at any given time. Then you are consistently knowing one person is always going to be in that exact same spot, doing that exact same thing. So you do have more room to flex with instead of, like I was saying, having all 5 players come into a map and be like, okay, I'm going to do this now. Let's swap this. You always have that concrete player, and Kino should be that backline.
Yeah, you need somebody to be that consistent pinhold player. And obviously, I mean, we saw him in the bathroom in that clip. He gets a 3K, wins his team the round by being able to do that, and allows everyone else to play, that much more free. And obviously, it's something that the discipline from Kino has been growing because, I mean, we know it. I'm sure M80 knows it. Kino loves to be in positions like that and then do the Kiki peek where he just swings out, overextends a little bit.
And makes it happen.
It was nice to see him get kills and still tuck up and play his life continuously.
Well, our next matchup, the final matchup of the day, of the first day of the second stage of the NAL, it's 2 teams looking to bounce back from stage 1. They've both made some promises, and in some cases, they've broken some promises. We'll talk more about cruelty and envy when we come back.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. Their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from NA. Today, they take their kingdom from Blackout!
Hey, get your binoculars. I see you looking. Who they wanna be? You can see it in their eyes. When you turn it to the king, then the hate comes with the prize. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Two teams desperate to bounce back from stage one. Both promised we'd see some pretty significant improvements, and both teams making a couple of roster moves to see if that can smooth things over. For our final match of the first day here in stage two, we welcome you back inside our wonderful NAL studios here in Philadelphia. I'm Jonas Willinger, alongside me, Foxe and Laxing to close out our final game of the day. It's Envy and Cruelty, a big one here that you could say, Laxing, is a little bit of a grudge match from the final game of the group stage in stage one. Two teams trying to fight off the bottom of the standings.
I think we're putting too much into that. I don't think anyone's leaving here like, yeah, I proved to you that we're the true 9th place team, or we should have not been 10th. I think it's a matter of just, let's get over this hurdle, let's get this win, and let's keep the progress going throughout the stage.
Well, as I said, Cruelty, they made some roster changes. The most we saw of any team. 2 players dropped, 2 players added. They add Cadent, an entry player. They add Rovi, another entry player. 2 players that they have played against in the past in the LATAM region.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, obviously, the roster change, because they replace arguably, statistically, their worst performing player and one in the middle of the pack to be able to accomplish just a more well-rounded team. And that's kind of what Cruelty is looking to accomplish. I mean, they were so well-rounded when it came to their attacks, but it just wasn't being reciprocated on defense, and that was the biggest issue for them. I mean, they're doing the hard part first, which is attacks, because they were all so individualized, so spread out. But when it comes to the defenses, it doesn't really reciprocate to the same side.
Or it's a bit surprising, too, because typically you're going to see teams have a little better time on the defense. Attacking, we would call that the harder side.
Yeah.
They found more success there.
They were in the top 6 teams of the whole NAL to be attacking, and when it came to defense, they were one of the worst, obviously bottom 2. And I think their positioning in stage 1 represented that. And it came down to their lack of understanding of where they could die from, where they could lose picks, and it was too individualized. That's where they found success on their attacks to win their attacks, was the individuality. But now these 2 roster changes came to it to be able to have a more well-rounded team to focus on their defenses.
Well, let's talk Envy. They also made a bit of a swap. They dropped Twist and they bring on Aiden. And this was a surprise, not because of the change necessarily, Laxing, because they told us specifically they weren't going to make any changes.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I hear any roster say that, I mean, even for myself, we said we weren't going to make a change, then I was gone. So it's whenever I hear that, it's kind of like, you know, I don't necessarily believe it, but this change I do, you know, kind of understand to some degree, but still it's in the same boat of I would rather see another stage with Twist, see what that can look like, because when you're the 10th place team, again, you can't just look at one player and be like, yeah, that's the problem. This is what's going to be the saving grace here. Not to discredit Aiden. I think Aiden can actually be a big step up for this roster, but it's a matter I'm not very envious of him joining a 10th place team, to say the least, to be his debut going into today.
Yeah, will Aiden be the difference maker? We'll have to see. I mean, we can't really predict it too soon.
If Aiden gets a team going from 10th place to like top 4,
everybody better be going for him.
He might be the next stomping. But that being said, I believe that Twist had to be replaced, even though the rest of the team said that they wouldn't. I just felt like even in games where Envy were winning, even in games where Twist was performing well, and he would get an opening pick or get an advantage, he'd immediately give it away. And I felt like that was one of Envy's biggest issues. But if you look at it, yes, it's not just one person, but Twist was, I would say, maybe 60% of the proponents of losing that opening engagement that his team got. And it just looked like maybe he wasn't a little comfortable. Maybe he needed a little bit more time. But I do believe if someone had to go, it would have been Twist.
Well, that contributed to one of the most glaring problems we saw across any team at all throughout the stage, and that was Envy's attacking percentage, which didn't even come close to anyone else in the league.
Yeah, no, it's horrible. Every time I see it, even throughout the stage, and even now, it just makes me mad. I mean, it was very, very bad. I mean, they were the 10th lowest rated team on attack and also the 10th place team. So, I mean, it clearly speaks dividends in terms of how poor they were on their attack. But again, I don't contribute to Twist losing one single round, over peaking, that it's like, Twist, you dropped us from 50% to 27%. We're now the last place team on attack, so we're going to swap you out for Aiden. And I don't think Aiden's going to be jumping that number up by a very huge margin. I think that comes down to the entire team as a whole, and especially on JJ. We know how vocal he is. We know how exuberant different his personality is, but we really have to see that come alive into the game. I mean, it's great to have that personality, great to see him smiling here, but that is where they fell short time and time again, was not being able to find their footing on attack, not knowing how they even wanted to address a problem within those rounds. So for me, I want to see Aiden be able to be utilized to the best of his ability, and at the exact same time, really see JJ come alive as that voice, being that vocal point and leading with charge.
The problem is, as the team with the lowest attacking rate, 10% clear of the rest of the field, where can they go? What map can they try to leverage in their favor, Fox, as they go into this first match of the stage?
I mean, we'd like to see one of the easier maps to attack on, so maybe a border, maybe a club. If you're Envy, that's what you're trying to go for. But at the same time, if you're Envy, you can just wipe the slate clean. Any map you go to is going to be a brand new Envy, because you're not going to want to keep anything from last stage, because clearly it did not work. If you're Cruelty, on the other hand, you also know that your attacks are comfortable, so you don't mind going to a defender-sided map. And it looks, as the maps come down to it, we're going to go to probably the most defender-sided map in the game.
Oh, boy.
And so this is a very... I mean, I just don't think Envy expected Cruelty to ban out Lair to send it to Skyscraper, and leaves them in a position where we're really going to have to see if Aiden's impact will be able to change Envy's 27% to higher.
On one end, we've already said it. Cruelty has the attacking down. Now you're doing it on probably the hardest map to attack on, where on the other end of things, it's probably one of the easier sides to defend on. For Envy, you should feel comfortable already. You're going into Skyscraper. You already know what your defense looks like. They succumbed a comeback off of just winning only defense on Skyscraper versus their game versus Cloud9. But again, it comes down to attacking, which is statistically one of the hardest maps to attack on. So for me, again, it's really going to come down to this guy you're seeing on your screen and this guy seeing on your screen being utilized in the right fashion. But again, going back to JJ, I think the biggest thing is understanding the players, what they comfort in, what they excel in, and really using that to create a far better looking Envy than what we saw last stage.
All right, to close out the day, we'll keep this snappy. Who's going to win this grudge match?
I believe in Envy. I mean, I got Aiden on my fantasy roster. I got high hopes. I mean, we saw how good Stompin's been doing in EU, EML, and so I think
those two are the same.
You're telling me they're the same. Great.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying they're the same, but I'm giving high hopes to Aiden.
Listen, I'm not discrediting what Aiden possibly can make happen here in this match. If there's going to be one match that he should be comfortable in, this will be one that should settle him in very quickly instead of having to go against a team like SR, like SSG, like any of those big names. But again, I have to go with Cruelty just for the simple fact Cruelty's change makes more sense because they are more experienced players. They know the things that they need to look. They know the correct course and avenues they want to approach. So for their change, it makes far more sense to me than maybe this one were on Envy's side. Maybe, again, a little more time together. And when you're the last place team, you're making those changes. Again, I just have to see something coming out of Envy, especially on their attacking half.
Well, a lot to prove for both Envy and Cruelty. They've promised that we're going to see some better teams. They've promised that we're going to see the best version of these two teams we have seen yet. We'll see if those roster changes have made progress in that direction. Over to Jesse and Parker for the final time today.
Thank you so very much. And two of the teams that found themselves at the bottom of the standings will now do battle for what are honestly some very necessary points. These teams are going to have to battle each other at some point, and as we see with all of the teams that are lower in the standings, their best opportunity to pick up points is against each other. Envy has the nod from the community, but Jesse, do you agree with them, or do you think Team Cruelty will prevail?
This one's so hard to call, Parker. I guess if I have to pick someone, I'll pick Envy, and I'll pick them for two reasons. Number one, they're starting defense on Skyscraper. This is the toughest map in the pool to attack. Our analysts said it best. It's going to be a difficult starting half from Team Cruelty, and you'd expect Envy to get the early lead on a map like Skyscraper. And then for second, they made much less drastic roster moves than Team Cruelty did. Yes, they still made a swap. They dropped Twist. They picked up former teammate of Stomp and Aiden. So it's still going to be a move on the side of Team Envy. But Team Cruelty swapped out two players. They were the only team in the North America League to do such a thing between the two stages. And they also swapped their IGL up a little bit. Skimzy was IGLing this team last stage, and he was one of the guys that did get dropped. That role has now been given over to Fatal, who was the best player on Team Cruelty last stage. So lots of moving parts on the side of Team Cruelty. They haven't had a ton of time to try to work these new players in. I'm excited for their new pickups. I think Caden in particular is a really slept-on, talented player, but it's going to take some time to gel. And I think in the early part of this stage, MB should be the slight favorites.
I don't disagree with you. And again, you're playing it safe. You're lining up with what the community has to say here. There wasn't a lot of daylight between these teams at the tail end of stage 1. Envy finished in last place with 4 points. Team Cruelty finished in 9th place, which is second last, with 6 points. Both teams were over a full match below 8th place. So, I mean, they are the basement inhabitants. We are going to need to see more out of them over a longer period of time before we can say with any level of confidence, yep, these guys are the real deal. They've made some strides so far in the offseason. And I will say, so far through stage 2, some teams that we expected to maybe be basement dwellers have actually performed far better than I expected at the start of today. So anything is possible. We'll ride along here on our very first NA Skyscraper.
Saw an early run out from Snake, which ended in him accidentally, I'm not sure if it's accidentally, but blowing up his own Goyo canister, which prompted a bit of a question mark. Has to do it on Goyo with the 1x scope, which feels bad, but that's just the meta we're in at the moment. Now we're going to see the rest of Team Cruelty start to get some work done. Opening up the Geisha wall is objective number 1, and that will get done without any real issues. The Meat Chamber doesn't provide too much. Banning up both the Kaid and Bandit will make it so the hard breaching should be relatively safe. Some teams will ban hard breachers on this map, but MB don't. They go for the blinding operators instead, and that could prove huge for them as Snake opens things up, taking down Caden for the first frag.
Player that you said would be good, but would take some time to come into his own. Gone is one of those fraggers on the side of Cruelty. Emilio and Snake have taken some damage. You saw it earlier from Snake, and now it's Rival staring in the wrong direction as Fatal shoots through him. I think he got the Nitro Cell as well on the ceiling of Kitchen for added measure. Though I suspect that was Rival's Nitro Cell that was taken care of, so it doesn't really matter, but...
Stalling a little bit now, Parker. They've got no more Firebolts from Matumbo. They have smokes to try to work with, but I'm not sure if that will be enough. A Toxic Babe in the pocket of JJ and some impact still from Snake and a Nitro from Emilio, so lots of plant denial still on the side of Envy.
It's rare to see the F2, and Rovi will run a weapon that doesn't really seem to be in vogue for a lot of these Twitch players. They like that 417. Snake gets another kill. Goodbye to Fatal. You see Pyrox and Matumbo trying something. Rovi doing some serious damage on those back stairs. A triple kill from Snake. Because now it's all up to Rovi. Now he's inside a karaoke. Have we sung his praises? Is he doing much singing at all? No, Emilio guns him down, and it's Envy to take round number 1.
Well, I suspect we won't be seeing any more question marks in the chat because Snake took that personally and hit a huge 3K to really give his team this round win. Again, on Skyscraper defense, we expect the defense to do well, but still, that's a big play to come out from Snake, moving around the map quite a bit to get those 3 kills, right? Started over towards top black, ended over towards main stairs instead, so staying very mobile to secure those frags, and as his cat gets comfy, so should we, because Parker, every game so far to the North American League has gone at least 12 rounds, and I have to imagine this one will make a similar trek.
How are your cats doing, by the way?
My cats are doing good. Indy's still a bit of a rapscallion, running around the house quite often, and then Spawny's, she's an old woman, so she doesn't do much of that anymore, but, you know, she's thriving.
Very glad to hear that.
How's your new cat, Parker?
He is doing very, very well. He is restless today, and I had to mute my mic several times earlier because he kept coming in here to meow at me because he wanted food, because that's just what cats do. So,
I've been there.
He's a very, yes, when you did actually come over to Toronto, you did pop up into my room meowing several times, and I also had to mute because you were
really
hungry.
What I meant.
Oh, that's what people are going to think now, so... I think you make a great cat, by the way. I think you make a great cat.
Our next bomb site run by Envy, so they'll stay on the top floor, but doesn't mean they're done with some aggressive moves. Aiden playing in towards Lounge, able to make some aggressive swing outs into the hallway. They've left this wall completely soft, figuring that it might as well get breached anyways because of the bans. So they're going to leave it as a bit of a threat. Make it so Cruelty will have to be quite cautious if they want to go for a swing out onto it. And again, with that rotation right there, Aiden's got a real opportunity to punish anybody that gets close to that office wall.
Skyscraper was the least played map in the NA League last stage, with only 51 rounds played out of a total 843 rounds in the group stages. It was defender-sided, but not as much as you'd think. It was a 55-45 split, so expect Envy to take at minimum 3 rounds. If they can hit that number, then there will be some trouble for them. Cruelty will likely be able to claw back whatever deficit they find themselves at in that second half as they ride the preferable side of Skyscraper. It's a bit interesting to see it so early on here, but I mean, if teams don't play it and you think that this might get you the upper hand, you might as well pull it out.
Lots of map control, and that drone will spot a player over towards Geisha. It's Emilio being pinched, but wasting good time. If he can escape with 1 kill, Parker, he's going to feel really good about that result.
Emilio's in a tough spot, playing all by himself as he has to deal with over towards Karaoke, somebody inside the main hall, somebody over on Geisha window. JJ taking out Matumbo. Now Rovi will die at the hands of Aiden. Goodbye to Pyrox. Emilio on the board. Envy finding players all over the board, getting kills. Kaden and Fatal are the last 2 remaining. A team ace still very possible for Envy. I don't think they got it. The names were disappearing at an alarming rate. Still, Envy wins the round and does so quite flawlessly. Team Cruelty really not putting up as much of a fight as we'd hoped.
The analysts theorized that Envy might have gotten surprised by this map choice. It was Cruelty's decision in the end. I think it was this or Lair. The analysts thought maybe Envy wouldn't have been expecting Cruelty to want to go to Skyscraper. And I think the analysts were right on that. Team Cruelty have yet to play Skyscraper before today since the Challenger Series. So they played it trying to qualify to the North American League, but haven't actually played it since joining this league. And I think we're seeing a little bit of that in their attacks. You know, not only are they a new team after swapping out their IGLs, but they're playing a map they're really not comfortable on. And that means that some of these pushes just aren't really able to get started. A lot of players on different areas of the map, wasting a lot of time on the roam game. Emilio, even if he wasn't fragging out of his mind over towards Geisha, the time that he was able to waste was absolutely critical. Less than 60 seconds, and they still had multiple players being distracted by him. Meanwhile, their hard support is going down with the fuse kit over towards Office. I mean, just an unfortunate spot for Team Cruelty to be in, as they ended up losing bodies all around the map. So I think that comfortability factor is really favoring Team Envy, and might not be till round 7 when we get the half swap that we see that start to change.
Entry is going to be really critical for a team like Cruelty. If they can get 1 kill and then get some decent map control, I think it can become a competitive round. But I mean, through these first 2, they've had their lunch kind of eaten by Envy. Even with Snake's blunder in round number 1, Cruelty was not able to take advantage of that. They didn't do a bad job of taking that bottom floor control, if you recall, especially when they swept through Kitchen and then moved over towards Barbecue. But that was really all they could find. Rival was picked off, or sorry, Fatal was picked off shortly thereafter, if memory serves correctly, when he went towards those back stairs, which had left the Twitch in a no-win situation. Only 2 kills for Cruelty, both coming in that first round, as round number 2 was won flawlessly by Envy. So at some point, those numbers are going to tick upwards. Everybody from Envy is already on the board. That's good to see.
It looks like they are going to be able to get the Geisha wall open. I was a little concerned because they don't have EMPs, and you can't really get below when the bomb site is right below the wall, but they found a way around it, likely with one of those nades from Rovi tossed in Geisha window, and so they will have that angle. At the same time, Cadence starting to push through the east side of the map, start to get a pinch on this top floor going. There are a couple players up here. In fact, everybody other than Emilio is playing somewhere on the top floor. Less than 90 seconds to go in this round. It's taken them quite a bit of time. They've gotten some hacks off with this Brava drone. which is apparently not visible as it doesn't get seen by Emilio there. Even still, the value that's being given to Team Cruelty from this could be absolutely huge.
It's a very slow execute from Cruelty yet again. You talked about how they got tripped up, and I fear that it might unfold that way. Hayden has a lineup, and he sees the Tracers whiz by over towards Geisha. It's the castle of JJ Blast, but no information whatsoever for these attackers. They're just going in blind. One drone remaining is the culprit for that. Completely blind is the Ash of Caden, whose position might be given away at some point. He's got some backup. Down goes Rovi. JJ and Rival are in the ground. A lead for Team Cruelty with 20 seconds left, Jesse. Cruelty in a great spot to close this one out. They just have to overcome the remaining players of Envy, all of whom have more kills than the 2 players of Envy that are in the ground. Snake pops up. He'll find his 5th kill. He's been sensational to start off this map. Super Shorty out, and he manages to drop yet another for his trouble. 3 kills on the round for him. He had 3 in the previous round. And Envy wins just based on time. What is going on with Cruelty?
Parker, they may have had the man advantage, but they were never in a good spot in that round. Even when they were in the 4v3, the information wasn't there at all. I will say, I think there's a HUD bug currently in this patch where it always says the attackers only have 1 drone. But regardless of how many drones they actually had on the side of Cruelty, they didn't have information. They had no clue where those top floor players were actually positioned. Snake was in the perfect spot to deny, and he killed the player with the fuse kit. So as soon as Fatal dies with kit, it's wraps, GG's. Even if he doesn't have the fuse kit there, I think Envy are in a better position and have even man count after that big 2K from Snake. So a lack of clock management, a lack of good droning, and a real lack of being able to get stuff going on their attacking side has plagued Team Cruelty through the first quarter of this game. They will go through operator bans and try to take out something to alleviate that pressure. They choose the Warden to remove while the Grim gets taken out from their side, but it has not been an easy game from the Mexican squad, and they're hopefully going to be able to solve that in this TAC timeout.
Yeah, I don't even know what you do at this point to get something going. I mean, this is a team that they've got fraggers on it. It's not like they can't keep up. We know they're able to fire back. Again, I guess that main hurdle is getting inside of the building and what to do with it. The stall potential is very, very high, and I wish it didn't sound quite so negative because I don't want to denigrate the defense of Envy, but Envy's not really doing anything outside of the norm. They're just allowing the attackers to set up drone. They lose their drones. They get very little for it. There seems to be quite a bit of fear, I think you could say, of Cruelty. I don't know if that's the right diagnosis here, but it certainly seems like they are afraid of engaging Envy directly.
Definitely feels like we need to see something getting going. I mean, they picked up Caden to be their brand new star entry fragger, and he has yet to find a kill through the first quarter, I should say. He's the only player currently not on the scoreboard. And this is uncharacteristic of him. He played Element 5 just recently, the last couple of weeks on Rad Esports. He went plus 42 in Element 5. He was by far the best player on that team. He was fragging out of his mind. I believe they got a top 8 finish in that tournament, and Caden was the hard carry. So I think him not really being a factor in this game so far is a big problem for Team Cruelty, and if they can get him involved in these next 3 rounds, it could completely change what their attacks look like.
I mean, your offense is sputtering on the side of Cruelty. Skyscraper was, for a period of time, a fortress for the defenders. Changes to operators, changes to lineups, buffs and nerfs might have changed it enough where we could just be looking at a very, very defender-sided map. But that's just all idle speculation on our part. Cruelty now spending the first minute of discovery. They're down to 3 drones, by the way. Do you think that's a HUD bug, too?
I don't know, Parker. There's definitely something weird going on with the drone HUD. There's definitely some glitch going on, I'll tell you that. They did have a great drone on Snake, and I was hoping they could finally shut him down. Best player in the lobby by far, but weren't able to capitalize. There's a frag though. Pyrox from the window finds Emilio to be able to take him off the board for the first time, and they're not done yet. Inside of Geisha, a storm of Cruelty players have gotten their second kill. Snake has gone down, and this looks like it could be the round.
Well, I mean, Snake has been overpowering these Cruelty attackers for quite some time, and now Cadence patience might be rewarded over on backstairs. You don't want to be losing your smoke in this direction as JJ Blast is tucked against the shield at the top of backstairs. Keep in mind that it's the attackers who need to complete the goal, not the defenders. Oh my. Rival had a golden opportunity there, and he's going to get hounded by drones, chased out of this position. He knows he's got one over towards Geisha. Down goes Cadent. A potential follow-up as he finds 2 for his trouble, leaving Envy's job a little bit easier than they had just found it. Aiden and JJ as the last two standing. JJ finished near the bottom of the ratings for the NA League last stage. He'll be a very crucial part of this defense. Again, job gets a little bit easier. Aiden shredding through Rovi. Another for Aiden. JJ might not even need to do a damn thing. Matumbo now looking for something inside of gold, and it's Aiden to get the final 3 kills. JJ Blast was nothing but a distraction, and what a debut from Aiden, as nothing is slowing down this Envy squad.
Aiden Force, huge play at the end of that round, making his debut, the youngest player in the North America League, showing the impact that he can have. Really well done at the end of the round. You've also got to give huge credit to Envy for turning that around in the midpoint too. These kills from Rival were absolutely critical for making this a winnable situation. And then Aiden took that opportunity that Rival gave him and he ran with it, easily able to lock things down inside the site. The newest flex player for Team Envy and having massive impact in that position, just playing on site alongside JJ Blast, who immediately took to typing, of course. I can't repeat exactly what he typed in chat, but he was basically just calling Cruelty bad.
Secured the wall.
You let your talking in the server, you let your actions in the server do most of the talking. For JJ Blast, he hasn't unfortunately had a lot of opportunities to do much talking in the server through all of stage 1 up to this point, so you might as well do some chatting through the actual text medium here. Just to kind of put a buffer between JJ and any potential controversy or harsh words. He plays on a role where you don't expect him to get kills. And it's not fair for anybody, us or other commentators, to compare him to somebody on his team like a Snake or like it seems like Aiden is shaping up to be, though I don't really think Aiden has exactly the most clear-cut role at the moment, especially since this is his maiden voyage in the NA League. You expect JJ Blast to give information via calls and be able to use utility appropriately and get the most out of his teammates. There was a struggle there for Envy back in stage 1, but so far against their contemporaries, Team Cruelty, Envy is very firmly in the driver's seat. What the hell is that?
That's a soft wall, Parker, and that's the only thing that matters, really. Somebody can move over and start to break that open. Probably the buck of Cadent. It won't be Rovi, as he is the first one taken out. JJ Blast heard you talking smack. I heard he heard that you thought he was horrible, so he decided to step up and get a big kill.
My opinion matters very much to him, I'm afraid. It's a gift and a curse, you know? That's 2 nitro cells to take out Matumbo. Okay. I mean, honestly, excellent use of those explosives by Envy, and he might not be in a position where he can be retrieved, but they are worried about the rappel. I think they're going to wait to hear for the rappel sound, but now one is upside down. That's fatal. Snake gets felled by the bait. Pyrox removed, and Matumbo is still bleeding out. They're waiting for Fatal to get into an advantageous position. The inability to open up at top house panel will come back to haunt this Team Cruelty squad. I think Caden might have been able to open it now, as he'll look to pierce the back. JJ's got a line of sight now, and Matumbo's not been retrieved. Fatal's just gonna go in, hat in hand, begging for a kill, but he won't find it. Envy, 5-0 at the moment. They knew we were having a long day, and they're making up for lost time.
Oh, you can't not love JJ Blast, man. You can't not love a guy who's got that personality. Really strong start, 5-0, Skyscraper defensive side. You got to figure this last round should be must win. Because Skyscraper is so defender-sided, the top floor bomb sites in particular, it's usually that barbecue kitchen round where the attackers have the greatest chance. I have to say, the Monty going down in that position, Matumbo falling to that double nitro cell play, just set Cruelty up to have such an awkward time with it. We're really going to struggle from that position to get anything else done. So this needs to be their golden opportunity, right? They need to think of this as the one round where they can step up and get some good value. I liked what they had last time they attacked this site, where they were able to kind of pinch the top floor from both Geisha and then also from the eastern side of the map in through Office. Expect we'll see a little bit more of that. They're also starting with, if they don't change their lineup, a Lion, a Finka, and 2 shields, so they might throw all that out the window and just go rush site. Parker, your guess is as good as mine.
I don't guess much these days. I just react to what I see. And sometimes what I see is pretty crazy. But
in that case, your guess is probably a lot worse than mine, because you don't have the experience.
I like to think that my guesses are usually better than yours, but that's just a rivalry between friends.
You think we're friends? Aw.
It's a very hurtful day.
They are rushing, by the way. It's not first 10 seconds rush, but everybody is just sitting out here on the kitchen window. The Monty's going to jump on through. Here we go.
And in they go. Emilio will watch them charge forward. Envy picking off 2 of them immediately. Could it be a flawless round? Look at that rush in. Emilio, the only one taking some damage. Snake looking to push into double digits as Pyrox now in restaurant by the overturned table. A nade to go down to prevent someone pushing him from backstairs, but Rival gets there either way. Not quite a flawless round, but how about a flawless first half for Envy? 6-0 against the Mexican squad.
So there was nobody on Repel to stop anybody inside Geisha, which meant that Snake was able to just jump on a vert angle and grab 2 kills immediately as that rush came through. Good sight play from Emilio, who also seems to be ready for it. Didn't feel like that rush caught off Envy at all. They seemed to fully expect what was going down there, and so that's a nice little cleanup. All they've got to do is win a single attacking round on Skyscraper, and they will be the champions of this match. Now, I will say, that is easier said than done. This map can be really tough to attack, and in stage 1, the couple of times that MB played it, they only had a 22% attacking win rate. Now, 22% should still get you a round or 2, and that is all they need, but it's still not a great stat line. Cruelty should be on the better side. Probably the biggest advantage that MB have right now is they have the momentum. I mean, I've not seen a single player on Team Cruelty smile since this game began, and I've seen multiple different dance moves come out of JJ Blast. So if that doesn't show you kind of what the difference is in mentality between these 2 teams, I'm not sure what will. If they can keep that good vibes up coming into their offense side, I think they can really start to put the pressure on and sneak away an attack on one of these rounds.
Remember about 10 minutes ago when I said, oh, you know, Envy's goal is to get 3 at minimum, and then, you know, Cruelty will try to claw back whatever deficit they find themselves at when they swap sides. Well, you're gonna need a lot more than clawing to get back to even footing here. This is, I think the hill might be too steep. I think a rescue helicopter is probably what you're looking at to get to where Envy is right now. There is 0 room for error for Cruelty. We didn't see a 7-0 in stage 1, did we? Oh, we did. M80 defeated OXG 7-0. Okay, that was the only 7-0 that we saw in all of stage 1. It's day 1 of stage 2, and we might already be there. I mean, obviously, Cruelty has some tricks up their sleeve. I'm certain of that. But Envy have just... there's nothing that's really slowing them down.
Well, I mean, this is one of those tricks, right? The Miro window to stop a thermite or anything, and then after the ace charges go on, you toss out the impact grenades. It used to be a more common strategy a little while back. I feel like we don't see it too often these days, but at least on that specific wall. But I've definitely seen pro players put the Miro there before, even though the site is all the way back inside of T Karaoke.
Well, Fatal goes down, traded out for Aiden, which is a much bigger net gain on the side of Cruelty. Down will go Rovi to Snake's shotgun as the Deimos will break 10 kills. It's in a category of his own at the moment. The next highest kill total on the side of Cruelty, by the way, is 3. The team combined right now has 11 kills through 6 rounds. They are mustering fewer than 2 kills a round against Envy. This might be one of the worst performances we've seen by a team at a tier 1 level in quite some time. And it is quite unfortunate. You know, much was said about a Mexican team joining the quote-unquote North American League. Last time I checked a map, Mexico has always been part of North America, but the teams have usually been dominated by Canadians and Americans, and then the odd import. It's nice to see another country be represented. It is a shame what Cruelty was able to do in Stage 1, and it looks like things might be even a bit worse for them to start off Stage 2. Both of these teams will be in action tomorrow. Every team will be in action every play day. Envy is in the very final game of the day tomorrow again, this time against Cloud9. Team Cruelty will be in match number 2 up against OXG.
I'm getting a little low for Envy. This is a big problem for Cruelty. They are at the bomb site now. They watch Matumbo drop, and that might open their opportunity to get into sight. Massive man advantage now as Matumbo gets punished by Snake, who will tie the kill count of everybody on Cruelty combined.
That's a crazy thing to say. Aiden and Emilio as well combining for 12 kills between the two of them. JJ Blast has 3 to his name. Snake now with his 12th kill, just playing with his food, and he'll get yet another as Envy does what has only happened one time so far this year in the North America League, which is win 7-0. Flawless victory for Envy, as it was a rough showing for Team Cruelty today.
And Snake literally outfrags every player on Cruelty combined. I have not seen that in Tier 1 in my career. I'm sure it's happened at some point, but that is a hell of a feat for Snake. Domination in this game. For Team Cruelty, well, you can only go up from here.
Yeah, I mean, you can't jump out of a basement window. So at absolute worst, you'll just do another 07, I guess. But a drubbing handed to Cruelty from Envy, and that wraps our day. But some highlights for you before the desk breaks down our final match of the day.
practice zombie.
Stop black and gold, Nikki. The zombie's black. She's in hallway. She's in hallway.
Oh, yeah. That's
Hallway, zombie. Push, in purple, push.
In purple.
Let's fucking go.
13 and 2.
Let's go.
Dude, Snake is so fucking good. Holy shit. This is why we pay him.
After 4 nail biters, Envy for our final game of the day slam the door in Cruelty's face. They take it 7-0 to start the stage. A wild beginning for Envy as they take the win over Cruelty. And of course, we've got to bring in JJ after this wild victory. I know you're feeling good, JJ. After this one, right away, what's it like?
Are you not entertained?
That mic is hanging on for its life. What is going on with your mic?
It's on the webcam mic. It wouldn't
Oh,
switch.
okay, I see.
Run this league, buddy. Let's run it.
JJ, I just want to say congratulations. I didn't think it was possible to go from last place to first place all in one game. Also, on your attacking stats, you guys were 23%. You guys just went to 100% in one game. I mean, you guys did the unthinkable, the unimaginable. Aiden, I didn't think was going to be the masterpiece for that you guys needed. You got it done. No, but realistically, congratulations. That was a very much needed win to start out the season. Great. I do still, however, have to see your attacking side going into the rest of the stage, but overall, I just kind of want to know, with the addition of adding Aiden after the experience from last stage, what's kind of been the goal, or not necessarily the goal, but what's been the step-by-step process of just getting better and to where you need to be coming into this stage?
Yeah, so I felt like last stage we were super behind the 8 ball from every other team because we were all like, most of us were working full-time jobs while playing. So our practice schedule was like half of what other teams were able to practice on. So this, like the past off season in 2 months, we've been able to grind the practice and double scrims and actually have VOD review and actually be able to have strats that are like very in depth now. And we have a full understanding of what's going on. So we're a way more competitive team now. And we also definitely fixed a lot of issues we had in like work ethic of practice as a team. So those were like our biggest focal points in the off season. And it's great just to see it kind of show because we felt like we should like, that's like the result today should have been. It should have been like a 7-0, 7-1, 7-2. So to come out and execute on that is huge for us.
I mean, yeah, you guys got the favorable side on Skyscraper, but you guys executed every round flawlessly. So walk us through what maybe the game plan was going up against Cruelty. Was it specifically that you guys were worried about them, or is it just something that you were trying to make sure everything was focused onto the rest of the stage and they're just the first step?
Yeah, so Cruelty's a glorified T3 team. I don't even think they should have made the NAL. They did beat me last stage, but I went 1-10. That doesn't count. Yeah, so our main prep for them was just we knew that like they can't help themselves but swing, and like they're gonna play. It's either they're gonna play really cheesy and fast and just like fly at us, or like they were gonna play scared and like how they were, just slow and just like taking forever to do things on attack. So we kind of just sat still and just waited for them to mess up. So that was kind of our game plan.
I do have another question in terms of the roster change. You guys said that you weren't going to make any changes. Clearly, you lied. You did bring on Aiden. I am curious, why was the decision to replace Twist, then bring on Aiden, whatever that was, if you want to give in any detail on that?
Yeah, I made it clear, like, I didn't think we should, like, I didn't want to make a change. I didn't think we, like, necessarily had to, but like, a couple other people on the team were adamant about it, and they were right for every reason they had. We did get 10th. We got dead last in Pro League, so changes warranted. So we still believe in our core. We really just needed the experience of stage 1. So keeping the 4 of us here and just picking up a player that Aiden allowed us to be a lot more flexible. He can play so many different ops and different play styles, and he brings a lot of vocalness and shot calling, so it's not all on me. That was something we kind of lacked last stage. Whereas like if like I wasn't doing something comm-wise, it wasn't getting done. So now I have like another person to lean on. So that was like a big adjustment that we needed to bring into the team. So that was it was good we got Aiden for that.
I actually really like that answer, and that's good to hear.
For the final question, I just for my own curiosity, round 6, your guys' defense, what was the comms like when 5 Cruelty guys jumped through the kitchen window? And at that point, did you guys know you won the game, but what were the comms like? I
knew I won the game on round 1, but Leo was the site player, and he yelled, "What the bleep are these guys doing mid-round?" So that's kind of how I knew that round was over. And then after the round, I heard that 2 shields jumped in and tried to ADS him inside. I'm pretty sure they got mowed down from Bird. I heard a lion scan. I heard feet. I knew shit was going down.
Well, a wild end to that one, JJ. As always, thank you so much. We will see you down the line. Best of luck in the future, my friend. And it's got to end just like that. Thanks so much. Have a good one.
I think it makes it funnier that the mic is off his webcam.
I know, it's so bad.
It's so bad.
One thing we know for certain, though, all these ups and downs, the craziness that is this Envy roster, Aiden proved that he's legit.
No, he definitely is. And I said if there was going to be one game where he should be able to find far better comfort in, it was going to be this game against Cruelty, because you're going against an opponent that realistically isn't going to be anywhere as strong as the top team. So it's good to get that underneath your belt, because for new players coming into the league, that's one place where I really see them struggle is if they have a really bad performance, how do they bounce back? Or once they get that really good performance underneath their belt, they really start to find their footing. So to see Aiden come into this situation, play against Cruelty, play the way that he did in the confidence that he was exuberating throughout each and every single round, I got to commend him for it. It's just now a matter of consistency going forward. Are we going to see this performance through and through? And if when he does have a bad game, how does he bounce back going into the next?
Yeah, it's just something to add to the motivation. Your first game in Pro League is always going to be daunting. He performed very well, but it was under the perfect circumstances.
Absolutely.
As for Cruelty, honestly, no gleaming lights for them. Somehow they got worse from last stage, which I thought was almost impossible. I think really they just need to be able to go back to the drawing board in hopes for tomorrow or the next week and really try to figure out who Cruelty wants to play as, because right now it just did not look pretty at all.
Well, it felt like they kind of got themselves into trouble just by picking this map, right? I mean, you start on attack on a map that's very, very difficult to attack. They walked into a whole bunch of trouble.
I mean, still, to go from at least the one redeeming quality of last stage, they were in the top 6 of attacking win percentages. Now they're dead last. They have a 0 attacking win percentage because they won 0 rounds. So obviously, yes, it is just one map in the series, in the season. But obviously, if you're Cruelty, you made changes to make your teamwork better. You'd hope that at least there would be some signs of life. But when you get 7-0'd and you lose every single attack, it looked like they lost the tangibility of those attacks they had in stage 1.
I mean, even the level of depth of understanding the maps and the sites that you're attacking. I mean, 3 players jumping through kitchen window, 2 of those being shields. Sure, and maybe in some world you think that might make sense, but realistically, what are you doing at that point?
It was all 5 too.
I mean, it's just, yeah, I don't really know how you
justify
progress and go back in time to when you first started, whereas towards the end of the stage we saw a little bit of life, and in that game in M80 that we've talked about time and time again, it was like, wow, like that was the glimpse that we really could see Cruelty turn into. But then this performance in a team that is similar to you in some sort of skill level, at least throughout the stage wise, that you just look like you've dropped margins below than where you finished the end of the stage.
And I think the big test for them will be how they bounce back tomorrow. Will we see them improve? It is one day, one map, but it could be indicative of a whole lot. We'll wrap things up, though, and tell you exactly how we got to this point. If you didn't catch all the action, we'll sum it up for you now. We started back all the way back at 4 p.m. Eastern with Shopify going against Wildcard, and then proceeded to have 3 more games go to max regulation or overtime before we ended on a pretty one-sided affair.
Yeah, again, absolutely. If you're a viewer this time around for the first play day, this was far more entertaining to watch than what it was last stage. Even for myself, seeing everyone be so competitive, came ready this stage, this is what I want to see through and through, is good performances from both ends where it's just not so top-heavy, that the top-heavy teams are having to fight for their lives and fight for each and every single round just to gain some points and get ahead of the curve.
Yeah, it was a lot closer in battle for all of the teams, and one thing that sets the top teams aside from the mid-tier teams is obviously reps, and having the footage of all of these new teams that may have made roster changes, may have had a little bit of a break to change their playstyle. As more games go on, more footage is out there, teams start to understand different teams' playstyles. We might see teams start to drift to the tops, teams start to drift to the bottom, but obviously for a first day, I mean, we couldn't have had a better one.
Absolutely. Well, that brings us to the blacklight detail of the day, and one man in particular who had quite a performance. That was Ambi, who played lights out, dropped 19 kills, had an ace, had a 4K, had a 1v2, and doing all of that on day 1. What a way to start.
Absolutely. Again, we already highlighted in this moment, in this game, that Ambi has been no slouch since joining the Pro League as a whole, and every single round, every single kill that he gets is extremely impactful, especially in this game. Like I said, that ace, immediately he brings that out. But then in this round in particular, if he doesn't get this quad kill, they lose this game to Wildcard. They lose out on those 2 points that they desperately need, especially early on. They still are running technically basically flawless in stage so far. Again, if Ambi can continue to keep having these performances time and time again, I mean, if you're SR, you got to be extremely comfortable going into each and every single game, knowing that Ambi is performing at this level consistently.
Yeah, he was crucial for Shopify Rebellion able to bring themselves back in the game. He was the reason that they were so competitive within it themselves. So obviously, when you have a player like that you can always rely on, if things are a little bit shaky like Shopify looked today, it just makes things that much more easier to pull yourself out of a rut when you know that you have Ambi to rely on. He played phenomenal.
Well, at the end of the day, after everything is said and done, the surprise is Envy go from last place to first place. They are currently the #1 team in the NAL, and that's thanks to the beauty of some round differential. If you win 7-0, you're going to be looking pretty good. It is Envy #1, M82, Space Station close behind with 3 points. Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion, they secured those wins in overtime, so they're close behind with 2.
Yeah, I mean, having 7 teams to be able to accomplish points in the first day, because we had a lot of overtime games too, that goes without saying that, yes, it's not just going to be a top-heavy season, because obviously every point matters, and it might not matter right now when you see 1-2 points, but at the end of the stage, last stage, I mean, we saw it. There was so many teams that could have bumped in, so many teams neck and neck for that top 6 position, so obviously every point matters. Very much a necessity for those teams. Even though they lost, you get overtime.
Well, here's what tomorrow looks like. We open things up with M80 going toe-to-toe with Standby. We'll get another chance to see if Standby can show us a little bit of that. Well, the new branding can carry them through. They go up against M80 at 4 p.m., followed by Cruelty and Oxygen. What else stands out to here, Laxing?
I mean, the Cloud9 versus Envy, I think Cloud9 obviously wanted to get that win. They realistically had it in their hands, but just couldn't. I think when it comes to experience and reps, when you're going against a team that understands being in those dire situations, every round matters. Dark Zero clearly came out on top. So for Cloud9, I want to see a big bounce back from them, being able to close out a game. But then also on Envy's side, like I was just saying to JJ, I want to see their attacks. We only got to see 1 round on attack. And again, against Cruelty and how they were playing, I would really kind of scrape that game aside. And now their real game starts going against Cloud9, because Cloud9 looked a lot more convincing than the credit I was giving them, regardless of that change that they made.
Yeah, honestly, that'll be the game of the day without saying. Cloud9 Envy, especially how Envy performed today. I mean, it goes without saying, too, the game that everyone is anticipating last stage, I mean, DZ, Shopify Rebellion, we're going to get to see tomorrow as well. So that'll be very exciting. And, you know, obviously, they may not be playing at the level that they were last stage, but they're still 2 of the top teams in the league. And everybody's anticipating to see who comes out on top. And maybe that'll set one of those teams off in motion to continue to dominate this season of the stage.
Well, what a way to start. Stage 2 begins with 4 12 or more round games. Absolutely unreal stuff, so thank you so much for tuning in. But that will do it for the first day here for Stage 2 of the NAL. We are back tomorrow as action continues here from our studio in Philadelphia. For our entire studio crew, our producers Ferme and Jasmine, our director Ian, and of course for Foxay and Laxing, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow at 4 p.m. where the NAL rolls on. Have a great night.